Okay. The May 17th, 2017 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2, closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire and detection suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with the marshal or fire assistant for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage before you leave, be sure to have your ticket validated by our security officers. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend David Dendy, Mountain View Presbyterian Church, and then remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning.
So good to see you.
Good to see you again, Mayor Goodman and City Council.
Thank you. Houston.
Pardon me?
Go Houston.
Yes. Let's pray. Our gracious God, we give you great thanks for the city of Las Vegas and her elected leaders who serve you and the great people of the city so faithfully and diligently. We pray for wisdom for Mayor Goodman and the City Council as they discern, deliberate, and make decisions which ensure the safety, stability, security, and the success of our city. May you, O Lord, continue to bless our city with the creation of new jobs, sustain our viability as a destination resort for visitors from all around the globe, keep our teachers sane as the last few weeks of another school year draw to a close, encourage our entrepreneurs as they dream of making Las Vegas the best it can be. Make straight the paths for our new professional teams, the Golden Knights and the Raiders, as they make their way to Las Vegas to make this their new home. Open the eyes of our hearts and minds to love one another, accept one another, encourage one another, to be the best people we can be under your heavenly guidance. For the beauty of the earth and the captivating landscape which encircles our city, may we always give you praise in all things. In your name we pray. Amen. And thank you.
Probably all the time.
He was hoping I'd be quiet. I know, Mr. Riggleman. Nobody can compete with Mr. Riggleman. He's got the magnificent voice. And it's all right, Mayor Pro Tem, please sit and be comfortable.
Thank you,
He
Your Honor.
had a knee operation, so we have given him the license to stay up there rather than suffer the pain of coming down. Look at all these gifts.
I'm kind of bummed because there's a lot of goodies down there.
How are you? Well, while we're waiting for the rest of council to come on down, our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, had a birthday yesterday. In fact, she had too much birthday, so she's not here at this moment. And then, is David Bowers here? David Bowers, who's the head of our Public Works, also
We'll catch him
has a
this afternoon.
birthday today. So everybody, we're wishing David Bowers also a happy birthday, and happy birthday, Miss Fretwell. Are you coming? You have an audience, a huge, wonderful audience here. Okay. This is the oldest living man that was born in Las Vegas, or nearly born in Las Vegas. You keep trying your best. That's all any of us can do. Okay, here we go. Okay, we accept. Okay, if you didn't understand, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, I'd like to invite our Information Technology Director, Michael Sherwood, to join us at the podium. Here he is. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace. Good morning. Oh, you look very dapper. Good morning. Superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. And today I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Information Technologies Training Specialist, Scott Marcus. So come on down, Scott. I knew you had to be young because older folk don't understand technology at all. The word IT training, the words do not exactly inspire excitement in a workplace, but that is not, well, I hear you back there, but that is not the case at the City of Las Vegas, where it is exciting. Scott is our trainer extraordinaire. Scott brings his wicked sense of humor, oh, you can tell a smile, to these sessions and makes what could be tedious very entertaining. You have to pay attention when Scott is instructing in class because he has a humorous way of pointing out folks in his class who are losing interest or what I call bored. He always has an easy-to-understand example and is always patient with his students. Recently, Scott worked with our Building and Safety Department to put together a monthly training program that has helped keep our busy technicians up to date on IT changes, saving them time and providing convenience to our customers. Always flexible, Scott will make himself available to teach classes on almost any IT subject. Thank you for being one of the city's behind-the-scenes superstars, keeping the city cruising on all cylinders. And I'm proud to present you with this award, naming you the May 2017 Employee of the Month. And if you would give that to him, please, Councilman. I can see what's going on in his mind. They're just thoughts and little humor. It's coming, I know. In addition, to your left, you will see the sign with your name on it that will be posted outside of City Hall on Main Street for the next month. We wanted to give you a chance to say a few words, but Michael, of course, goes first.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. You got it. I'm very, very honored and proud of Scott, and I think technology is super exciting, always. and Scott does a great job in making it exciting for our employees to learn new skills, to do better efficiencies within their organization. And he's a wonderful employee. In my short 1.5 years being here, he's really taught a lot to the organization as a whole, as well as myself. And it's impressive to be working with individuals of such great quality. And I'd like to pass it over to his manager, Mr. Pitts, here to say a few words as well.
Thank you. As Michael stated, Scott embodies what IT is all about. He's very independent. He works passionately to make sure that he delivers training and information across the enterprise. And I'm actually proud to say that I'm the guy who gets to approve his time cards every 2 weeks. So that said, I think Scott deserves this, and I'm really proud of him.
Well, first, this is an awesome honor. Okay. This is an awesome honor to be here in front of you guys. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This is very humbling. I teach every day, all day. I teach computer stuff, and you're right, I try to make it as much fun as I possibly can. Try to make people smile. I'll keep it down a little bit today because I know there's other things to be taken care of. But first, back in 2005, October, I got hired for the city. Being born and raised in Las Vegas, it was an amazing thing for me to be able to work for the organization in which I lived. It's amazing. So I love it every day when I walk across the street and I see City Hall. It's awesome. So that's the first thing.
What high school?
Bonanza High School.
Bonanza.
Bonanza.
I
Go
have a
Bengals.
daughter-in-law.
Go Bengals. Bengals. Okay. Okay. So that's first. Number two is I want to say thank you to those who nominated me for the Employee of the Month. I do what I do because I give it everything I have. And I just kind of do that. But I appreciate it, and it's very humbling. Next, I want to thank the IT department. It's an amazing department that I work for and work with. Everybody there is just, we work so well as a team. We try to do our thing. And they help me anytime I have questions, anytime I need things to be done, can you help me because I need to do this training, and they're there. Think of it like a clock. Looks real nice, front end, everything's wonderful. Behind the scenes, you got gears a turning, things happening. So it's just awesome. Next, I'll keep this short. Next, I want to say thank you to my beautiful fiance, Nora Gonzalez. She's amazing. I won't cry. She's amazing. I had some things that happened to me last year. She's sitting right there. Nora, could you please stand just for the heck of it? She works for the city of Las Vegas as well. She's amazing. She's wonderful. She's always by my side anytime I need help, anytime she's my rock. So I definitely appreciate that. And before anybody asks when we're going to be getting married, it's going to be next year, I promise. People usually ask. So what has happened is I have to work, and I don't think my time's going to get approved.
Okay,
No. So it'll be.
We're full of students here. Now, what's the pathway to your job in IT? That's what this whole country is working on, STEM. So what can you tell these young people of your pathway?
My pathway is to always learn. I do the computer stuff, so I love computers. I love training. I love being able to be the guy who understands how computers work and how things kind of do what they do, but also to be able to translate that into something that regular folk can understand. Sort of that middle guy, so to speak. So you take that tech stuff and you say, how can we translate that so people in a room like this can understand what's going on? So the pathway is just learn, and make it fun, because I love doing that. I could add.
But you weren't great.
No, I wasn't great, but
See?
yeah, you don't have to be amazing. You don't have to be calculators. They have watches that do that kind of stuff. No, really the path is to just be able to just learn, and just always want to have fun with it. Last, but definitely not least, and the most important in my life is my mom. My mom, Christine, who's here videoing everything. Please stand. She is obviously the reason why I'm standing here, because, but honestly, the reason why I do what I do, the customer service that I provide, that's really the big thing that I'm about, is because of my mom. She's a pharmacist. She's been working since well before I was born, and that's her thing, is always smile, always provide the best customer service ever. She works 12, 14-hour days from beginning to end. She's always smiling, always doing her thing. So that's where I get that from, and I definitely appreciate her. And Sunday, for Mother's Day, I told her about this award, and she's always proud of me. But it was just that extra icing on the cake. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mom. I love you very much. And finally, I'm very blessed with everything that I have. I promise you this is, I'm blessed with everything that I have every day that I wake up, to be able to have an amazing job, to be able to work for the organization, the City of Las Vegas, to be able to teach the employees that I teach, to be able to work with such great management and a great department. Every day I'm blessed. So thank you for having me, and thank you for this most humbling experience.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go over and get a picture by the sign over there. Congratulations, Scott. We are proud of you. For our next item, I'd like to invite Historic Preservation Commission Chairman, wonderful Bob Stoldahl, to come join us at the podium. You have no idea what's inside this brain and the history, everything. And I hope you noticed El Dorado, we were on 1934 in every announcement. Is that good?
No,
That's wrong.
35.
Okay, never mind. We'll talk about that later. Every May, we have an opportunity to celebrate Historic Preservation Month by recognizing the people and projects in our community that are preserving our history. This year, we have 5 awards, and I'm going to ask Bob to please present these awards to the winners as they're called up to the podium. In our first category, it's Career Achievement, and the award goes to former Historic Preservation Commissioner Mary Hausch for her unbelievable 20 years of service and dedication to our city's historic resources. Of course, she is also dedicated, oh my goodness, to her husband, Bob Coffin, Councilman Bob Coffin. But this is, are you here, Mary?
She deserves an award for that, too.
Yes, Councilwoman just said she deserves an award just for being married to Councilman Coffin. She gets 2 awards. Okay, but anyway, to tell you about Mary, she recently retired from UNLV as a journalism professor, and before that she was a columnist for the Review Journal. She's done so much in the City of Las Vegas and Historic Preservation Commission. Wish her so much happiness and luck as she pursues new challenges. And Mary, when you get here, we hope, because I'm not going to give the microphone to, here she comes. Yay! Come right on up. I'm going to quickly go through this as you're walking. Here she comes, our celebrant. Our first category is Career Achievement, and the award goes to former Historic Preservation Commissioner Mary Hausch for unbelievable 20 years of service. So we are so proud. I'm going to let you say quick, so she can say something because she has been there.
Mary, say something.
I was shocked to get this honor, and I can't believe I was on the commission 20 years. The time just flew by, and I loved it.
You've done so much. I mean, you know, if you don't remember history, you repeat it. And it really is important that, especially here in Las Vegas, where we blow everything up or tear it down, that we really do a lot to preserve what we have in our history. So it's true throughout the world. And Mary, we're so proud of you, and I feel, Councilwoman.
I do, because really I got to know Mary well when she did something that stood up for women. You know, everybody thinks it was a long time ago that women did not have equal situations as far as job employment was concerned. Mary was fantastic as a journalist, and Mary deserved to be manager of the Review-Journal. Isn't that right? Yes, she did. But you know what? They wouldn't place a woman there, especially an independent thinking woman. So they just bypassed her. Instead of just sitting there and letting that go, Mary fought it. And Mary won it. And she's one of my heroes, and I just wanted to say that today. Thank you.
Thank you. So important. Congratulations, Mary. We're so proud of you. And if you will, please stay here with us. For our next word is for advocacy, and this goes to the protectors of Tule Springs for their tireless efforts in helping to secure the designation of the Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Monument. I'd like to ask protectors of Tule Springs founder Jill DeStefano to join us at the podium. The National Monument designation would not have been possible. Oh, wonderful. Oh, I love your jackets. These are beautiful. Thank you. Thank you all so much. It's good to see you again. Wait, one more over here. Thank you so much. The National Monument designation would not have happened without the protectors' expertise, guidance, collaboration, and motivation to protect this one-of-a-kind paleontological resource. So thank you, Jill, and how about a few words?
Very quickly.
Not shy.
Never shy. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, and to the Historic Preservation Committee. We all really appreciate this honor. It is nice to have moved from the advocating for legislation when the monument was designated in December of 2014, and now we are working with the Clark County School District in many different ways to get the education out to the kids about our Pleistocene past, with the Mammoth Penny Push in the school district, with our art contest for National Fossil Day with the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, and our latest endeavor is the I'm a Protector program, which is like an eyes and ears for the monument. It was provided by a Clark County grant, and we actually have materials for the council of that newest program that we've just kicked off. So thank you very much for this honor. We all really appreciate it.
And if anybody wants to contribute, what's the website?
It's right on there.
Oh, it is for the public.
The website is protectorsofTuleSprings.org, and Tule is Tule. And if you just Google our organization, Protectors of Tule Springs, that will come up. So thank you again.
Thank you. Congratulations. Don't go sit yet. Thank you. Don't go away. Don't go away. Next, we have 2 Preservation Education Awards. The first goes to Vegas PBS for its collaborative historical documentary productions such as Makers, Women in Nevada History, Restoration Neon, and African Americans, the Las Vegas Experience. And I'd like to invite PBS Director of Production, Kareem Hatcher, and producer Heather Caputo to join us for this. Oh, boy, you move fast. I'm reading. Congratulations. Wonderful. How are you? Congratulations. And that was Matt Christensen, and well, I'll give you this one sec. These historical documentaries are professional and thorough and provide powerful stories of our local history to Las Vegans and the nation. So congratulations to the 3 of you. We're so proud. Who would like to speak on behalf of your, unaccustomed as you are to public speaking? It's yours.
I just want to say thank you so much for this honor. This is amazing, and thank you so much for recognizing what we do at Vegas PBS. This means a lot to us, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Our second Preservation Education Award goes to video historian and women's history advocate Marlene Adrian. Marlene, please join us at the podium. As president of Women of Diversity Production Incorporated, Marlene secured oral histories for women all over Nevada and made them available online, as well as including them in the book Nevada Women's Legacy. Thank you so much for your work. So good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One additional note, Marlene has worked with the Historic Preservation Commission on a number of projects and a number of grants. And we had a grant that was in desperate need. It was falling apart. Marlene came in and took over the grant from the previous grantee, exceeded all expectations, and returned $4,000.12 money that she saved. So thank you so much for your great work.
It is wonderful. Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Please, Marlene.
As president of Women of Diversity Productions Incorporated, I have the title. I then get the recognition. But I really believe that this honor, which I am really appreciative of, really belongs to the Women of Diversity Board of Directors, Advisory Committee, and all the volunteers, including the 200 women we interviewed in the state of Nevada who gave the history of our state. And so I'd like to say several of the people are here today and recognize Denise Gertis here in the front row, who is the co-editor of the book, Nevada Women's Legacy, 150 Years of Excellence. And you can go to womenofdiversity.org and read about all the people, all the other projects, and find out what you're missing about not knowing about women's history. And we will have an event in July, Gender Equality in the Workplace Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're so proud of you, Marlene. Thank you. And finally, the Dorothy Wright Bricks and Mortar Award goes to the City of Las Vegas for the rehabilitation of the historic West Side campus, school campus, and accepting on behalf of all the folks in the city who had a part of this major project is the city's architectural project manager, Sam Tolman. Sam, please come to the fast. How are you? Congratulations. Do come around over here, too, if you would. The earliest building at the school was built in 1923 for the children of what is now known as the historic West Side. This building is the oldest remaining school in Las Vegas. The building now serves as a cultural center for the community with professional office, meeting, event, and gallery space. So, Sam, tell us a little something after Mr. Stoldahl gives you the award and says something.
Sam, thank you so much for all the work and the passion that you put into this particular project. If you have not had a chance to visit the West Side School, you should stop by. It's a magic place now. This is a place in 1923 when it was built. There was nothing to the east, nothing to the north, and there were about 25 families that were living in what was called the Old McWilliamsville, which was between Bonanza and Wilson. And they petitioned the school district to build the school out there so their first grade, second grade, and third grade students would not have to cross over the railroad tracks and walk down to the elementary school, which is located roughly where the Fifth Street School is. Sam and a team of artists has restored that school, and when you visit the school and go to those classrooms with the two-story ceilings and the windows and the hardwood floor, it had to be clearly a magic place in the desert for these young people, and it's just beautiful, and it's really the start of something really special in that whole neighborhood. So Sam, thank you so much for the work you did.
It is beautiful. Please.
Well, thank you. Courtney Mooney and I went out to West Side School over 10 years ago, and we looked at that and said, can we restore and preserve this? And we could see that this was a wonderful facility, and I am grateful to be able to preserve history in this city.
What a beautiful, beautiful spot, too. Thank you. Congratulations to you. So can we all pull together and have a picture? Can we sort of pull in? Yeah. I think you are the shortest councilwoman. I think it's you.
He's going to be next to them.
Okay. Okay. So you'll see in the back there, Shane's back, way in the back there. Can you see everybody? Great. Thank you all very, very much. We're so proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. you. We'll be out often. It's wonderful. What a wonderful thing for the future. It's just beautiful. We're so excited. And for our final ceremonial this morning, you lucky guy, Councilman Anthony.
Are all the schools here? Missing two? Okay. All right, we'll wait a little bit longer.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to start off with Apple Corps, which is Councilwoman Tarkanian. Go for it.
Okay. This Apple Corps ceremony is taking place to celebrate the millions of minutes read by our City of Las Vegas students and highlights the shining stars of the program. The city's Safe Key program in the Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation was excited to partner with the Clark County School District for the third year to continue our work ensuring all students can learn the joys of reading. This program is what we would call an incentive reading program. It operates on the understanding that all children are capable of learning and that reading is the basis of all learning. The 70 Safe Key sites track the minutes that were read during Safe Key programs this year by each student. And I'm going to ask those students to come up as I read the rest because I want them to get some good TV time so their parents can enjoy it. So I'm going to invite the 15 students we're honoring. Quentin Miranda from Ward 2, if she would come up here, please. Oh, he. Yes. And then we will have Rudy Cortez from Ward 3. Lila Spada from Ward 4. Samantha Del Rio from Ward 1. Nayeli, I'm not pronouncing this right, but I'm trying, Maya from Ward 3. Caitlin Hurd from Ward 6. Bennett Haynell from Ward 1. Francisco Delgado from Ward 3. And we have Cassandra Gomez from, my goodness, Ward 3, and she has finished in the top 15 for the last 3 years in a row. Yeah. Maria Carla Neva Leon from Ward 3. Raul Figueroa from Ward 3. Brianna Santiago from Ward 3. Damian Wedden from Ward 3. Samantha Rojo from Ward 4. And Juliet Willard from Ward 4. Okay. These individuals are the top 15 contest winners that we had. And we are presenting the top readers with a Kindle Fire. And photos will be taken of council members with all the winning students. And I want you to know that after this, all the parents are invited to our restaurant area to have a little bit of food to eat and a little bit of drinks also. When I was the age of these students, I lived on a farm in a little town in California. And we were a little bit behind the rest of the world in that we had no televisions. We still had party lines. You know, you had to be careful what you said on a party line because you didn't know what your neighbors would be listening. And they did very good at it, too. They could lift the receivers easily and learn all that you were doing. We didn't have an opportunity to see many movies, but I was able to travel the world, and I was able to meet some astounding people in education in all forms of life because I read. And I read and I read, and I just did what you did. You have minutes that you're getting award for today, and I read books where I'd get a gold star on a certificate, and I just loved it. If over the summer I could cover the whole certificate with gold stars. But you know what was wonderful too was some of the people I read about, because I would read about people in movies and entertainment. When I came to Las Vegas, what I read when I was your age, I met some of those people. I met Elizabeth Taylor, who was in all kinds of things that you read about when I was young. I met Harry Belafonte, who was a great singer at that time. I was really fortunate, but I wouldn't have known a thing about them if I hadn't done my reading. So I congratulate all these little children we have here today, because they're doing a great job. And now I would like to have someone from our city come up that operates the program, the Safe Key program. Oh, who could this be? I only see her about every 2 days. Lisa Morris Hibbler, who's doing, is doing a fantastic job in helping us in education, and who works with CCSD, so the city and the schools have a partnership, and I'd like you to say a little more.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Thank you to the mayor and city council for continuing to support our work. Reading is obviously critically important, and we know that in grades K through 3, children have to master reading, because in the 4th grade and beyond, they are reading to learn. And so we are so excited to be a part of making reading fun and making reading excitement, and using our out-of-school time to do that. I just want to mention a couple of people in our audience. Robert Jones from our library district, who helps us coordinate that. We also have Principal John Haynall, who's one of our franchise principals, Principal Huzik from Piggott, who had previously won the top reader award for his school for 2 years in a row. And then also Griffith Assistant Principal Gambatese, and Principal Howell from Heckathorn. So we really appreciate you guys being here. And we have presentations for our top 5 readers, and I'm sorry if we can just hand those to them. Thank you. Okay.
Number 5. You go.
Raul Figueroa. Congratulations, Raul. And in these baskets are Kindle Fires and all the things that kids need so that they can continue their reading over the summer.
And that's from Hollingsworth School.
Our 4th place is Brianna Santiago from Hollingsworth. Brianna. Okay. That's Brianna over there. Thank you, sir. Damon Wedden from Hollingsworth, 3rd place winner. Oh, there you go. Basket might be bigger than you are. You got it. Okay, you got it. All right, good, good. Samantha Rojo, 2nd place winner from Tar Elementary School. And our 1st place winner is Juliet Willard from Tar Elementary School. Juliet. Yeah. All of our remaining students are getting this book basket over here that is heavier than they can carry, so we have those back. So thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
You know, we should be very, very appreciative, too, of the teachers at Pickett, Hollingsworth, Tar, Griffith, Heckathorn, Vegas Verdes, Moore, and for all that they've done. And every single one of you, if you weren't one of the top 5, you keep on reading so you can get some more and you'll be one of those top 5. But you know what? You've read those minutes. You've done such a great job. And when you watch this on television, and tell your mom and dads, because it's on more than once, so that they can see you get this great award. And we're very, very appreciative. And you know what I like about this group? This young man, he has been so attentive since the very beginning. His eyes are on me when I speak. His eyes are on Lisa when she speaks. And you know, that's what they say you need to do to succeed in the future. Pay attention. Pay attention, and that's what you did. So let me give you a special congratulations.
One more thing. We want to also congratulate May Elementary School for being the top school for Reader, Ward 4, and Councilman Anthony will be making a check presentation in the amount of $7,000 next week. So congratulations to May Elementary School.
And could we take a quick picture? Could our photographer come down and take a quick picture so these youngsters have one to take home? Could we do that? All right, photographer, wherever you are, come quickly, and let's get the children in line. Yeah.
Okay. If we can move that. And then, children, if you'll all get close together, and then the council can come right behind. And then we're going to look at Shane, if you'll raise your hand so they know where to look. Great. We're organizing children. It's better than chess. Come here, Dr. Hibbler. Come on in. Okay, I think we're ready. Now, Shane, how did they get a copy? How did the parents get a copy of this picture? Okay, Dr. Hibbler will be getting the copy of the picture to get out to all of you. Congratulations, all of you.
Congratulations to everybody.
Moms and dads, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful young people. We're so proud of you. Just beautiful. Okay, you can sit. And now, all right, they were fabulous, really wonderful.
Really are.
So you can roll slowly. Okay. And now we are preparing for our final item. Okay. Thank you. Are they coming? Are they in yet?
Okay.
Where are they?
I think they're just walking through the door.
Okay.
We're waiting for one more school who is on property. There they are.
I've heard of Jurassic, Triassic, or even the last 100 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait 1 second, please. Well, are we seated yet? No, they're coming in. So how about everybody join me in a beautiful round of happy birthday to David Bowers. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you.
Yay! Anybody else have a birthday today? Well, because I just heard you had a beautiful voice.
There's a birthday over there.
Where's their birthday? Where's the birthday? Raise your hand. Happy birthday. Mr. Bowers wishes he were your age. How old are you? I'm not allowed to ask. How old are you?
17.
Oh, how wonderful. Would that be knowing what we know to go back? Oh.
Think of the hair.
Have a great day and make sure that your friends treat you so kindly. Thank you, thank you. And Mr. Bowers, it's wonderful. What are you, a Taurus? Oh my, that's trouble. Did you know the sign Taurus is very stubborn? So, you are not. Hardworking too, and wonderful people. Another birthday where? Right there. How old are you? 11. Wow. Isn't that awesome? You have a wonderful time. You've got a great life ahead of you. Okay, I think we're all seated. Yes? Yours.
Okay. Yep, there's another birthday over. Oh, we have a happy birthday.
How old?
I better not.
Oh, never mind.
She said, never mind. I've learned that.
Wait.
I've learned that.
He's cutting you slack because you're a lady.
Okay, you're probably all wondering why all these good-looking kids are here this morning with us, so let's get started. We're here to celebrate the Great American Pride Program. During the 1998-1999 school year, Jeannie Johnson, who is a gifted and talented education teacher at Ruth Deskin Elementary School, she's right over here. We're going to talk about her a little bit later. She had an idea while working with a group of fifth grade students on early colonial times. Ms. Johnson remembered a personal experience she had in fifth grade when she was standing in front of her class reciting the Gettysburg Address to her peers. She said she was very scared, but she was also very proud to be able to do this. Ms. Johnson decided that she wanted to provide an event for her students to duplicate that experience. As a result, Ms. Johnson put together what we call the Great American Pride Program. The program is open to the entire fifth grade, and it's voluntary. Each year, a handful of fifth graders take advantage of this opportunity, and a lot of work takes place outside their normal classroom studies. There's an emphasis on citizenship, famous historical documents, and there are 6 specific requirements that they have to fulfill to complete the Great American Pride Program. So this is what they have to do, and you adults out there, think if you could do something like this. First of all, they have to write the Pledge of Allegiance with no mistakes. They will have to recite the preamble to the United States Constitution. They have to sing or recite the Star-Spangled Banner. This one, I don't know how they do this. They have to recite all 50 states and capitals in alphabetical order. They have to recite all 45 United States presidents in chronological order, and they have to recite the entire Gettysburg Address. Today, I am proud to recognize the fifth grade students from 5 schools that completed the Great American Pride Program. Yep. So when I started doing this here in 2010, we had 80 students. Today, we have 175. That's right. When I started doing this in 2010, all the schools were in my ward, Ward 4. Today, we have a couple other wards that are represented. So we have Ruth Deskin Elementary School in Ward 4. All right, there they are. We have Mount View Lutheran School. All right. In Ward 2, we have the Meadow School in Summerlin. Very near to the mayor's heart. In Ward 1, we have the Hayes Elementary School, Lois Tarkanian. And finally, in Ward 4, we have Gerheim Elementary School. So if I could have the teachers, remember the teachers don't have to do this. They volunteered to do this program, and the students, well, I guess the students have to do it if the teacher wants to do it. I never thought about how that works. So I'd like to have the teachers come down here from Ruth Deskin. Jillian Desan Poupard, would you please come down here? We have from Mountain View Lutheran, Christina O'Neill. Would you please come down here? Let's see, we have Kathleen Brennan, Linda Bookout, and Cindy Drehurst from Meadow School. From Hayes Elementary School, we have Tika Epstein. And from Gerheim, we have Linda Catanato. So these are the great teachers that have made these students some great citizens. So now the main event. We are going to have the students recite the Gettysburg Address from President Lincoln without any notes. So, Ms. Papard, would you please do this for me? Where are you? Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want them to stand?
Yeah, if you could have them stand and get them started.
Please stand. Ready? Okay.
You know, I've never done this before, but the parents and all the friends are in the back, and they can't really see. Why don't you come up here if you want to take a picture of your student or your kid, or come on down here, because at least you can get a picture of the kid reciting it. Yeah, I've never done that. I've never done that before, but I figure why take... I'm going to... No, you have to stay here. All right, now you can get in. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Ready? Begin. 407 years ago.
All right. Woo! Absolutely awesome. What a great job. That's what we do at City Hall. Thank you very much. So, we've given each of the teachers certificates of appreciation signed by the mayor and the entire city council for each student with their name on it. Before we leave, I have a special recognition. Ms. Jeannie Johnson, would you please come down here? As I said at the beginning, Ms. Johnson was one who started the Great American Pride program in 1998. And she recently retired from the Clark County School District after 46 years of teaching. Is that amazing? 46 years.
I am a fifth grade teacher at Ruthie Deskin. Julianne. And I remember when I first started teaching there, I was approached by someone with an armful of books walking down the hall going, "Hi, who are you?" She owned the place. She knew everybody that belonged, and she's like, "You're new." So we began talking, and we realized that we both had a connection to Alaska, and so that kind of bonded us initially, and we became fast friends. I looked to her as a mentor. With her experience and wisdom, she really helped me a lot, as she does all her colleagues, her students, and the parents. She's been included in college graduations, weddings, invited to that, and I'm like, wow, I wish, one day I can become a teacher like that that's embedded so much into her students' lives. I am going to be taking over American Pride now that she has retired, and I hope I can inspire the students through them learning about history and being proud in the country in which they live. I'm proud to call her a close friend at this time, and we do want to give her a recognition.
Thank you. Good job. So, Ms. Johnson, 46 years. I don't know how many kids you've impacted, but your legacy is a Great American Pride program. You've really made some, because of you, these kids learned the Gettysburg Address and everything else in the program. So, for everything you've done, I have a proclamation for you. There's a lot of whereases on here, which I've kind of mentioned in my remarks, but basically, it proclaims the City of Las Vegas, the mayor, and the entire City Council proclaims today Jeannie Johnson Day in the City of Las Vegas. You get the final word.
Oh, I do? Okay. Well, Councilman Mears just said, now for my next job. And frankly, I don't know what it's going to be. I've said for years through my teaching career that I wanted to stay in school and keep learning until I knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. And my health has kind of taken me out of my school now, and I'm searching very hard. In fact, I took down names this morning for the preservation group because I would maybe be really interested in the Tule Springs, but I'll find something, I know. But I want to say that I have been so totally blessed to have had the experience. This would have been my 47th year had I completed it. And the number of children, I've taught almost every grade level, high school, elementary, and the number of people that I have met, the parents, and especially with today's news constantly making us doubt this system that we have, that we follow for our governing, it will work because of people like the parents that are here today, and because of the people behind me, the mayor and the council. It will work because of you boys and girls. When you say the words of the Gettysburg Address, and it talks about it will not die in vain, you're going to be the ones that make sure. I have one last comment that I have lived my life by, and my students know very well that I believe in challenge. And this program that I put together isn't exclusive. I was 10 years old when I had to do it, and so it's very old. But the fact that you took on these tasks, and they are not easy, the challenges that your teachers give you, don't turn away from them. The challenges that your parents and society give you, don't turn away from them, because you are only as strong as the challenges that you take on. Thank you very much.
There we go. Okay, why don't we get the teachers over here? Get all the teachers over here. Let's get a picture taken with Jeannie Johnson. Hold your proclamation up. And the photographer wants you all gather in here. And kids, wave your flags, huh? There you go. Now that's a picture. Good job. You got it? Oh, there we go. Right in the back. Okay, so all the kids have their certificates. Becky's in the back there with Sally. All the kids follow Becky. They're going to take you upstairs to the 7th floor, show you where the city council offices are, show you where the mayor's offices are. Help yourself to anything in the mayor's office that you want to take. Just kidding. Leave everything. Don't touch anything in there. And let's get you back to school.
That guy's trouble. Thank you all. That was wonderful. We're going to recess to 10:15 so we can have the children leave easily and without pressure. Thank you all. Thank you, faculty. Thank you, students. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, everyone, I think we're sauntering back. Okay, everyone, and I believe at this point we are on agenda item 9. Good. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited. Matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Mayor Pro Tem, would you just read what 2 cards you have? It does not mean you can't speak other than that.
Yes, I've got a Mike Eckner, who wants to speak on the 4-master plan. I believe that's agenda item 38, as well as Corey Coleman, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Council. Good to see you again, Mayor.
Hi. And your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael Swecker. Sorry about my writing there. And my friend here is Dr. Shin. The purpose of me coming up here today, Mayor, the ribbon cutting that you attended at the CARE complex, thank you again for coming. Part of what those improvements allowed us to do, as we talked about that day, is to expand our services at CARE. It's something that we've been working on for a very, very long time, since we bought the property. And Dr. Shin is, we believe, the perfect operator to open a medical clinic at the CARE complex. And we have submitted a special use permit that is with the city now. And we asked for the council's support on that special use permit. Councilman Barlow has already been briefed on that. And we have checked with the fire department, the business licensing department, the planning commission department, as has Dr. Shin with all the appropriate medical licensing authorities, that the last thing we need in order to open this medical clinic is the special use permit on file currently with the city. I'm going to allow Dr. Shin to talk just briefly about his program and what he's been doing on East Sahara.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for allowing me to speak here today. I just want to tell you what Operation Hope has been doing for the past 7 years in the city, and we're looking forward to open a second site on 4-Master Lane so that we can help the homeless directly. We have been helping the homeless at our original site on Sahara, 992 East Sahara, but not, obviously, is away from the homeless corridor, so they have difficulty getting to our clinic. So the Operation Hope Clinic has been open for 7 years with all volunteer staff. There's no paid staff. Our nonprofit is 100% volunteer-based. We have 2 eligibility requirements at the clinic, which is that people cannot be insured and that they have to meet certain low-income qualifications. So,
Doctor, I'm going to ask, are you able to stay for agenda item 38, which will be the appropriate time, or are you committed that you cannot? In which case, if you can, I'm going to ask our Deputy City Manager, Scott Adams, who's been working just recently with so many issues that include would include you in the conversation.
What time would that discussion be made, approximately?
What time can anybody give me some advice on what time about number 38?
Should be pretty quick. Next 30, 40 minutes. Should be next 30, 40 minutes.
30 minutes, 40 minutes?
Oh, absolutely, I can
We'd
stay for
prefer
yes,
that then.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
They're here on the corridor of hope and care.
I just.
Again, your name, I'm sorry, every time.
Yes, Mike Swecker. Barrett Crowley won't be able to stay for the item number 38. And I
Okay.
just wanted him to speak briefly is we have some ideas that we've discussed preliminarily with the city about a care corner, which would include the care complex, as well as the thrower property on the hard corner of 4 Master Main.
Correct.
It'd be a public-private partnership, and Barrett is willing to provide site plans
Okay.
and different designs.
This is very critical. I think if you would, Mr. Adams, if you would go speak with Mr. Swiker right now to let him know about the meeting yesterday. And, sir, I'd be happy to hear from you if you'd state your name for the record.
Sure.
Because then if you both, Doctor, wouldn't mind staying for 38, we can go from there.
Barrett Powley I'm the owner of Encompass Studio. We have an architectural firm, an interior design firm downtown Las Vegas where we have doing a lot of work, and we got involved with the care complex and was able to do the drawings for them to get the permits so they could, when we had the opening, and we are interested in being a stakeholder, and we have become a stakeholder in this property and want to assist Mike and his team in developing whatever plans we can to take care of a big issue is the homeless and providing services free of cost as much as we can. So
We are all in on this. I thank you. If you would step aside with Mr. Adams over here, all three of you, and he can bring you up to speed. Please don't leave either until you've spoken with Mr. Adams.
All right.
And then we'll get to 38 and you'll see what's happening. But if you would talk with the three of them, please, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down. Thank you for the work you're doing. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to Agenda 10. For possible action, any items council staff excuse me, I forgot. Councilman Barlow, you wanted to recognize a group that we have with us today.
Yes, Mayor, thank you so very much. We have Miss Janet Hurd in the audience. If you'll please stand. And also the students here from South Continuation, if you all please stand and be recognized. They're here to join in the city council meeting today. Thank you all so very much for being here. In addition to that, they'll have an opportunity to visit City Hall and roam through the hallways of City Hall to actually see how the work is done behind the curtain of government. And so I really want to thank you all so very much for being here, and most definitely wish you much success in your academic enriching program here today and throughout your life. And so thank you so very much, Ms. Hurd. And of course, to your immediate left, Harry has some certificates for each one of the students here today. And thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday again. Okay, so we'll move on now to Agenda Item 10, possible action. Any items council, staff, or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Your Honor, the staff has requested that Agenda Item 25 for possible action to approve a beer wine cooler off-sale license for SF Markets LLC doing business as Sprouts Farmers Market at 8441 Farm Road in Ward 6. They've asked to have that one stricken, and that's the only one we have, so that'll be my
Okay.
motion.
That's a motion to strike Agenda Item 25. Please vote and please post. Councilman Beers?
I apologize, Your Honor. Mr. Jerbick was bringing me up to speed in the back.
Hey, you're still not registering. Could you hit it again, please? There we go. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda Item 11, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to April 5th, 2017 regular City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve on the minutes. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman? Thank you. Okay, motion carries. Agenda items 12 through 33 on the consent agenda considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Item 25, as you know, has been stricken, and I understand the Mayor Pro Tem would like number 12 pulled. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward?
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
I don't wish to bring item 22 forward. I think it can stay on the consent agenda with your permission, but I would like to abstain on that item only. I was a member of Mundo LLC, which is transferring this license, so I will be unusually impacted by that matter, and I abstain.
Thank you very much. Any other items you wish brought forward? Nope. Okay, so Councilman Beers is abstaining on agenda item 22. And let's see, the
Your
record
Honor?
should reflect my abstention on item 16 because it pertains to medical marijuana, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. But I'll be voting on all other items. So, do you want to start with 12, or do you
No,
want to pass
let's go
everything?
ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 through 33.
Okay, there's a motion. Would you please vote?
With the exception of 25?
It's stricken.
We still struck that, correct. Sorry, my bad.
And then I'm going to, Councilman, there it goes, that carries. I'm going to read agenda item 12 for possible action to approve a park reimbursement agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Providence Homeowners Association, HOA, to complete the construction of Huckleberry Park, located at 10325 Farm Road, $1,009,000 residential construction tax, RCT. This is in Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director, Community Development. This item is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas and the Providence Homeowner Association. During the economic recession, the master developer renegotiated a development agreement for this master plan community in order to be able to complete all the infrastructure necessary to support this development. As part of that negotiation, this park was renegotiated to be completed at a certain level. And so today, this park is half completed. What this memorandum does allows the city to partner with the Providence Homeowner Association to complete the construction of this park. There's a rendering here that shows the improvements that would be part of it. It's about a 15-acre site, about half of it's developed. This will complete the other half of the development for that site.
Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Certainly, Mayor. This is a park that's at the corner of Farm and Egan Crest. The east portion of it has been completed with an open area. It's got a basketball field, some open trail area. The second phase would provide a tennis court, provides a water splash feature, some picnic area, tot lot, recreational area, some open space, and continuation of the rest of the parcel, as well as the outside improvements. That's what's contemplated to be completed with that. And again, partnership between the HOA and the city using some of the residential construction tax funds that are generated out of this development to fund a portion of it, the HOA contributing some funds to fund the other portion.
Wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to pull this forward. Mr. Cervantes, thank you very much and your staff for thinking creatively to make this happen for the folks who live up in Providence. Your Honor, with your indulgence, Krista Long from the Providence Homeowners Association is here, and I think he'd like to say a few words.
Wonderful.
Not to put you on the spot.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate being here today. It's an inspiring day, especially with all of the school kids and hearing the Gettysburg Address. It was really nice, so thank you for that. On behalf of the residents in Providence and CCMC, I just wanted to thank you for making the community whole. On behalf of the many thousands of residents up there, we've been working on this project for a while, and a real heartfelt thanks to Councilman Ross for working with us to bring this thing to the finish line, and especially to city staff. City Manager Betsy Fretwell, happy birthday, Betsy. Was instrumental in helping us, as well as Jorge Cervantes here, and they are invaluable assets to the city, and many thanks to you. This is going to be something that we are all going to be proud of because it's not only going to benefit the homeowners in Providence, but all of the folks in Ward 6 that will get use and enjoyment of this park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong. And I know I introduced you, but would you put your name on the record for the city clerk for me, please?
Sorry about that. Chris DeLong, 7181 North Wallapai.
Thank you. And Mr. DeLong, it has been a privilege and honor to serve the residents of Providence for these last 12 years and working very closely with all of you to make Providence the amazing, wonderful place it is to live. I was telling my colleagues the other day about Knickerbocker Park, and it's the best baseball diamond in town because you can see the entire valley from home plate. So it's a unique place up there, and if you haven't had a chance, council members and folks that are watching this, take a drive and go check it out because there's still some homes for sale.
Please do. They're selling quick, fortunately for us, but it's a great, well-kept secret up there in the Northwest. We really enjoy it, and so we would enjoy hosting you up there as well. And thank you for all of your dedication and leadership over the years and bringing this thing to the finish line. We're going to miss you on the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong.
We're going to miss him, too.
With that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item 12.
Thank you. There's a motion to move to approve agenda item 12. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Okay, agenda item 34.
Mayor,
Yes,
before we pass all, excuse me.
sorry. Yes, Councilwoman.
Before we move on, could I just say for item number 21 that I know we all welcome the Office of a United States House of Representative individual, Dina Titus. It'll be very nice having her here, and people who may want to speak to Dina Titus, who represents us on the national level, will be able to come here to our offices and meet with her, which I think is very good. Just wanted to point that out extra.
Thank you very much. Yep, we're honored to have her here. Okay, agenda item 34. Discussion for possible action to approve an interlocal agreement 17-0841 or IL between the City of Las Vegas and the RTC Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada to allow the City of Las Vegas to fund a downtown Las Vegas circulator pilot service to be managed by the RTC. I'm not sure that amount's right, but what it says here is $550,000. Traffic Improvement Capital Funds Project Fund, CPF Wards 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Coffin and Barlow. I thought it was $250.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that recognition. I'm David Bowers, Director of Public Works for the City of Las Vegas, and it's a pleasure to be back here before you again this morning on the downtown circulator. As you mentioned, it's a partnership with the RTC, an interlocal, and we're very fortunate to have the RTC as partners. As you know, they've really helped us a lot in the downtown area for improving our streets and this bus service now. We have MJ Maynard in the audience in case there's any questions on the RTC side. And they're going to enter into a contract with Keolis Transportation. It's one of their major providers for transportation service on their bus routes. In fact, they have 300 buses on their system. And Francis Julian's also in the audience. He's really helped us. And you might remember Francis from our recent presentation and demonstration we did in downtown Fremont Street. They brought in the Navia's Arma, the autonomous shuttle, into town. So really a great partnership to have with Keolis. So starting with the overview of the agreement, as you mentioned, there is a $550,000 amount on this total 1-year potential term, but it's going to be a 6-month pilot with an option to extend for an additional 6 months if we decide to do so. So it's going to be a free service, and the city is going to pay for the entire cost of the service. The RTC is just helping us facilitate the contract. As I mentioned, a 6-month pilot. And it's going to include 2 cutaway-style transit buses, 28 feet long. They have a capacity of 19 passengers, 15 if the ADA area is used in the back. It'll have 1 access door up front. And we're going to have a security officer
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last statement?
Sure, it'll have one access door to the shuttle up front, like a standard bus. It's only 28 feet long, so it's not a very long bus like you see on some of these city-type transit buses. So this one access point, we think, is going to work very well for this.
Is that something that you will be reviewing as we go along? Because obviously with one going in and what you're using the same door both way, it could slow everything down if in fact the pilot works. So is there an option? There are no other buses that size that have the middle door as they use at the shuttle out at the airport or something. They don't have that one with the accordion one in the middle of the bus.
You know, for this particular shuttle, this size, this seemed to be the best bus for that. But we'll definitely explore that, and maybe at the 6-month term, we'll see how well this operated, and if it does appear that, another entrance exit would be beneficial, we'll look at it at that time. We do have an ADA access point at the rear, and that's, it does look like a door, but it's going to be a lift for those 2 ADA positions in the back of the bus.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So as I was starting to say, we have one security officer that's going to be on duty full time. They'll be on one shuttle or the other as it operates, and so if there's any issues, they can quickly, easily catch up to each other and make sure we exchange shuttles. 15-minute headway max is what we anticipate. It's a route that's been studied closely. We've all driven it to make sure that it's something that's feasible, and it looks like it's going to work very well. And the shuttle is actually going to operate 7 days a week, 9 hours per day. And proposed hours of operation, Monday through Thursday is our expected heaviest lunchtime. So we're going to start at 11:30 and operate till 8:30. And then Friday through Saturday, we're going to start later in the afternoon at 3 p.m. and go till midnight, because that's typically the later night hours. And then Sunday, we'll catch the brunch crowd, hopefully 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Keyless is very fortunate, too, in that they're really a highly technically advanced agency. They're always looking for opportunities, and they're going to be providing boarding data for us, trip durations, how long it's going to take to do the cycle, as well as the actual headways, that they're experiencing. So it's going to be very beneficial for us to review this in the 6-month period, or even make adjustments along the way if needed. So here's the route, and what I'll do is I'll start at the Bonneville Transit Center, the BTC, in the middle there. And as you know, the RTC has an extensive bus system in place, and a lot of these buses land, a lot of routes land at the BTC. So we're very fortunate that it's going to drop there, and then our shuttle will be able to pick these people up and distribute them downtown to the businesses and attractions. From the BTC, it's going to go to the outlet mall, the premium outlet mall, and as you know, there's already a great attraction there. I think we're going to be taking a lot of people there off the bus system, but they also have hundreds of people that come there from the Strip. So there's going to be an opportunity for these people that come directly to the mall to now explore the downtown area. So I think it's really going to increase the benefits for downtown with these new customers. From there, we're going to return back east on Bonneville, make a turn north on Main Street, and hit the Plaza Hotel and Casino stop, which would be on the west end of Fremont Street. So to give all those businesses, the entertainment district in that area, an opportunity for access. From there, we're going to take a turn north on Stewart to the east and stop at the Ma Museum, obviously a major attraction for the city of Las Vegas, so we expect to see a lot of ridership at that point. From there, we're going to head north on Las Vegas Boulevard, south on Las Vegas Boulevard, and we'll stop at the east end of Fremont Street, the Fremont East area, and it'll basically service both sides and then work with those businesses and those attractions. So it's really a good stop for us. And then we're going to extend down to the Pond Plaza, the Pawn Star location, where they built that large center there. So we expect a lot of ridership to there as well. It's going to be a good stop. And then from there, we're going to take a right onto Hoover Street. So that's going to take us west on Hoover and stop in the Arts District areas. So Hoover and First Street. And the nice advantage there, first of all, is the Arts District has really grown. It's a prominent area, a lot of attraction for people to visit. But also you have Soho Lofts and Newport at that same area. So it's going to be beneficial in that downtown residents will now have the ability to get around downtown. So that's the entire route, and we think it's really worked out well. We appreciate the help that the RTC and Keyless has given on and establishing this route. And thanks to you, Mayor, we've named this the Downtown Loop. I think it's a very catchy name, and I think it's really going to be something simple and expresses what it does. So we're very happy with that name. And you can see it's the bright pink color. So, you know, it's going to be well characterized. When you see this, you're going to recognize right away that it's going to be able to take you around downtown. It's going to stand out well. So we're very excited about that. And then in addition, the Communications Department is working very closely with us, as you know, to establish the marketing plan. We think on top of the fact, you know, that it's an advertisement in itself, they're also going to be advertising on Channel 2, the city website, news releases to the press, of course, and working with the news stations. And they're also going to be working with the downtown casino and businesses to help pass out, you know, cards to make sure that their customers understand that this service is available. And we're also working with the RTC, the Communications Department is, to put on a big media launch for when this thing starts. So, and on top of that too, these will be the shuttle stop signs that you'll see at each stop, so hopefully they'll be easily recognizable. Pedestrians that come out of a business or see these will know right away, like, hey, let's jump on this. You can see exactly where it goes. So we think it's really going to make it nice for them to see how to work this. So basically then in 6 months, we'll be evaluating the benefits, the pros and cons of the shuttle service. And we think one of the signs of success is going to really be, you know, the feedback from the businesses. You know, how much has this benefited from you? And then if they're willing to help contribute to that next 6-month period, maybe we'll move forward. You know, I mean, what we're hoping is that it does bring the visitors, the local people, the workers, as, you know, as well as the residents, and bring the additional business to the attractions and to the, you know, business for lunch, dinner, and such. So we're looking forward to that 6-month review. And then finally, too, as I mentioned earlier, Keolis is our partner in the autonomous shuttle, and they're not done yet. They're really looking at working closely with us to expand that. The next pilot services they're looking to extend into the Fremont East area again, but doing a 2-block circumference where they're going to be hitting signals, stop signs, interacting more with vehicular and pedestrian traffic. So it's going to really be a good test for the shuttle, a good demonstration, and we're excited to have them. And the hope is eventually that if that goes successfully, that we'll be able to move that autonomous shuttle into our circulator route. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, it's my birthday then, too. Thank you very much. It's your birthday, but I'm very excited about this. And MJ, would you please stand up? MJ Maynard, awesome. I mean, she has really moved this along with her staff, and we're so very grateful, and to Keolis, of course. One of the things I did want to just make it a record to make sure that in addition to that, as we get to the end of the evaluative time, there were a couple of things which I think I asked Mr. Riggleman to be sure of, that somehow his input or the PIO input would go to whoever the drivers are, so they become sort of hospitality people, can talk about the stops and be informed, just not have somebody that's driving, but somebody that's interactive with the ridership and knows about the Mob Museum or whatever, wherever the drop is, the Pawn Stars. That would be one. And then the second thing was, I had thought that I heard, and maybe it's incorrect, that the real data collection of ridership was not something, because of whatever, that would be ongoing, but we certainly could give the driver just a simple click, something to count people getting on.
You know, I had a very good conversation this morning with Francis Julian, the general manager of Keolis, and we talked about a couple of things, you know, both those issues, in fact. And they're doing much better than the driver clicker. They actually have a camera that recognizes pedestrian on-offs, so they're going to be able to give us that complete data at each stop. So it's very impressive.
Well, I can't tell you how excited, and it is. I think the key is in everything always. If you don't market it, how's anybody to know about it? So a major in the hotel rooms and every store. And once they get into it and understand, then everybody will know. So I'm really, really grateful.
Sure.
And just, so it's 200, what is it? 225?
275,000 per 6 months
6
maximum. It may be a little less, and then we'll, like I said, look at it after 6 months and possibly extend it another 6 months, and that's why the contracts for 5.
When, Mr. Bowers, are we hopeful of having it started?
We're looking at mid-June.
You are?
So earlier than July that you requested. So Keolis, again, the RTC, have really worked closely with us to make that happen as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. So comments, questions, anything? Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. So I'm still, well, the city has tried this in the past, long before I think any of us were serving, and not had very good success. So I'm a little concerned that we don't have the accountability in place. I hear some, yeah, we're going to get some counts, but I'd kind of like to know, what is the measurement? Is it passenger miles or passenger minutes or just a passenger count? And then what are the goals? I'd like it so that we state it's our goal to carry 50,000 people over the next 12 months or 100,000 people over the, something we can get out on the table to have to compare our accountability measures with later.
I understand, Councilman Beers. You know, and it's a very difficult measure to grasp, but, you know, really in the end, what we're trying to do is increase the economic viability of our downtown. And that's the reason we're doing this. We're trying to increase the accessibility of our tourists as well as our locals, residents, to the downtown businesses. We want to see more people visit the Ma Museum, the Pond Plaza. We want to see them go to lunch more often, you know. So in the end, it's probably really going to go back to business receipts. You know, what type of increase are you seeing? And then what percentage of that business increase are you willing to generate back to making sure the service, you know, operates continuously? Because I agree with you that it's not sustainable for a city to continue to throw money at something that there's not a return in for the city itself. So there has to be some type of private business feedback on this to make it successful. You know, and to correlate that at this point, how many passengers it takes to get that business, you know, increase, it's hard to say. I wish I, you know, was able to do that, but I really can't. I'm happy to sit down with you and discuss this in more detail, but what we're really hoping to see is we're going to meet with the stakeholders in about a month, get feedback from them, and really know it. I think in the first month, they're going to see a change in their business. And we'll get a better feel at that point, and then I'll be happy to respond back to you on how that meeting went, and you're welcome to attend.
Thanks. I will be in support of this item, Your Honor. It's a little risky, but we haven't tried it for a long time, and it might help. Let's give it a try.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, so what kind of, I mean, what information are we going to try to capture during this experimental period? I mean, there's got to be something that we're going to put on paper for us to look at, you know, whether it's to quantify success or qualify it, or maybe the RTC can help, but there's got to be some information that you're going to present to us. So do you know what those data points are that you're going to give us at the end of this experiment?
So based on feedback from Keolis, you know, they can provide us the ridership information, how many passengers ridden total and how many stopped or got on at each location. So we'll have that detailed information, but we're not able to say that they were picked up from this point to that point because you're not allowed to use facial recognition or anything to help track that passenger. But you know, we will know how many people rode the shuttle. You know, and in the end, the ultimate indicator, how much it helps these businesses, is private information. You know, we really have to rely on business, you know, to really give us the feedback on how much they want this. You know, if after 6 months they said they saw no increase, maybe it's dropped at that point.
Right.
So, but we're going to know how many people got on the shuttle?
Correct.
And how many people got on the shuttle at specific locations? We're going to know that?
Correct.
Just those two things?
Yes, you won't know people that got on the shuttle as well as got off the shuttle, each location, total number of riders, how long it takes for the shuttle to make the cycle. So everything that's, you know, dependent on those counts, we will have.
So how many people got on at a location, how many people got off at a location, total number of riders, the amount of time it took to go around, and then you're going to go around to the businesses that kind of get on and off and talk to them personally to see if this shuttle had an impact on their business, if they felt that?
That's
You're gonna
correct.
do that also?
Yeah. That's correct.
Okay.
And in fact, we had a stakeholder meeting prior to this meeting to see what they really wanted, you know, the type of service, the type of shuttle, what locations. It was a very good meeting. The mayor was involved. And so we've got a good organizational, good feedback from the stakeholders. And we're going to have that meeting again in another month to get that feedback directly again.
So we'll have that information at the end of the first 6 months, or?
Hopefully
We'll have it on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis,
Yes.
okay. All right, good, that'll be good information, thanks.
And I think it really would be helpful because as you're giving us back the information specific to what Councilman Anthony was saying, that for instance, I know from the Mob Museum, they're very excited because that will drive, they're hopeful as we move people, who cares, from the World Market Center, the premium outlets, and I may have a wrong figure, Councilman, but I think Ms. Maynard said that the RTC daily count is 1,200 just by the RTC at the outdoor mall. 1,200. Is that not correct? It is correct. So if we can move, because I know the hotels would love it, and two, looking forward, this fixed route is to be minimal, and it can expand later on into the Arts District or wherever if this becomes successful. If it fails, it fails. But at least I know we have heard from business people they'd like to see people being able to move. Plus, once we have our garages in place and the people that go to the Discovery Museum or the Smith Center, this all can fit in that same loop. So thank you very much. And again, thank you, Keolis, and thank you, MJ and RTC. I mean, so at this point, is
Mayor,
this...
Before you do, I want to say you kind of summed up my thoughts as well in regards to all of those locations you mentioned, because in prior years, Councilman Beers,
There
we've
was
seen
nothing here.
these attempts, but there's so many great things downtown now. There's so many people moving in the downtown area. Just the data, the data we got received, who was the, was it Lyft or Uber that gave us that data on trips, downtown trips?
Uber actually showed us a map of their most frequently patronized points. And I know that MJ has worked on similar data that she's been providing to inform this conversation that has culminated in the item today.
And I think that's kind of a driving force behind this. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm excited to see this happen and excited to see it be successful. I'd even like to get a measurement of writers. I mean, what are the writers thinking, MJ, when the time comes to do these interviews on using the system? Because I know we're always good at interviewing people about how well the city operates, but I'd certainly like to see some data on that as well.
Well, and Mayor Pro Tem, I know there's a big thrust to park your car and leave it. And so with the addition of the bike share and with the trying to be more pedestrian friendly and the bike paths that are put in as well, I mean, this is just another piece to get rid of the cars and have them park somewhere and then be able to move around, to say nothing of when we get to Cashman, the ability of this to move north of the 95 perhaps, and wherever else.
Well, the next 6 months will be telling, certainly, Your Honor, but even the RTC with their 10,000th rider on their bike share downtown, I mean, that's huge. Huge for us as a city, and I think it's been a very successful program, and I think this is also going to be a successful operation as well, so I'm looking forward to it, Director. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want to make a motion then?
I think one of them should be.
Oh, yeah, 1, 3, and 5, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we've been briefed on this before, and it's every time it seems we're getting a little better on how we're putting this. And I know, as Mr. Beers said, we've had problems in the past, but it seems now maybe we've reached the point where the attractions we have, and if we push it right, we'll let people use it. So I'm in agreement with this.
You want to make a motion?
Well, I move. Turn my mic off. I move that we approve item number 34.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 34. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much, Mr. Bowers. Thank you again. Keolis and MJ, everybody. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 35. Discussion for possible action regarding the employment agreement with Scott Adams, the city manager selected on May 3rd, 2017 by the City Council, not to exceed midpoint of salary range and benefits general fund. Mr. Tarwater, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director, and with me is Morgan Davis, City Attorney's Office. Again, before you have a discussion item regarding the employment agreement of Scott Adams, the new city manager who was selected on May 3rd by you. Along with the agenda item, there is a employment agreement that was posted for the public to view and for you to view. And if you like, I can simply go through the summary of that agreement without reading it word for word. How's that? The essence of the agreement is, the term of it is 2 years, and after the 2-year agreement, they also have extensions that are listed in that agreement. There's a termination and severance clause that talks about a separation with 12 months of continuation of pay or lump sum with a year of health insurance on separation prior to the agreement. The salary has been set at $245,000, which is below the city's current midpoint for the executive grade 8. The salary can increase year to year based on performance. And on the annual performance process, it would be joint standards that are adopted by the city council, mayor, and of course the city manager. The benefit structure is our current city benefits. In addition to that, there's a $10,000 payment from the city to a 401A plan annually throughout the term of the contract. And there's an additional 40 hours of administrative leave hours that are paid at the same time annually. And then under the retirement program, PERS, the city manager currently participates in that program. But in addition to that, after every 6 months in the city manager's sick time program, anything in excess of 240 sick hours will be paid out in PERS credits to PERS each 6-month period.
Thank you very much. And was it signed in blood? Yeah. Okay, well done. Any questions from council? I would entertain a motion, please. And thank you both.
Your Honor, I would move to approve the employment agreement with Mr. Adams as the new city manager for the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. There's a motion.
Mayor,
Yes, please,
question on the motion.
please.
Should we not hear from Mr. Adams?
Well, I
As
asked
to
him if he
whether or not
signed in blood. He held
whether
up
or
his
not
wrist.
I know he signed it, but I mean, he may have been under duress. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I would like to hear from our new city manager. Congratulations, Mr. Adams, in advance.
well, we haven't
I said
voted.
it.
I was going to say,
in
you haven't
advance.
approved the agreement yet.
I said in advance. But do you agree? Do you agree to the terms?
Absolutely. I have signed the agreement. I'm very acceptable to the terms of the agreement. And should you approve this agreement, I would be honored and humbled to serve as your city manager and do it in the most professional and even-handed manner as possible.
And he used the key word "should." I like that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, any other comment? No, I think I had already, no, we have Councilman Coffin that needs to vote here. He's still thinking, he was waiting, and unanimous. Congratulations.
Good job.
And thank you both, Mr. Tarwater and Morgan, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to agenda item 36, report by the Office of Communications Staff and discussion for possible action on the city brand all wards, and this is Mr. Riegelman, please.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. For the record, I'm David Riegelman, Communications Director for the city. I've got a report this morning, an update for you on where we are with the city's brand imaging efforts. I think you're aware, last October we launched a new logo to go along with our city seal. And so I have a report today on how that's gone over this first 6 months, 7 months since we first launched that new brand. Probably a good question to ask right up front is, why is brand imaging important? Why is that important in the first place to any organization? And really that first bullet that's on the screen now is the best one to answer that question. A positive brand is going to give you a clear, consistent, and recognizable image. Important aspect of that is that in passing you'll be able to identify that image for the organization. When you see Coca-Cola, Ford Motor Company, even Clark County, they have a logo, a brand that's distinct. And when you see it, you know immediately who those organizations are. So that was really the beginning of the thought of why it's important to have a brand for any organization. Why that was important for us is because this is where we started. I think you'll all recall that our brand was a little hard to define because it looked a little like this. We had literally 12 different versions of the seal itself, which was our city emblem for all intents and purposes. But beyond that, there was really no consistency in what the city's brand was. Some departments had logos, divisions within departments had logos. So it was kind of a mishmash of what the city's brand really was. And I'm sure to the citizens, to some degree, rather confusing at times as to what was city and what wasn't. So really, before we got into this whole topic of a brand management, a brand image, this really began with a discussion that we had at the CMO level, City Manager's Office level, back in 2015 in July. The purpose of this discussion was to talk about how we could implement and execute the council priorities that you all had set forward. So as part of the exercise in moving ahead on that, we asked ourselves a couple of questions. What do we want the city to be, and how do we want the city to look? And some of the words that we identified were iconic, progressive, exciting, community. We also wanted to make sure that we were modern, fresh, and exciting. Well, out of those discussions really is what led us to the whole idea of, do we want to add a logo, a brand that's separate and distinct from what we've been currently doing. It's common for many government entities to have a seal as their official emblem or seal. The Great Seal of the state of Nevada, the Great Seal of the state of whatever, Texas, and so on and so forth. So like all government entities, we had a seal. The question was, do we want to do what other organizations have done and also complement that by a brand through a logo? Clark County does that. They have a seal and a logo. North Las Vegas, Boulder City. But cities across the United States, just to name a few, San Diego, Seattle, Philadelphia, Tampa, all do the exact same thing. So we first approached the council in briefings back in February of last year and broached the subject, are you interested in doing that, having a seal but adding a logo? The feedback we got was, well, let's see what you come up with and we'll figure out where we go from there. So the following day, after we heard that feedback, we had a meeting at the city manager's level, and we started to outline a strategy. Well, how are we going to do this? And a couple of things came out of that. One, we need to probably identify some kind of brand standards guide. When will we use the seal? When will we use the logo? And have some type of direction on that. Because the intent of obviously was never to do away with the seal. It was just to have the logo complement the seal, like I say, like other organizations have done. Part of that, too, was to develop a branding and marketing plan. How would we roll this thing out? And the other aspect that was really important is that, well, we probably need to figure out what to bring back to all of you. What should we use as potential options in all of this? So between February and May, we did several things. We worked with a total of about 9 artists, including 4 of our internal artists, asked them to come up with some concepts. Altogether, they came up with about 20 different designs for logos. Obviously, that was a lot. So what we did is we met with some PR and marketing professionals here in town during that time. Dawn Christensen, she's at MGM now, but had been at LVCVA. Vince Alberta is at UNLV now. He had been at LVCVA, Water District, and also at NV Energy. Danielle Bisterfeld from Howard Hughes, and then also Kathy Tull from LVCVA. They helped us narrow that list of 20 down to 4. And we presented those 4 to you back on May 3rd during briefings. And those are the 4 across the bottom of the screen. From left to right, those were the 4 designs that we had kind of narrowed it down to. The feedback we got then was, well, okay, how do we figure out which one to use? The discussion sort of centered around, well, what does the public think? Let's let the public weigh in on all this. So between May 3rd and July, with the help of Jeremy Aguero's Applied Analysis Group, we did a community survey online, and this is some of the input that we heard. Now, the box on the right is really the one that gets to the nitty-gritty of what occurred. the surveying found that the logo that we ended up picking was the clear winner. You can see how the others stacked up. In the interest of full disclosure, I'll be honest with you, it wasn't the one that I would have picked, and I'll tell you something else. We also had the public vote or submit their opinion on color. They chose overwhelmingly, almost half the people who were surveyed picked the magenta color that we use now, which it's not pink, Councilman Barlow, it's magenta. It's a cross between pink and purple. And okay, that's what magenta is. But again, not necessarily the color I would have picked, but those were the results, and really it wasn't very close on either count. So following that, we presented that to you on July 19th. These were the results. And so, again, based on the feedback we heard at briefing, it's like, well, how are we going to roll all this thing out? What's it going to look like? So from July until October, we did a couple of things. We started to work on the brand standard guide and refining that. Again, when to use the seal that you can see there on the screen, and when were we going to use the logo, how would they work in conjunction with one another. And then also, we began the process through the advice of the City Attorney's Office. If we were going to unveil this to the public, we needed to start trademarking it. And so we worked with Terry Ponicello and Brad's office on the process of trademarking it so that once we did reveal it, it just didn't get out of our control. So then on October 4th, one more briefing. We gave you a preview of the brand standard guide. And then on October 5th, we revealed it to the public and to the world, showing them the seal, the logo, and had a discussion at council that day. And then the following week, we moved forward on implementation. Some of the reaction that we had on it obviously was very, very good. I'm sure many of you heard a lot of the same types of things. The media coverage on it, all the local news outlets covered the unveiling of the logo. The stories that we had mostly were very positive. This is some of the feedback that we had gotten and still receive. Just last week or the week before, we had some interactions with Heidi Harris from KXNT Radio. She was working on a story. We were emailing her back and forth, and she concluded it by saying, hey, by the way, I meant to tell you I love the logo. So the employees also, by and large, really have embraced it. You can see it's on a lot of the different shirts here at the city already. And as we briefed council, as we kept you apprised of the progress as we moved through all this last year, we also were briefing the employees. We would get feedback from you. Then we would let the employees know kind of where we stood in the process. We had employee meetings with representatives from all the departments in April and August. And then also we had briefings for the directors, the appointed employees in April and in September. The logo use, as you know, we had never intended to take down the seal and start replacing it with the city's logo. But as vehicles were replaced, shirts were replaced, trash cans replaced, stationery, business cards, etc., we began to introduce the new logo. You can see those vehicles are all new. The shirts are new, and that was never the intent, to spend money taking down the old to replace it. But as things changed out, we moved to the new logo. One of the things is because this is new, we're still kind of feeling our way a little bit as to when to use the seal and when to use the logo. The county, for all intents and purposes, anything at the commission level is the seal. It's their official seal. For all other things, they use the logo. We didn't want to take quite as hard a line here at the city, so what we tried to do is identify official actions, council action, proclamations, the flag court proceedings, of course citations, judicial documents, permitting, business licenses, legal documents, enforcement, any aspects of enforcement, seal. This is official, this is more serious. When we're trying to identify the city to separate us from other organizations and to brand the city more specifically, we wanted to try to use the logo. And you can see on flyers, postcards, on the vehicles, on signage, of course on our website, social media, to identify the city.
Excuse me, David.
More easy.
But we have a little bit of a question here.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have copies that you could show us of the logo and of the seal of, say, the county or San Diego?
I can provide that for you, Councilman. Councilman, I don't have it with me here, but the county's seal is similar to ours. It's got a Joshua tree in the center of it.
Yes.
And their logo is that diamond that has the little petroglyph family on it. That's their logo. And their seal is similar to ours. It says Clark County, Nevada across the top, Nevada on the bottom, and it's got a Joshua tree in the middle. That's their seal.
Okay, now I'm understanding.
And I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I should have been more specific on that. Their logo is the little family, the petroglyph figures on the diamond. I think it's a mom, dad, kids, and a dog or a cat or something on there. That's their logo. And they've had that in use for a number of years. So now, one of the things that we heard from you is that, and Councilman Coffin mentioned this just the other day, is the color. Sometimes the magenta just didn't bode well on everything that we were using it for. So we understand that, and this is new, and so, yeah, we obviously want to try to refine it as we move along. So some of the options, this is maybe a different option where we have the logo, you can see the seals on there, but maybe for more official correspondence, it's reversed, where the seal is prominent, and you can see the logo itself is understated toward the bottom right-hand corner. Obviously, too, to stay with the colors that we had unveiled in the brand standard guide, we can also lighten the color a little bit, make the color a little bit more, a little less pink, if you will. And so these are some color options that still fit the color palette of our brand standard guide, but still look a little more official in their presentation. This might be something that the council or code enforcement or law enforcement would be more apt to use as opposed to what we had originally had rolled out. Similar for fire too. Again, these colors that we're showing you are all part of the brand standard guide, that color palette, but just some different options to make it a little less strong in the magenta side of things. Just some examples here of cards, a seal on one side, logo on the other, maybe for something more official. Correspondence from the council, the one on the right, maybe a thank you note from a staff member, the one on the left. One of the things that we had talked about back in October, Councilman Anthony had asked, hey, this is an opportunity, could we sell these items? Maybe sell them online. What would be the opportunity? Maybe generate some revenue. So we began looking into that. We had not really done that before. Other government entities have. City of New York, it's very successful. Mayor's aware of that, selling merchandise that is, City of New York merchandise, T-shirts, hats, mugs, whatever it might be. So we worked with the city attorney's office. We had already started the trademark aspect, which would be a key part of all this. And then we worked with purchasing and contracts to work up a contract. What would this look like? How would it go? So we thought as a pilot, we could try for at least 6 months, maybe a year, an online store where rather than having a retail outlet somewhere, people could go online and order items like they would through Amazon or through Zappos, perhaps. The company that we ended up working with, again with a lot of help from purchasing contracts, is a company called Eagle Promotions. They work with Disney, Wynn, and Bellagio. And how this would work is that the city would get a portion, a cut of the products that they would sell online. And then again, Terry's office helped us with the contract. And we have not launched that, but we're virtually ready to do that. We're within a week or two, about 10 days, of being able to launch that at this point. So this is what some of that information would look like, or the information from some of those products would look like. Again, we're talking T-shirts, water bottles, hats, mugs.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, I mean, I'm thinking about this morning, we probably had a couple hundred people in our city council chambers. If we had a something outside with this kind of stuff, I guarantee you people would have bought mugs and T-shirts and license plate. They would most of them would have walked out buying something. And that generates revenue, and it gets that logo out there. So I think we need something right out in the foyer with where...
And online.
And on the floor and online, because you go up to the state legislature, they have a store right in the legislative building that they sell all kinds of stuff up there. So
Councilman,
I think it's a no-brainer doing something like that.
It's a good idea. We just thought we could try it online to see what the response would be before we tried to start selling it everywhere else. Councilwoman, to answer your question, this is the county seal and logo. This is their logo. Here, you have the overhead. Jeff, see back there? Michael Sherwood filling in. Doesn't know what to do, but he's on it. Don't ever go to the bathroom is the answer. There he is. Sorry, Jeff. It's just timing. Just the overhead real quick, Jeff. Thank you. Councilwoman, this is the logo is on the left. The seal is there on the right. And again, the commissioners use the county seal on their communication, on their proclamations. It's kind of exclusive to them. The logo is really what's used on pretty much everything else. Yeah.
Right, they're doing a reverse thing almost in that the logo is prominent everywhere while the seal is not.
Right. They've made it more exclusive there. It's more exclusive to the commissioners using it.
I see.
It appears on their correspondence, I know. It appears on anything that officially comes out of the commissioners' offices. But for everyone else at the county, they tend to use the logo. You're exactly right, Councilwoman. And so those are the two.
I never saw the right.
And with that, I think, Jeff, we can go back to the PowerPoint. Thank you. And that brings me to the end anyway. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay.
David, thank you so very much, through you, Mayor, for the presentation. David, I asked that we bring this forward because I do have concerns as it relates to the city seal. Specifically, when in fact last year you brought this wonderful presentation with the survey from the residents before the council, and we leaned towards the logo that you presented before us. So from a processing standpoint is where my concern comes into play, is the transition of the seal disappearing from a variety of places. And that wasn't a part of the conversation that I was a part of, nor did I hear a directive in relation to the transition of that seal basically disappearing from fleet vehicles, emails, and I understand as far as each department having a variety of different logos and characters on their uniforms and basically trying to create some level of consistency throughout the organization. So I get that. But for me, from an official standpoint, and you explained as far as what the county does in relation to the logo and the seal, but all I saw, or all I've seen, was basically the disappearing of the city seal. It's not on our official website anywhere, which I found to be very peculiar, that the logo is there, but where's the official
I think
city seal?
it's on the bottom of the front page, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm on the.
Scroll down, Councilman, at the very
Yeah.
bottom. Should be down there somewhere.
No.
No.
No. So it's I'm bringing this up because I've already prepared myself for this presentation today. It's nowhere on the website, right? Outside of pictures that are basically being thumbed through the website. As a city, when I travel, for example, give you a prime example. I was traveling and I presented my business card, which has the city seal, and city staff had presented their card, and it was two different. I had the seal, and the other one had the logo. So, it was actually kind of a little toying joke as far as, well, what do we have here? What city are you from? And it caught me off guard, because if in fact we're going to have some level of consistency and some level of significance as to who we are as a city, I believe that it needs to be an official statement. And for me, the logo, specifically on official letterheads, needs to be the seal, not the logo.
Okay.
Right? And so I'm not sure how we balance that, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation so that we can basically work through this little nuance to make sure that everyone is comfortable, and also receive the appropriate direction and guidance from the mayor and council, because I believe that that didn't take place. It took place at the management level. It didn't take place at the council level as far as the elimination, and these are my words, the elimination of the seal, specifically from our fleet vehicles and the like, which basically, when these vehicles pull up into communities, residents know that city seal is official business. And the reason I point that out is because the logo is very close to the likes of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority as well, and on their vehicles is our same logo with just minor adjustments in the LAS, and they have some other type of little block within the image of their logo. So there can be a misperception there as well, and so that's something that I want to at least point out while we are discussing it, to see how in fact if we're going to stand up and present ourselves as a standalone, specifically from the marketing and branding that you have brought before us, I think that it's important to look at those other images that exist to make sure that we, for sure, are not blended with other characters that are very close to the logo in which we have today. And so I want to basically share in dialogue as to how in fact we overcome, starting with the website, as well as the fleet vehicles, and having the city seal on those fleet vehicles versus just a logo.
Well, Councilman, that was something, as far as when we rolled out the brand guide, we had said that that was something that could be adjusted as we move forward here at the city. Again, anything new is going to raise some questions that we hadn't foreseen as we moved along. My thought is that on the vehicles where we have maybe an enforcement aspect, that kind of the line that we used as demarcation, where we're going to use enforcement, that we would have the seal appear, but where we're just having vehicles out in the field, we want to be able to brand the city, and so on those vehicles it would be the logo. They're not out to enforce anything, they're out to sweep the street. We want the brand identified. Hey, it's the city of Las Vegas. Sometimes the seal, you talked about, I know, Councilman, that the logo has some similarities, but the seal obviously is all organizations, government entities have a round seal. And so you can see the counties has got a Joshua tree on it, ours has a Joshua tree. So our thought was just to differentiate us from the other government entities here in the valley.
And I get that, but the flip side of that is, who had an issue with the seal? I mean, we didn't get that feedback as far as, was there a problem with our seal? I understand as far as branching out and rebranding, but for me, it was the transition, the incremental transition of the seal no longer being present, specifically on letterhead, email, website, basically showing the true essence of official. Because I'll be honest, when I look at the Las Vegas sign, the logo, our logo, that doesn't say official business to me, and that concerns me. The city seal says official business, when in fact correspondence goes out through email, letterhead, and vehicles. That's what presents, as far as the city seal, that's what represents to me the official city business. And I believe that there's a place for those two. It's just a matter of identifying a clear demarcation as to where the city belongs, I'm sorry, where the seal belongs, and where in fact the logo also has a place.
Councilman,
and having the ability for the two to live,
right,
you know,
that's been the challenge
in the same world.
Can I make a couple of comments, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Mr. Riggleman, would you go back to the what's the word I'm looking for? Go back a couple of slides to the letterheads. I really like that concept about that. Now, stop there for a sec. Yeah, stop there. You know, the blue concept with the blue tinge on the side of that for our public safety department, the red for the fire department. I really like that concept. And I'll say this to you as well. When we first rolled this out, Ms. Fretwell, I love the idea of the logo, and I think we need to have that brand. And I think a word I want to use is consistency. We need to be consistent. I think on official documents, I know certainly from my office, using the seal. I think, and I had an epiphany, and it was at the April Spring Celebration out at Tule Springs Park. And I was out on stage, and I turned and looked at the trailer that Christy Garnish uses to haul stuff around to all of our events. And on the back of that trailer was this logo and a showgirl. And it just punched me. And I thought, you know what? That's the city, that's the brand, and that's who the city of Las Vegas is. I love the logo. I love it on our vehicles. I love it on our equipment. I love it on our shirts. I think it's a very effective tool. And I think likewise with the city seal, it's that important as well, especially in the official capacity of the mayor and the council offices. And all the other, that whole long list that you described. I think it fits in well. And I think Ms. Fretwell, how long did this take when we went through Jeremy Aguero and this whole study process and talking to people out in the community and how they liked it? How long was that process? Do you recall? Maybe Mr. Riggleman knows that? David
may have the exacts, but we started talking about this after your retreat when you identified your 4 priorities at a management level. So I would say probably sometime in 2015. Okay. So we're a good year and a half maybe into it.
Well, and if I can, Your Honor, continue. I have got nothing but good feedback about the way the city looks. And then looking at the renditions of the perspective of that piece of property down there where you come into the city right past the Stratosphere, and what that little, welcome to downtown Las Vegas is going to look like, that you guys will make that decision. I like those concepts as well. I mean, this really, really fits in with who the city is and how the brand is. I can't disagree with Councilman Barlow in regards to the official stuff. But I think in regards to the brand, I think that's a fabulous stuff. And I really like the stationery idea. David, I just wanted to share that with you.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. David, can you go back to the slide where you list when to use the seal and when to use the logo?
Sure, Councilman. And again, your feedback on this, all of you, would be very helpful. I'm sorry, there was right there. What we tried to do is, again, different from the county, they use the seal, Councilman Barlow, for everything commission related. But we tried to expand that a little bit here, but make it mayor and council, but then also official aspects, more of an enforcement, more of a serious nature, where we're bringing the weight and force of the city and city government. So that's kind of what we had outlined.
Yeah, I think this is a good start here, and where it kind of stuck out for me was sometime back when I was driving around, and we have the white service vehicles out there, the pickup trucks, the big, they're pretty boring looking because they're service vehicles. But I saw the logo on there, and that was like, that really stood out. This is a city a lot. It wasn't just a seal, because you look at a seal, you can't tell driving around whether that's a city vehicle or county vehicle. But when you see the magenta logo on there, I thought it was really neat. I mean, it was. It just shows. I mean, I'll pick on one of my old neighbors. We're not Toledo. We're Las Vegas. We got to be a little flashy. And the logo on our service vehicles, I thought was pretty cool. So I think you're rolling it out okay. I mean, we need to tweak it obviously as time goes on, but this is a good start here. And the enforcement official stuff needs to use our seal, but wherever we can put the logo to kind of make us stand out from everybody else, I think is really. I think the logo's great. I absolutely love it on T-shirts and polo shirts. And I think people would want to own stuff like that to wear and to put in their house and stuff. So that's my comments.
David, how can the two live in the same world? That's what we need to get to.
What is your feeling on that, Councilman?
Well, number one, the official letterheads, it needs to be on the website. It needs to be in a significant place so that individuals that basically come and do business and conduct business with the city of Las Vegas, the seal is ever present. And I believe that we have the ability to create an opportunity that they can live in the same world. When I go to the website, this does not speak city government to me. I mean, this is a major landing site for the entire world when they basically type in LasVegasNevada.gov, and the city seal is not present. And it needs to be there.
I think that's a very simple fix. Maybe I can weigh in for a second. I know David was trying to create flexibility on being able to have more flexibility than the county has, for instance. But it's very simple for you guys to say today, anything that's coming out of the mayor and council's offices will use a seal, period, end of story, done. That would get integrated into the website, Councilman, on each of your component parts of the website as well.
No, not just on
I understand you want it on the big website.
It needs to be on the face of the city of Las Vegas.
That's easy to fix.
It is.
That's a programming change. We can do that later today. I'm just saying we can do that, and I think it needs to be a part of your individual web pages. It would be a part of what you put out on social media. It would be a part of what you put out representing your ward or the mayor. I know this is a very important issue to the mayor, that we look professional in every regard.
Absolutely.
And I agree with her 100%. So, I mean, maybe in building in some flexibility, it also created some inconsistency. And so, you know, I know you're not asking necessarily for a recommendation right now, but I think that take off collateral as desired, strike those 3 words. If it's coming out of y'all's offices, it's a seal, period, end of story. And then that way it is very official. The other thing I would suggest is that we adopt these other letterheads. If David could go to those.
Sure, Beth.
I think they look awesome. And it's something that actually the mayor and I talked about several months ago, of having a very light watermark of the logo down at the bottom, but the seal prominently featured at the top of the letter.
That's exactly where I'm going.
So I think this is an easy thing to adapt to, because I don't think anybody really likes the big magenta strip on the bottom of the current thing. So this is a good adaptation, but we get that official feel when we're using external correspondence. I think those 2 adjustments, and then maybe in about 6 months we get back together and say, okay, now how does it feel? I think that's going to move us light years to where we need to be, where we're, as you said, Councilman, we're kind of striking a balance between the 2 worlds.
Right.
If that would be great interim direction to us right now, if you felt comfortable saying, mayor and council stuff, seal only. This correspondence, memo, letterhead, prominently features a seal with the watermark from the, using the logo. And then we moved it along.
What I'd love to do is see this have some more discussion, not necessarily here and taking up a lengthy amount of time. I think we're driving in the right direction, because from my perspective, there is only one government of the city of Las Vegas. There are thousands of Las Vegas logos, and because we've been reminded by the county we are the city, anybody who looks at the word Las Vegas automatically assumes it's the city of Las Vegas, because we're not the county. So going to that, I mean, I would like to continue this dialogue, just hold everything where it is, but the issue of what I'm hearing both sides, I think the zip and the cuteness and the light of the logo is fabulous. It's a cute, wonderful logo that speaks to what it's supposed to be doing. But the fact to me is, when I see a vehicle that's out there that's representing the government, which is our fire trucks, even though they have dice on them, and I know it, I never saw it before, and that we have a Metro officer in a vehicle with a light-feeling logo, to me, this is serious. We are serious business here at the city. So I tend to go there first, but I do see the marketing advantage of the City of Las Vegas logo. So I would rather than, because I know we have people here waiting on number 38 to say nothing of any of the other ones. I would not like to put this to anything at this point.
Okay, Mayor.
But to have some meetings where, and for those of you at home, you don't understand why this is happening here, because we are prohibited from meeting. 3 council people can never meet 4 together. So what that means is if I were going, I could only meet with Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow, then Councilwoman and Councilman and these 2, and then we get to the last meeting of the 3 of us, and whoever says it that comes up with a great idea, and the whole thing doesn't matter. We can never meet together to have a conversation, to hear from all of us at once, except in open meeting law.
Understood.
So what I'd like to do, because I'm hearing what Councilman Barlow is saying, it wasn't voted in, it was presented and it moved. And so the fact that there's obvious love for the logo, cute, darling, spunky, look at our logo, here we are, cute Las Vegas, is great. But to figure out what Betsy was speaking to what Ms. Fretwell was speaking to, that just to sort of clean this up and see how it goes. So if we could have a meeting.
Your Honor. Let me say this real quick, and I'm sorry, Councilman Coffin, let me just say this. Betsy, you're most definitely headed in the right direction in relation to your suggestion, because that's exactly where I was trying to move the conversation to, as far as even the watermark in the backdrop with the Las Vegas on top would blend well, but the total elimination of the seal is actually where I'm coming from for the sake of the official business position of who we are as a city, as a municipality.
Okay.
So I'm giving directive in relation to coming back with some blend of that, so that this seal has a presence and not be totally eliminated from the city of Las Vegas.
Okay. Absolutely, Councilman.
Thank you.
Can
Your
I just
Honor,
ask?
one of the
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, if I could just say just a little thing on this, and of course I don't have a strong opinion on this one way or the other, except for one thing. A good lesson to remember is that within our souls and within the people's souls, when they think about something, they cannot be persuaded to think about something that they don't already have some feel for. For example, Tony Schwartz wrote the great book called The Responsive Chord. That's C-H-O-R-D, and this was almost 50 years ago, and he said you cannot persuade people of anything unless there already is a note in their minds of believability of what you're saying. And so, you know, it's like everybody thinks of Las Vegas, they don't think of this logo. And no amount of money that you can spend will convince the public that that means Las Vegas, but it does say Las Vegas. What you do have people, if you were to ask people, what do you think of Las Vegas, they immediately come with the Betty Willis sign. And, you know, sometimes if I was to tell you that in political communications as well as brand advertising and just plain old advertising, the shortcut to getting recognition is to plucking the responsive chord in people already, that they are already persuaded to realize is the Las Vegas, which is the Betty Willis sign. And so, good grief, I knew her and Vern very well. So it is something to consider that we've gotten sophisticated here, but have we overthought it? Because when you think about it, if people want to know about Las Vegas, the best way to get their attention is to tell them what they already know, what they already think. Hit that responsive chord in their mind. Anyway, Tony Schwartz's lesson has always been in my mind, and I think it's almost 50 years since that book wrote. You can't persuade people to do anything they don't already think that they could believe. I can't say nasty things about my councilman friend to the right unless he's already partially believable. And that's the same thing in all aspects of life. Thank you, Mayor.
So what I'd like to do is, if it's all right with everyone, is we'll just accept the report as given at this time, but continue to discussion in committee, if we can do that with city manager.
Mayor?
And to come to some resolution on this.
Right, but
Councilman,
this is under discussion to provide formal direction,
Right.
right?
You
And
don't
so-
have to, but it would be helpful, even if there are tweaks, so that we can settle some of this down. If you're saying, please put it on the vehicles, please put it on the letterhead, move to something more like what's on the screen, make sure it's on the website. Tell us right now, we'll make those adjustments, and then we'll bring it back so we can show you how it looks. I'm
Right.
happy with
And
that.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I don't agree with Councilman Barlow. I like the logo, I like the way it looks on our vehicles, and I think we should debate this item until further discussion takes place.
And
So
obey
maybe
it
we
to
just
win.
want to just do a 2-week abeyance on this
No, I would
item,
like
and
to
that'll
do
give
it-
us a little
I would
time?
like to do a 30-day advance.
30 days.
Okay, there's a motion to obey for 30 days.
Mayor, could I just say, 30 days from now, I'll be on Maui. So if we could do it either,
What's their logo?
I don't know. I'll
A
research that.
pineapple.
I'll research. Probably so, Mayor.
Okay, 6
If
weeks.
there's any way that, well, that's fine. That'll just
weeks.
land on Scott's desk to handle.
Right, that's fine.
Okay, that's good. That's okay, that's good.
That's fine, that's fine. And I'm just going to close
6
out with this,
weeks,
Mayor.
okay.
In the process, David, in the process, that will give, before you leave, that will give you an opportunity, you and Betsy and your team, to basically come back with some options as well, so that we'll have an opportunity, when this does come back, we'll be able to have some, right. And in the process, we can come up with suggestions. So 6 weeks of bans would be perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
there's a motion to obey for 6 weeks. Please vote.
Okay, one moment, let's clarify the date. 6 weeks is June 21st, and we
Is there a
vacated the
meeting?
first meeting in July, so the next meeting after that would be July 19th.
July 19th, thank you.
Welcome to the world of city management. It's yours. Okay, there's a motion to obey to the 19th of July. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Betsy, you'll have to come back from Hawaii, too. Please vote. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And would you please make sure that we all know that, ring our bells. Have a good time in Hawaii. Thank you very much. For you poor souls that we told a fib, it was 45 minutes. I am so sorry. I think I have to make a motion to pull forward agenda item 38 so these folk can leave.
I don't think
It's
a
all
motion is
right.
necessary. I think we just go ahead and do it if Director Harsh is
Can
ready.
just do it?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on to agenda item 38, which is an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the development strategy for a courtyard within the Corridor of Hope that provides critical service aimed at helping homeless individuals gain stability. $5,929,200, RRDA set aside affordable housing, CDBG, CIP, and general funds. This is Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, Mr. Hart.
I'm
Whole
here.
team we have here.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to lead this presentation off this morning. I had to look at my watch here. And then I'll kind of give it an introduction, and I'm going to hand it off to Kathy Thomas Gibson, who will give the main part of the presentation. Then she'll turn it over to Steve, who will kind of finish up with some of the next steps. What we're here to talk about today is a concept that proposes a major change for how we deal with homelessness in the city of Las Vegas. And this proposal that we're presenting to you is the result of a lot of homework that we've done as your city team in looking at various best practices around the country and how cities have been managing their homeless problem in their cities. We've looked at cities like Miami, Florida. We've looked at San Diego, California. We've looked at Broward Partnership in Fort Lauderdale, and I'll just say as a side note, I worked in Fort Lauderdale, and while I was there, we built, under my watch, the first regional homeless shelter in the city of Fort Lauderdale, which has now expanded to 3 regional homeless shelters throughout Broward County, which is almost exactly the same size as Clark County. We've gone on 2 trips, and these 2 trips were very fundamental in influencing how we are coming forward with this concept. There was a trip a couple years ago to Phoenix, Arizona, to visit an organization called CAS, which is called Central Area Shelter Services, which is on the edge of their downtown. where they had a similar courtyard concept, which was a day center for people to go to, and then a comprehensive array of services in conjunction with that facility to address the needs of homeless persons. Very recently, we went on a trip to San Antonio, Texas. That trip was stimulated by Metro, and a couple of our members of council went along, Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffin, where we looked at a very large complex called the Haven for Hope that had a courtyard, a transformational campus that contained an array of homeless services. As a result of all this work that we've done as your team, we've identified a number of common themes that came out of all that research and work that we believe are things that we need to enact going forward that should influence how we can successfully get homeless off the street, matriculated into services, and back into society so that their rate of recidivism, or going back to the street, is diminished. And those themes are, there's always a public-private partnership, there's a place where you can navigate through homeless services, there's generally healthcare services, there is, in the last two, in Phoenix and San Antonio, aggressive outreach teams that reach into the street, contact homeless and convince them to go into facilities, and then there's a transitional housing and services element where there's somewhere to go, transitionally, starting with a courtyard all the way through transitional and then permanent housing. So with that, those are the takeaways that we've gotten from these trips and the best practices research. I'm going to turn it over to Kathy, who will walk you through our concept.
Good morning. Kathy Thomas Gibson, for the record. I'm the manager in the Office of Community Services. And as part of our background research and also engaging locally, looking at some existing information, here's sort of the context for this conversation. We know we rank 5th in the nation for homelessness, behind much larger communities of New York, San Francisco, Seattle, and San Diego. We know that more than 30,000 people are homeless on our streets each year. We know that there are a variety of reasons that homeless people report for what created their situation, which tells us there's not a one-size-fit-all solution. We need a range of options to address the myriad of issues, from economic hardship, illnesses, substance abuse, and mental health that we know are plaguing households experiencing homelessness. What we observed when we went down to San Antonio is they have a 22-acre campus, and what you see before you is the entire Haven for Hope campus. And in the lower center, they have about a quarter of an acre set aside for what they call their courtyard. And the courtyard provides a safe outdoor space for homeless individuals needing a temporary place to be and an opportunity to access basic services so they get back to stability. We frame this as an opportunity for triage, so that they're not sort of in the neighborhoods, not in front of businesses, etc. And there's some evidence that shows that San Antonio was able to reduce their street homelessness by 80% utilizing this approach. The city of Phoenix had similar results with their large campus. And so what you see are examples of the San Antonio courtyard. They have storage lockers, shade structures, cooling stations. They have, you can't see them that well on this shot, but there are actually security cameras, because that is an important element, that homeless individuals feel safe while they're accessing this space. And so security has been a very important part of what they do. You'll see on the lower right security screens, actually like a 911 dispatch center. That's how intense the security is. But you also notice they have industrial type restrooms that are available 24 hours. They have a sick room for homeless individuals who may have been discharged from a hospital but don't have a stable home to enter. They have the ability for homeless individuals to get their mail. There's actually a mail room so that they have an address of record in order to receive benefits and other kinds of resources. So this diagram indicates that this courtyard acts as really a triage to connect homeless individuals to a broad range of services that may not be physically located at that site, but are essential to getting them connected and back to stability. So housing, employment, medical services, services to address mental health and addictions, and also legal support. And you'll see outreach teams support homeless individuals to get to the courtyard, and then we partner with our not-for-profit community members who are both currently homeless service providers, but also address all those other issues like mental health, medical issues, and legal, so that homeless individuals can comprehensively get their needs met. You are aware that we have spent the past year or so acquiring parcels in the Corridor of Hope that are blighted parcels, and you'll see in green there, those are the parcels we currently own, and you see the entire footprint, the entire investment in infrastructure to serve homelessness that we call the Corridor of Hope. And it's actually, if you took it in its totality, about 30-some-odd acres. You'll see here on the screen before you in green what we currently own, and in blue what we do not own, but that are areas of interest to actually broaden the services as we get to complete build-out. We're starting this in phases. Phase 1, which we anticipate a startup March 2018, would be on the 2 parcels we have in green. I'll go back and show you. It'll be the 2 parcels there on Las Vegas Boulevard. One is where the current Shannon West Teen Center is. They are vacating that structure because, as you know, it's structurally unsound, and this council pitched in with the rest of the community to build a 160-bed unit for the teens out of this area. And the adjacent parcel is the former Casablanca Ballroom. Phase 1 would take those 2 parcels, which is 1.4 acres, and we'd be serving up to 300 individuals. We would have 24-hour security at this site, and it would provide what we're calling core services: a day room, shade structures, porta potties. By the way, you have porta potties there now, 24 hours a day. That is the one service that is currently in existence. We'd have the mobile shower, storage lockers, sleeping mats, navigation services. This is critical because this isn't the place to come just hang out. This is really the place to connect to services to get back to stability. We would have benches and picnic tables, all kinds of mobile services specifically related to health, because that has emerged as a key issue, but there are other services related to employment that are mobile. We'd have water stations, a mail window so they could have an address of record, and outreach teams currently anticipated to be focused on the core downtown area. And this is a schematic, a proposal. So what we're bringing to you is conceptual. You'll see we intend to demo the Shannon West Center. The day room and cooling stations at the bottom of this concept is the existing ballroom. We'll patch that up so we can use it in the interim. And the staff service office is a trailer that we have currently on site, and we would make office space available to the not-for-profit partners that will come on site to support homeless individuals, shade structures, porta potties, et cetera, so that we will have an opportunity to start connecting homeless people almost immediately. We have, the city currently owns a mobile structure that we could move to one of the sites to accommodate the day room needs. And then we would move into phase 2, which we anticipate a build out in October of 2019. And this would require us to acquire what was formerly the Thomas and Jones Funeral Home that is adjacent to properties that we currently own there on Four-Master. That would take this courtyard up to a little over 2 acres. We could serve up to 800 individuals daily. We will continue to have 24-hour guard services. We'd have to increase up to 21 staff persons provided by the not-for-profit partners. And it would include everything we discussed in phase 1, but then would also have permanent showers and toilet facilities, a sick room, a resource room, the multipurpose room, a coordinated intake location so that we are aligned with the regional homeless intake process, classrooms to deal with employment and health and wellness issues, a wet shelter, mental health services, permanent legal services, a pet kennel, and we would expand our outreach teams. And so that schematic, that concept then looks this way. And as you see, the multicolored modular cubes now take into account the parcel adjacent to what we currently own. We're looking at modulars because we can get them up and built quickly. They'll meet building code, similar to what you see next door to the Pawn Stars development over in Container Park, because it allows you ultimate flexibility to expand or contract services based on what we know this particular target population will need. Here's some examples of modular built units that currently exist here in Las Vegas. Here's the proposed budget, and we really want to emphasize that the capital dollars for this project are not defunding any project that is currently underway. These capital funds came from
Excuse me, would you repeat that? I just want to make sure that all council hears this, very important.
Yes.
Repeat what you said.
The capital resources to fund this project are not defunding any project currently underway or planned. We were able to identify some fuel tax revenue to cover the sidewalk projects that we were going to use these capital dollars. And now we've reprogrammed these dollars over to the courtyard for land acquisition, demolition, and build out of this site. I also like to point out that any of the not-for-profit partners that are currently funded by community development block grant under public service have not been defunded this year, nor will they be defunded in 17-18. So we're not trying to undermine what's currently there. We're actually trying to leverage existing investments that you've already approved for public service projects in this particular project as well.
And that these funds are only seed money.
That is correct. It is seed money. So we're actually looking at the best practice models that really have a strong public-private partnership to sustain them in an ongoing way. And so this is seed money to get us started. And you'll note, and we're being very transparent, once we get out to year 18, 19, before we hit a wall, where the current funds that your decision today is to put these funds into the budget for this purpose, we take us all the way through fiscal year 18, 19.
And this seed money will go to fund, what you have just articulated in this
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this project will be sized to focus on our urban core, which means our downtown, our medical district, and the adjacent downtown neighborhoods in historic West Las Vegas and the East Las Vegas community. It could also serve as a prototype for other communities, other adjacent jurisdictions, to build something that is unique for their particular needs in the homeless population. So for example, we're not trying to pull people all the way up, from homeless individuals from Henderson into this area. We're encouraging our jurisdictional partners to look at this as a prototype and size something that's appropriate for the needs of their particular jurisdiction. So the satellite locations could be throughout the valley, south of the Strip and the southeast portion of the valley, northwest, maybe near the 215 Beltway, et cetera, where we also are seeing homeless encampments springing up, but they're outside of our jurisdiction. And so we're very focused on this particular solution addressing our urban core. What we also saw as a best practice was very strong, well-coordinated outreach in which law enforcement is a critical partner. So we have already developed our prototype outreach team, and it includes 2 officers from Metro, that Metro's funding. You aren't funding that directly, or in addition to what we already fund Metro. And 4 case management and outreach workers from nonprofit partners. And by the way, these are the nonprofit partners that we worked with very closely when we were trying to achieve functional zero for veterans. And so we know they have outreach teams that do this kind of very hands-on work. In addition, we're including homeless navigators, formerly homeless individuals who will act as peers. That's another best practice. Someone who's had that lived experience of homelessness may engage more readily with other homeless individuals. What you see is the planned outreach map. We do intend to start in our downtown urban core and expand to cover the rest of the city. So Outreach Team A has already been formed and is meeting. And we're currently awaiting your approval to enter into negotiations with our not-for-profit partners. Next, we would expand to areas B and C that you see on your map, then at D. And if it warrants it to have outreach teams covering the balance of the city, we are, again, continuing to watch what's happening as homeless encampments may migrate. And so we want to ensure that we have a plan in mind for how to serve those areas as well that don't currently have the level of impact that our downtown urban core has. And I will turn it over to Director Harson.
Given that, this is Steve Harson, Director of Community Services. So let me cover some of the next steps. So here's where we'll be moving forward. One of the things we want to do is create an advisory council through the City Manager's Office that will be including the key major partners within the Corridor of Hope, including Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, Help USA, Shade Trees, and others as we identify going along the path. Even some of the businesses. They are major stakeholders, very valuable, has a lot of insight, and can help us work through some of the nuances as we put all this stuff together. So that would be the next step, that formalizing that council and starting those meetings.
Okay, Mr. Harson, if I might interrupt you, Councilman Beers has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I'd heard a story from a couple of these partners that their first meeting on this concept was this week with the city.
Yeah, let me address that. Obviously, we have gotten a little ahead of our skis on this in the zeal to be aggressive and to really come forward with a major plan to deal with the issue. And we're now outreaching with a lot of partners who we think will be part of this effort. We did have a meeting with a group of them this week. It is not the total group of people that we would see engaging going forward. For example, the gentlemen that were here at public comment, they actually are physically located in the Corridor of Hope. And on this advisory board, we would ask them to be on that advisory board. I will compare this to what we've done in the medical district. We formed an advisory council to the city manager of all the stakeholders in the medical district. That group is led or chaired by the district councilman, which most of the medical district lies within. We would propose the same thing here, ask all those persons to be on this committee, and then I will commit, because this is kind of transitional, we probably set it up under Betsy and continue it under me as an advisory council to the city manager, and I'll commit on the record right now that we will work with those stakeholders to bang out the details of this plan. This is a concept. I think Kathy mentioned these are lines on paper that make good sense right now as a concept. The proposal is asking you to earmark funds in the budget, but there's considerable detail to be worked out. We're committed to working with all those stakeholders to work those details out and then bring components of that back to you for council approval. They're going to be in chunks and large enough where we have to come back to you for individual approval of those items going forward. So this really is laying out the plan, and we'll carry that plan out, and we'll do so, and I'm committing on the record, because we have a number of those providers in the audience today, that we will work with them diligently going forward to work out those details.
So, Your Honor, I'm having a hard time finding the analogy to the Medical District Advisory Board, because that board was formed really before and at the outset of the project, not here at the tail end where we're seeking council approval. And so, to me, they're not analogous at all. The Medical District was well thought out and planned. I hate to say it, but as you say, we're kind of ahead of our skis here. This does not seem to be very well thought out and planned, ranging from the advisory board meeting for the first time this week to the hasty budget amendment that we did at our last meeting in order to accommodate this.
I will say that up till this point, our Community Services Department has had a very large homeless committee of stakeholders working for a couple of years now, I'd say.
That's correct.
And as I think mentioned in the presentation, we actually have some components that would be part of a courtyard already in place right now. You can go down to Formaster and see some of these components already in place that were a result of work we've been doing with a much broader stakeholder community to get to where we are now. What we've simply done at this point is taken a lot of that work, put it together fairly quickly to come forward on the heels of a visit we had in San Antonio where it really seemed to resonate and make sense. And so it's not that we've slapped something together hastily. It's been something we've carefully calculated. We've looked at other cities. We've been forming it up. And I think what we're saying going forward, though, is we need, if we could go back to that one slide where you show all the input. We need a group, and this is what we're doing in the medical district. There is an analogy. We need a group that helps us put this together. I'll tell you a story about the medical district. I was at a meeting on a panel, and the CEOs of the two hospitals in the medical district walked up and didn't know each other. Never met. Now, these were several CEOs ago. We need to get all of these people at a table having discussions about how all these services get coordinated, how they link into these transitional and places for them to get into it, and how that all gets coordinated. We have the effect of the Haven for Hope at the at our corridor of hope. We just need to coordinate it all. And the courtyard is a common area improvement that ties all this together. And so they would, in effect, be that board of the HOA, just like we've done in the medical district. That is the analogy, and it is, I think, a perfect analogy.
Councilman Coffin, do you have a
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to surrender my time back to Councilman Beers for just a second, but I thank you. I will give it back to you in just a second, but I think it's a good time for me to just say that anybody that says they don't know what's been going on, and I'm not talking about any of the council, but any people out there who don't know what's going on or have known that this wasn't going to be the place for the whatever we did is lying. Anybody who claims to have been part of the committees or the part of the community that cares about homeless is lying, and they didn't know this was where it was going to be. It could be that one can always be a little more inclusive, but you can't go out and rattle the bushes and find everybody who's interested at the second you're looking for people. We've had so many meetings and so many meetings convened to schedule more meetings that everybody in this town has just given up looking for action until this council finally decided to take action, which was preliminarily done last meeting and will be completed today. We have to lead, the others will follow. We are providing the framework and the initial seed money, the others will follow. They have to follow. They'll get rolled over and left behind if they don't, because it's a public safety issue, which I'll go into later. So I just wanted to say thank you for the time, Bob. I guess I didn't expect the Mayor Pro Tem to recognize me on it so fast, but Go ahead.
Well, look, we're trying to emulate a $100 million program in San Antonio. It looks really cool. Stood up by the regional government, which we are not. It had more than $60 million of private funding that funded it, and we don't have any private funding to go along with this. So it looks to me like we're hastily trying to recreate a $100 million project with $6 million this year, and maybe $6 million in the next 3 or 2 more beyond that. So I just don't see how you can get there
Mr.
with
Adams?
this effort.
Well, let me get back to what I said earlier, and that, you know, we showed you a slide where you saw Four-Master as a very small piece of a bigger corridor of hope, where you've got Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, Help of Southern Nevada, and on and on. That collectively represents an investment, most private, that's equal to or greater than what we saw in San Antonio.
And done entirely without the city's active participation. I mean, that was not a private-public partnership, that was private activity.
Exactly right. And I think what we've identified and what we've been going through is a process of identifying the gaps of what is being done here and what's not being done here, to fill those gaps as we've seen how that's being done in other cities. We saw, and it gets back to what I said at the outset, in Phoenix and in San Antonio, things they were doing that are not being done here that have been effective. And one of those things is that they allow persons who have issues with alcohol, drugs, minor mental health conditions to enter the courtyard and matriculate into services to address those issues. A number of our facilities here don't accommodate those persons. Their only choice is to go to the street. And so what we see on the street are some of the worst of the homeless because they really have nowhere else to go. And so we're trying to provide that middle transitional area ground that they can go to that's much more decent, safe, and sanitary than the street, less disruptive to our citizens, our businesses downtown, that allows them to matriculate into the corridor of hope providers and other services in the region. Doesn't all have to happen there, I think, as Kathy said. I will say as an aside note, Deacon Tom Roberts and I have been focused on working together on a healthcare facility. One of the missing pieces, another one of those gaps that we saw in San Antonio and Phoenix, is they provide healthcare services in the complex itself. And in fact, the gentleman that just came up here earlier talked about that. So we're going to have to get our arms around how we can provide healthcare services so those people don't walk through downtown to go into the ER at UMC, because we've had numerous conversations with UMC about the homeless as a problem in their ER, or volunteers in medicine or the other clinics that are not nearby. So they have to get over there. There isn't good transportation. And so putting it on site makes it easier for them to get those services and deal with their problems. So there's a big plan where we've got a conceptual plan, and I would argue that there is a horrendous amount of private investment already there. Then going forward, what we're going to be looking at is focused private investment on furthering the courtyard and some of those missing pieces. For example, that healthcare clinic may be one of those things that we're going to be looking for more private investment for.
Yes, please.
Your outreach team does not go into the area where we know in Ward 1 we have significant number of homeless individuals. Could you have your outreach team go with the minimum to Sahara or even Desert Inn? We have parks there that have many homeless around there. But you've never talked about going that far with your outreach team. So would your outreach team please, I know you're nodding, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes. Can we include those areas?
Absolutely. So the Team A is the prototype team, and as we expand out. It will absolutely be responsive to where the greatest needs are, and that's one of the things that we're committing to come back to council about, so that we align where those needs are with what the outreach teams are gathering out in the streets. So absolutely, we will expand, and the outreach teams will cover where the impact is greatest.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. And my understanding from this, that you've been telling us, is that we are setting aside the money to make the beginning, the start of an innovative way to handle a problem which has not been handled by anyone in the valley very well yet. So, is that right? And in that, you're bringing these services to those who are in the city, where they'll be able to come and, I think, feel comfortable. They'll have their lockers, as you told us, where they can keep their things, which, that's important to them, so they won't be stolen. You've already said that you'll have mats and things if they want to sleep at night. They can do that there, rather than having alcohol or drugs or whatever. And that means it's open to everybody. And you'll also have, if they have their dogs or their animals with them, you said that could come too. So you're really being very inviting, very inclusive. And when they come then, you're going to triage it to the needs of the individual types of homelessness. I want to make sure that's what I'm understanding.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, please continue.
So, finish up, I just got one more slide. There we go. So, continuing on the next steps, we have a lot of work to do over the next several months. So, as again, putting the council or the advisory council together, finalizing the site plan, the details of that, including land use entitlements, any demolition, temporary structures. It's going to involve working with a lot of other departments with the city, so coordinating that, including our nonprofit partners that will be part of this review team. We will also be identifying a nonprofit to actually operate it. So the city will not be the operator of the courtyard, but identifying who would be willing and respond to a request that would be positioned to actually operate with their staff and with their expertise. Again, the target is to start up a courtyard by March of 2018, build out concept ideally, with everything going well, by October of, or November of 2019. I'm sorry, went the wrong way. The next steps also, not to say the courtyard is the end all of everything. It's just a piece of it. This is a continuous conversation to talk about housing, how we provide bridge housing, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing, including funding, including location. As Scott indicated, and there have been meetings going on focusing on mental health and addiction. Huge, huge, huge need. How we provide that, how we serve that, how that incorporates throughout the courtyard, but even more permanent type facilities, and then also leading into employment opportunities. All these things are critical to help that individual to get off the street, for whatever reason they got there, that we can get them stable and get them off the street and into housing and get them to be more productive in society. So that basically wraps up the formal presentation, and now I'll go
I
back
would
to
just like to add to that, knowing that the plan, and Councilman Beer specifically, that the plan in getting this all process moving forward, everything has to be crisp and planned in order to be able to go to the private sector to gain the support to get that type that is in San Antonio or elsewhere, especially here in Las Vegas where it's so difficult, and with the current administration looking at the cutbacks that are coming. So the most important thing is to get the plan, the mission, the purpose, the specifics together. And then two, if it's all right with the three of you, I'd like to invite Mr. Schweiker up. Okay, and Doctor, if you would come back up, and anybody else from our social services and support teams that are out there to make your comments, but don't go away.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make a quick closing comment.
Yes.
And that is that there's never been an intent to be in any way disrespectful to any of our current providers of homeless services. In fact, I broke into a cold sweat when the federal budget first came out. And we started seeing what kinds of things might get cut, because there is a base level of services to the homeless community that we cannot do without, which all of these providers are providing. This does not work without all of them. Just won't work. There is a shelter system in place that right now is sheltering hundreds and hundreds of persons, and for which this is a gap that complements what they're doing. And so we really, it has to work and engage with them.
Thank you, and we'll have you come back too. So please don't leave for lunch. Yes, Councilman Anthony?
Thank you. So, I mean, I believe the city needs to partner with dealing with the homeless folks in the corridor of hope. That's a given. What I'm looking at is this $5.9 million. So I just want to be because that's a lot of money. So I want to be really clear on the $5.9 million. And I guess my couple of questions are, what is that money specifically going to be spent for, number one? Number two, are you going to bring back to us what exactly you're going to spend it on before you spend it? That's number two. And number three, I keep hearing it's seed money. And it's seed money for what? What is the big plan that this is going to seed? Because I haven't seen that yet. So for me to authorize this money, I need to know those three answers.
So quickly, of the 5.929 or 5.9 million, 4.4 million roughly is CDBG CIP capital improvement. That money will be used for any future land acquisition, demolition, construction, things of that nature. So actual capital improvements to make the courtyard work. The other 1.5 that we earmarked out is RDA set aside. Most of that is going for operational, so whether it be for the nonprofit provider to operate it, even the outreach teams, things of that nature. So that's monies we need to actually operate. About $260,000 is also coming out of my department budget, which is factored in for your next item. So that's not in here, but that's part of our helping with operational. That many of those items, so the major big ticket items such as land acquisition and agreements will be coming back before council. So the money is being set aside in the budget for 17-18, but many of those pieces will be coming back for individual approval by the city council as we move through this. The seed money is basically saying this money unfortunately doesn't fund it forever. I don't have this $5 million CIP every year. So we've packaged this money to get things started. I think what we were talking about is in about 18 months to 2 years, that's when we start using the term hitting the wall, that we don't, right now with the monies we have, when we have a lot of work to do, we couldn't continue it. So this gets us to a point of around, May of 2019 on operations. The capital piece won't go away, but it's the operations that's going to be very expensive. That's what I think we mean by the seed money to get it started.
Can I help you?
So if I vote yes on this today, you're going to bring back all the proposals on how to spend the money?
Yes.
Whether it's operational,
yes,
whether it's capital, and then I can see if I believe it's being spent appropriately.
Right.
And then I'm assuming there's some kind of a master plan or some plan up in the air somewhere that we're going to put together based on all the providers down there that will, if we approve this money in the future, that will be part of the goal to deal with homelessness in the corridor of hope. Is that?
Yeah, we've shown you a two-phase plan for how we plan to transition the development of a courtyard, and it will be, and we've been developing a broader plan for how that plugs into all those providers in the area. That's where it's very important to have that board put together and work with them on building that bigger vision that this fits into. So we have a two-phase courtyard plan. It'll be part of a bigger plan.
Yes, Councilman Beers.
Thank you. So what you just described is not the recommendation that exists on the backup for this agenda item. That reads specifically, staff recommends approval of a development strategy for a courtyard within the Corridor of Hope, the associated funding, property acquisition, and authorizes the mayor to execute any and all related agreements and documents following approval as to form by the city attorney. So this specifically does not bring any of these decisions that you said would come back to this board.
each of the components of the plan exceed administrative authority of the city manager. So we will, by definition, if it's an operational plan and it's $450,000, comes back to you, that contract comes back to you for approval. If it's a phasing of the capital plan for both the transitional and permanent courtyard, those items all exceed administrative authority, which in our current budgeting they would come back to you for individual contracts for capital project development and any other operational pieces. It's the reason it was worded that way was for you to bless the overall concept of what we're doing, the earmarking of funds, so that we would have confidence they're in place and could come back to you with those individual components for individual execution.
Mayor?
Hold on, I'm watching him breathe, please.
You're
one
watching who
second.
breathe?
I'm watching Councilman Beers. Is that it, or is there more coming? Okay. Councilman. All right, Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no council member nor county commissioner that has been affected more so than myself as it relates to the homeless in the valley. Having to address the critical needs of all of the homeless providers, to include those homeless who refuse services. The impact to neighborhoods, the impact to businesses in the area, businesses that have spent and continue to spend millions of dollars for their business to keep their doors open, functioning and operating. The impact of the homeless in this critical need area is something that is concerning not only to myself, but to all those who live in this valley. Now, the real concern and the real test of what's before us today is it's a great step, using Councilman Coffin's words, in the right direction. Because I agree, we do need to do something to address homelessness, specifically in the Las Vegas community. And when I say Las Vegas, I'm saying Southern Nevada as a region. So I know that we have to do something, and this is most definitely, having taken the trip to San Antonio and was a part of the group that visited Haven for Hope. It was a great concept, and I believe that it's something that can be duplicated in Southern Nevada. I truly believe that. But what I have to weigh at the same time is, if in fact we move in this direction without other jurisdictions, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Clark County, and we create this campus, that is sending a clear signal that all of Southern Nevada's homeless belong on this campus. And that is the wrong message that this council can send across the bow. We must get them engaged, all of the jurisdictions, because we're not the only communities that are suffering from the homeless issues. And I understand from law enforcement, I understand what they face each and every day. Because when they go address those that are sleeping in the backyards of my residents, that are sleeping in the driveways of my business owners, sleeping in the shrubs of development complexes, they scare a lot of people, because you don't anticipate walking out your front door, walking in your backyard and seeing a homeless person laying in your bushes. It would frighten me also, to walk in my backyard and to have to confront someone that I don't anticipate being there. Or driving up to my place of business or place of work and having to wake someone up with all of their things at my front door, and I have to unlock my doors for business. So the homeless actually drive people out of the area, which basically then hurts individuals who's looking to move into communities or who's looking to come in to conduct business in the area. So it's a double-edged sword, and I get it. But I don't want to send the image that this specific area is where the entire Southern Nevada homeless will reside for other jurisdictions, to include law enforcement, to bring them to this location, because it's only going to compound the incredible issues that we've been dealing with the entire time I've been in elected office. So the question that I have, wanting to be a partner and want to be a individual sitting at the table as we basically design this and move this forward, how is it that we're going to connect the other jurisdictions, the other municipalities, to basically come with us to basically duplicate this same type of model, the pilot that we're talking about today, in those other jurisdictions, so that it can be addressed in the appropriate spaces of Southern Nevada? Because we'll never be able to increase the development and the economic development of our downtown if in fact we don't get our arms around this major issue. I was just in Southern California, downtown LA recently, and their homeless area that used to be homeless, Skid Row, there's high rises and scaffolding and all types of buildings being built where this area used to be dormant with Los Angeles homeless population. They've basically relocated them into, appropriate residences, as well as providing assistance to a lot of them. And I would be curious to know, what do they do? Because we can't afford not to have business grow in the downtown and individuals looking to move closer to downtown if in fact we don't get our arms wrapped around this issue. And I believe that this is a key point in time that we can have those hard conversations, because we all know that the county, for the most part, receives funding to address homeless. I mean, I would love to hear an update as to how, in fact, or what they're doing so that we can be engaged if we're not. Now, I'm pretty sure we are, right? But I would be interested to find out what's going on, what are their plans, what is Henderson's plan, what is North Las Vegas' plans? They're right on our border. I mean, these are questions that I need flushed out so that I'm comfortable knowing that the pilot that you all are bringing before me and my ward, because I'm already dealing with thousands of homeless in 1 square mile, half of a square mile. And they're doing nothing but impacting the residents as well as the businesses in this entire area. I'm getting all the calls, from the homeless providers to the residents as well as the businesses. And so I need some assistance. And building more buildings and creating a larger campus, that only sends a signal to me is that, okay, we'll clear those who are on the sidewalks today into this area. And what? Then it's backfill because possibly law enforcement or other nonprofits bring those homeless to backfill the spaces that we just took individuals off the sidewalk. What have we done? We just brought more homeless into the area, when in fact we're already strapped tight as it relates to heads and beds in those service providers' domains. So I'm not against it, because I want to be a part of the solution. I have to be a part of the solution on behalf of the constituency in which I service. And better yet, as a resident who lives here and pays taxes as well. So yes, I'm elected, but at the same time, this is my community. This is the community I was born and raised, and I too want to see it improved, because I don't like what I see when I drive down any corridor, whether it's in my district or in Henderson or North Las Vegas or out in unincorporated Clark County. But I believe that we have to create other areas to help in this situation and not dump everything in the interior of downtown, because that's not healthy, and it's not, from a safety and security standpoint, that's not going to be beneficial for no one, to include the homeless. So those are my concerns. And so as we flush through this, I would like to get some of those answers and some of my concerns addressed. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to respond today?
Thank you. Go ahead,
Madam Mayor,
please.
if I might, I'd just like to add to that, this has been my concern, and I know I've spoken with you. I think what you have is excellent. I think it's the way to go. My concern has always been, the others are going to come. I'm wondering, you're telling us we're not voting to spend money today, we're just voting to set aside, so that as you plan, we will then vote if we think that it's worthwhile. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the next thing is, have you talked with the county and Henderson? Perhaps they would sort of go along with us and do their own type of thing now? So instead of it's just one of us doing the thing that gives us what we need, they certainly, if they're I don't know, how much funding does the county get?
The county gets funding just like we do through federal money. So CDBG, they get like $10 million a year, we get $5 million a year. I think what you're also referring to is their COC funding,
Correct.
which stands for the Homeless Continuum of Care. It is a regional partnership. The county is the collaborative applicant, not to bore you with the details. So they make application on behalf of all the jurisdictions in Southern Nevada to the feds, and we get roughly $13 to $14 million for service type projects that go out to various nonprofits. So that's what you're referring, and we can do more of an in-depth briefing of how that funding's been, how it's occurred over the last 3 years, regulations with HUD, all the bureaucracy that goes with that. To other your answer point, a county commissioner, Chris G., also went on the trip with us to Haven for Hope for 4 judges from them, county managers. So there was a team from Las Vegas and the county that went with Metro. So they're very aware of it. We've talked preliminary with others around it. I have no formal agreements. I hear all of your concerns, but we have been stating very clearly, we're sizing this for Las Vegas. We're sizing this for our community. This is not designed to bring everybody from every place else, and there really needs to be satellite facilities. We need to continue those conversations and to try to get to some kind of...
And I understand that. I understand. I think we all understand that. But it doesn't matter what you say, they are going to come. If it's there, they will come. And I'm just wondering, if we voted this today and we show that we made a very positive, strong step, would you join us in yours doing something as we each build in our area? Meet with the county, meet with Henderson, and see if that might be possible. In North Las Vegas.
Yes, and actually North Las Vegas has been reaching out to us already because they're hearing about it. So I know there's going to be a meeting coming up shortly here, Mayor. So we'll make you aware of that as well. So yes, we would definitely commit to that.
We could give the leadership, you've got it, you've gone through it, and you could help them, but they have to give the finances to support in their own area. And I know that's what you're hoping will happen eventually, but I don't think it will happen before we get a swarm more of homeless in our own area. So that's what I would like to know. If we vote this today, we're not spending any money on anything specific, but we're saying, hey, we've taken this step, we're going to do it, you take your step in yours and see if they will do that.
We absolutely will do that. Reach out to the county and start the dialogue and discussion on regionalization of the concept. I will remind you, though, we are, as we speak right now, the repository of homeless persons from the region, not just the region, the regional United States. For some reason, we rank 5th nationally in homelessness. It is terribly disproportionate to our region. The other cities that are ahead of us are enormous cities. And what we're doing here is looking at the problem that's on the street now and doing something to get those people off the street. That's what we saw in the other cities. There was a clear execution of a plan that got people off the street, and that's what we're presenting to you. We will have that discussion. In fact, what I'd like to do is one more visit, which is a place that has done regionalization of facilities, where they've actually accomplished getting more built in a very large county, so that we could start creating the model for regionalization. But this is very self-serving to the city of Las Vegas and our downtown. One thing we didn't mention in the presentation is all of the downtown stakeholders, property owners and businesses, this is their #1 priority. They're at the end of their rope in terms of dealing with the population downtown. It's a huge problem in downtown right now. And we're presenting to you something we believe will get people off the street. I will tell you that you drive down Main Street today, the homeless persons you see today are going to be different a week, 2 weeks from now. This is a facility that will get them off the street. We hope keep them off the street, as we saw in those other cities. And we will have that dialogue. We've started the dialogue. We started on the trip. We're continuing that dialogue. We're going to have to talk to our partners at Metro as well to be sure that this is about the city of Las Vegas.
Well, and it's a collaboration, I will tell you, at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which is comprised of 1,200 mayors of 30,000 or more. This is a top topic everywhere, and especially in the warmer climates that have less natural disaster problems. So with your permission, if you're through but don't go, please, gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I'm going to blame it all on Mayor Pro Tem, who said it was going to be over 45 minutes.
Well,
So
thank
if
you
you'll re-announce yourselves each
Yes.
when you speak again for a record, and thank you, and Ms. Gibson and Mr. Arson, if you want to sit down, Mr. Adams. And so we're going to invite any other of our service providers as well to speak, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Michael Swecker from the CARE Complex.
I'm Dr. Elliot Shin from Operation Hope, Inc.
I just wanted to touch on, that was a great presentation, and I can appreciate all the work that's gone into that. And I need to mention that I've had the opportunity to get to know Kathy Thomas Gibson over the last few years, and I've always admired her passion and commitment to this issue, and her wealth of knowledge has been a tremendous benefit to the CARE Complex. Just to piggyback off the presentation, I'm not sure Dr. Shin and I could have done a better job of illuminating the need for medical services in the Corridor of Hope. I think it was mentioned 5 times on the presentation. And I should have started with this. What we are asking for involves no public dollars, involves no taxpayer commitment. It just is asking for the council's support of the special use permit. And to reiterate my point before, we've checked with all the proper authorities, government entities. We could open Monday with the approval of the special use permit. We have all the modifications in place. We have all the improvements in place. So this need of medical care, which we've agreed with for some time, was actually in our original application for the CARE Complex, is here and now and ready to move forward. That said, I don't want it to ever be interpreted that this is the end-all, be-all program. This is a very small grassroots program, and I don't think in any way should inhibit other medical facilities that the council might deem appropriate. I think, Dr. Shin, you got cut off explaining his program and what makes his organization unique and what they've been doing on East Sahara.
Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Sorry to make you wait so long.
No, it's okay. I set aside this day.
He knows it.
So, money, we need programs, but that's not going to end homelessness. What ends homelessness is love. You need people delivering these services with love. That's the missing piece, I believe. Dealing with the homeless issue for 30 years. I've been going to the streets every week for past 30 years. This is what I see. This is what I hear from the homeless. So what if I get housing? So what if I get the clothing? So what if I get fed? They don't love me. This is the key. And I see this in my clinic every week, where our caring and loving volunteers deliver our services with love, they just cry right in front of you because we have no conflict of interest. We don't get paid by anybody. We're there because we want to be there, not because we have to be there. And that translates into people's heart change. This is what we need in the homeless population. Transformation from inside. That cannot be done by money and programs. We need them, but that's not going to end homelessness. You're just putting on a Band-Aid over the issue if you do that. So anyways, I just want an opportunity to do this right there where we're talking about at the Corridor of Hope. I just need a business license to get our clinic going. We have the volunteers already. We've been doing this already in past 7 years in the city on Sahara location. We've seen 14,000 people so far with no paid staff, all volunteers. It's gonna, I mean, we don't require anything. You know, we just need the permit so we can love on our patients and deliver the things that they need medically. We have medications that we're going to give for free. We have lab services that we're gonna do for free.
And you have already been to our licensing?
I have submitted the special use permit request already, and the plan is I think the planning committee has my application, the completed application, and as soon as that's approved, we are ready to go. We have volunteers, physicians ready, we have nurses ready.
If I may, Your Honor?
Okay. I think what I might suggest to you to help you move it forward is make an appointment with Councilman Barlow, in whose ward this is, and that's what has to occur so he can help you move your process forward. So are you in town this week, Councilman?
My office is open Monday through Thursday, Mayor, 8 to 5:30.
So if you will call into Councilman Barlow's office, set up an appointment.
And Joe is there, so they know who Joe is, and so Joe will get you your contact information, and we'll get it taken.
If I could, Mayor, just to clarify that.
Yes.
We've already had the fire department come by. We've already been in contact with the business license department. The special use permit is the last step in the approval of all that.
Your Honor, if I can.
And then to open.
If I can.
Yes, please.
It sounds like, gentlemen, that you're talking about you getting your license and your special use permit, moving forward with what you're doing. That's going to take its process. I think what I want to know as a council member is, are you in support of this courtyard concept and moving forward with the City of Las Vegas and making a difference in the Corridor of Hope? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Absolutely, we are very excited that the city is bringing attention to this issue that we think has been long deserved, and we absolutely welcome the city manager's request for us to be on the advisory council. I think one thing that we should clarify, in no way are we going to stand in the way of progress, and our only goal here, there's no personal gain, this is all volunteerism, is to end homelessness. But I should clarify, and felt it necessary to clarify today, that the article that came out about this plan made us very uncomfortable, because there's no way of reading that article without concluding that the city is going to end up trying to buy them out or push them out. And I have to clarify that we are not interested in selling our property. We don't want to sell the property. And more than that, with the YCF and the commitment that they made to organizations, we gave promises that we would not sell the property. So we want to be part of the solution. We currently are now part of the solution. Much of what's been proposed in the plan is already offered at CARE.
It's the collaboration, and what happened, as Mr. Adams said, the tip of the skis were way in front. We went out way too early, and it was not clear, and that's what we're trying to do. So there have been a lot of pieces that have been missing. The collaboration with our providers has not been inclusive, and so the effort is right now is to put the pieces in place, get the plan, find out where everybody is, get the input, what needs to be. Yours singularly, Dr. Shin, is really, it sounds like an appointment with Councilman Barlow is what needs to happen there, but we're all in the same focus. And so if we can, with the Lord's help, do our parts and work together as one people. It's not taking money from anybody. It's not the purpose of the city to do that. It is to help pull people together and let us all pursue this problem that we have, and it's not going away. It needs all of us together with one focus and holding hands with each other and getting the job done. And so as far as the other providers, I hear with continual emails and phone calls from North Las Vegas because their issues and their borderline with us as far as Henderson, Boulder City, and the rest of the county. I think what Councilwoman and Councilman Barlow have addressed along with Councilman Coffin, you know, of course, but we've got to have something that works, and we need to get going and stop talking about everything. You all have been working boots on the ground all this time. I know what Deacon Tom Roberts, who's standing next to you, I don't know if you saw him out of the corner of your eye slip in there. I did. And knowing the work that goes on at Catholic Charities is just incredible, and the Salvation Army and our other partners. So the key is, and you know, for me, we're on the right page. I think we made some mistakes. I think we did get the skis out in front of us too far and worked that area. But it did bring attention. So it's like Oscar lying down on 95 to stop the transfer of radioactive material. I can't say I thought it was brilliant, but at least it got the press. So we're on a roll with that. And Deacon Tom, I know you have never been without words, so how about saying something here?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Deacon Tom Roberts, President and CEO of Catholic Church of Southern Nevada. So let me start by saying that for those who have been, several of you on the Council have actually visited Catholic Charities since I've been there. And you've seen the work that we've been doing in this community for 76 years. We serve, on average, 100,000 people every single year with dignity and compassion. So I couldn't agree more with the doctor that, again, those of you that are listening, that have volunteered at Catholic Charities, city staff that's seen our operation, the mayor, you've been down a number of times, and several council members, we always endeavor to operate with dignity and compassion. That's the only reason why we exist. And I always like to remind people, even though I'm up here with my collar as a Catholic deacon, we serve anyone who needs help and hope. We don't check religious ID cards at the door. So whoever needs help and hope can get it at Catholic Charities. I just wanted to come up to say that clearly I'm grateful that the city is stepping forward finally to put some capital and some resources against this problem that we have been fighting on the front lines as your anchor for homeless services for decades. Last night we had 500 homeless men in our night shelter. We served 1,000 meals today for anyone who is hungry, not just homeless men, families, veterans, women and families from Shade Tree, sending food over to Shade Tree for those who are embargoed because of domestic violence. We have 250 guys right now in our day shelter. So one of the comments I wanted to make about this program is we clearly want to work with the city to ensure that the program that is put forth with this courtyard does not duplicate services. The doctor may not know that we have a relationship with Volunteers in Medicine, that we have provided transportation through St. Rose Dominican Hospital. We've taken 1,000 homeless people in the last 10 months from calling the ambulance to those campuses for services. Ambulance calls by the city are down 30% in our corridor. So my point there is I think it's important that those that are doing the service, those that are on the ground, are engaged. And as I've shared with you and shared with the city management office, I'm very grateful for the conversations we've had recently. I think it's been very productive. I just want to make sure that since we've been very, very late to the party, and I would, frankly, Councilman, take exception to your comment about the fact that we all knew what was going on. We've been in the city of Las Vegas for 76 years. I actually presented the real estate assemblage plan to the city 2.5 years ago. So I've been an advocate for more resources, but the corridor service providers have been left out of the planning up until this point. We didn't go to San Antonio, we weren't invited. We didn't go to Phoenix, we weren't invited. We weren't involved in the conversations. We are now. And I'm very grateful again to City Manager Betsy and Assistant Scott and those of you on the council that I've talked to. I just wanted to say for the record that we are only involved in this because we want to get people to a good place. And unless we deal with mental health and addiction issues in the first phase, we are missing the boat. If you've looked at the homeless census of 2016, 50% of the people that responded to that homeless census identified themselves as having mental health and addictions issues. Of the 30,000 people that Kathy talked about, 15,000 have self-identified with mental health and addictions issues. The plan I brought forward to the city 2.5 years ago addressed that issue. I'm grateful that we're getting there. I just wanted to say for the record, I'm supportive of the concept, provided that the service providers are fully engaged in full transparency with the program and the plan moving forward. And if that's the case, then I'm very supportive of the concept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, whoops.
Yes.
I just was going to say that my understanding from the individuals that put this together, that you would be one of the, it was on a list I was given that would be contacted to be part of this. So if you are, then you agree with the concept?
Conceptually, as long as we're at the table to help make those programming decisions that we're talking about today, yes, only if we're at the table. Up to this point, up until about a week ago, all the planning was done by the city staff with their research, which is great, but you would think you would want the people that are doing the work closest to it engaged in the planning. I think we are now there, but we have been very, very late to the party. So my support is contingent upon not just myself, but Salvation Army, Rescue Mission, our friends at Palm Mortuary. You talked about the public-private partnership. I engaged Palm Mortuary almost 3 years ago about this land assemblage. Our good friends at Anderson Dairy, I've met with them. They're engaged in this conversation. They absolutely should be engaged. They're major stakeholders in this corridor. So my whole point about being here is I just want it to be on the record for those that might be listening to know that the folks in the corridor absolutely want to be and should be and must be included in this going forward. And if we are, then I think we're all, and I won't speak for my colleagues, but for Catholic Charities, we're willing to step up and do whatever we can to be supportive, provided that we have a seat at the table.
Mayor,
Councilman Barlow?
let me just clarify a few things, because I appreciate Deacon Roberts, you being here, and of course, you've always had a seat at the table. You've participated in a number of charrettes and the like over the years, but to this point, what you're referencing, just so that we're clear, what you're referencing is, as it relates to the campus concept of what's being presented, there should have been more conversation with the stakeholders in the area before it rolled out to the public.
Right.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're saying.
Yes,
because
sir.
you've always had a seat at the table. We've funded this city, this municipality has assisted with funding not only your programs, but a variety of programs throughout the city of Las Vegas as it relates to homeless and homeless needs. So I just want to make sure that we're just clear in that regard, and we want to make sure that you continue to have a seat at the table, because as our incoming soon-to-be city manager stated during his comments, that we can't do it without you. It just cannot be done without you, right? And so I would ask that Steve Harson, Kathy, if you all come back real quick, I have a question for you, because so many people, Deacon Roberts, please don't go anywhere, because this is vitally important. Please come back. This is vitally important. This city has spent millions of dollars over the years, dating back to when, in fact, former Jan Jones and her administration, working with, I can't remember the gentleman's name from MASH, what was his name?
Father Joe.
Father Joe. When all of this began during that process, and the various municipalities, if memory serves me correctly, stated that they would play their part in helping to fund programs and services if, in fact, the city of Las Vegas allowed MASH to tilt up and service the homeless, which, to my understanding, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, no other jurisdiction came in to support the city of Las Vegas in that endeavor, and therefore, the growth of what we call the Corridor of Hope basically took off, growing, and it is what we have today. And now we're talking about expanding it even more so, right? And because the homeless population has increased even more.
Right.
I did a quick survey. Los Angeles, proper, 4 million people. New York City, 8.5 million people in the city. Chicago, 3 million people in the city. The city of Las Vegas, 624,000. How is it that we're in 5th in the nation when it comes to homeless? And the fact that we spent millions of dollars to address homeless. Help me understand that. How much money have we spent? Just ballpark.
I think the best way to, as we've done some pulling numbers together, we roughly spend about $10 million a year over several years, whether it be public service funds, CDBG, CIP funds, RDA set-aside funds.
So
funding
an estimate of over $100 million that we've invested in the homeless. But you ask the average citizen that look around, and they would swear that we haven't spent a penny. Would you agree with that, Deacon?
No, I think there's a clear consensus that the city has not done what it needs to do to address homeless issues. You know, and I know, that there's been a lot of activity that's happened on Fort Master that has improved things. And I mentioned the shuttle to Volunteers in Medicine. I mentioned the 500 folks that we're attending in our shelter. You know, we're funded through the county, as you may know, for a homeless shelter for 180 people. We've taken 500 a night. I don't stop at 180. So, Councilman, I completely concur, by the way, that if we work together, and that's my whole point, that the people that are on the ground closest to us want to be and should be your advocates and your experts to help you on the programming so that the money that's spent is effective. Because that's what I want, and I know that's what you want.
And as my commitment as the representative of this area and who's addressing this every single day, right? From F Street to Owens and Las Vegas Boulevard and beyond, these specific corridors have been impacted just so immensely that we will come in and clean up the area, and the very next day it will look as though we've never touched it. So, yes, there is something that we have to do, and we can't do it without you and the other service providers in this community, just as Scott Adams had mentioned. And I can assure you that you are welcome to the table because we can't do it without you. You are welcome to the table, and I'll be a part of that moving forward.
Okay,
So
and
thank you
Councilman
so very much.
Barlow, I mean, I just really, you know, I really want to pull this together and move forward and get some action.
Madam Mayor?
We've worked,
I mean to interrupt, but I need to reiterate what I said before, and that is everybody that has a physical presence in that corridor, and in particular Deacon Tom Roberts, will be asked to be on that advisory council, and we will work with them going forward.
Thank you.
and, you know, I think what we have been doing, at least is, through the 6 years I've been on, and knowing my husband's 12 years before, everybody that's been working through the nonprofit sector and service providers has been working and drowning in this. And that's why we're finally moving forward to do something cohesively with a plan and to get this enough talking, enough trying. We need to be together. We have the commitment from our city manager pro tem, or whatever the title is that he has. You have everybody at city council. We want to do this. We want to do it collaboratively, even with those people east of Las Vegas Boulevard, with our neighbors in North Las Vegas. We are all of that mind, and our nonprofit partners have been at the table now for 6 years, all doing their share in different parts of town. This is something we can impact, and Las Vegas will take a leadership role in this if we can just move this forward and get the seed money allocated so we can go with it, and it's in your ward, and I think it's time. Can we just have a motion to move this forward? We're all repeating
I'll
ourselves.
move, Your Honor, I'd like to speak to my motion, which is to approve this item.
Oh, you gave it away. It's in your ward. You gave it to Councilman
Oh.
Coffin?
I didn't give it to Councilman.
You're in your ward.
I didn't give it to Councilman Coffin. Councilman Coffin just wants to push all his homeless into my ward, but.
No, this happens to
I
be
know,
in
okay.
Ward 5.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve this item, but just know that this is not an approval to create a situation to where Southern Nevada's homeless will be dumped inside of the city of Las Vegas. That is not what this is about. So I want to be very clear in my
When you find
statement.
out and homeless word is
That's my
out
motion.
that it's safe and it is a good place to transition, the word will spread on the street. Councilman Barlow, you're not listening to me.
I am listening to you,
No, you
Mayor.
can't be listening and talking to Councilman Toffin. He won't let anybody listen to anything except to him. I know this. No, the
Who?
reality
For the
is,
record.
if this is set up the way it's planned to be set up, the word will hit through the street grapevine that this is a safe place. You can be here, you can be processed, you can live as you are, you can have dignity to the extent that you're going to develop and change, and we are going to get people through the grapevine that are going to come. The key is we have to work with Sunrise, who also, like UMC, after their 48 hours, put people with mental issues that they've had in their facilities out into cabs to come on down or have somebody take them. So the reality is it's a huge mountain, and we do have a motion. We do have a motion, and we have the commitment from our people and our city manager pro tem with the new word that this will be collaborative and inclusive. Will you please vote?
Discussion on the motion, Your Honor.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Your Honor, well, it's,
It's
you and
okay.
your husband have been waiting for 20 years for this
18,
to happen.
18.
So, Your Honor, on the motion, and I think you folks can sit down now because discussion is over there. I tell you what,
Deacon.
remember why this
Deacon.
came. This happened because homelessness is now a public safety problem. The time for touchy-feely is over in many, many ways. Those who want to deliver services to the homeless and give them service and take money from charities and from the federal government, whatever you can do to help sustain you, that should continue. But it's time for government to take the lead, and it is time to stop talking. This came to this agenda for one reason only, and that is because my ward has been overrun with homeless. But they're not all homeless in the old-fashioned way we think of poor people out of luck and mentally ill. Now there is a hard case criminal element living with and hiding in the homeless community, and they're hurting at least half of this town. Wards 1, 3, and 5 are really, really hurting. They're destroying property. They've occupied our parks. They've dirtied them up. They make them uninhabitable and not safe for children. And because they don't have a place to sleep, because we close our parks, they come into our neighborhoods, my neighborhood, the house next door to me, which is empty. They sleep there if I can't catch them. And across the street, there are 2 empty ones. My neighborhood's just like 1,000 others, street, like 1,000 other blocks of this town. I live right in the middle of it. And I can tell you that it is public safety now. So when I raised this issue 2 months ago, I had no idea it would take this way. When I had first heard the budget that was being proposed, I said, there aren't enough marshals. Members of the council will recall that we proposed, the city manager's office through the detention and enforcement, proposed to add 33 new marshals over the next 3 years. 11 each year. And I said, we need 33 now. 33 might begin to cope with what we have now in our parks. Because we basically are telling these people, invade the neighborhood to sleep. Go wherever you can as long as you're not in our park. Well, you immediately put it into the residences. So that has to end. And so city manager came to me and said, well, we may have a better way based upon the trip to San Antonio And based upon all the discussions we've had with the service providers, those who are part of this program know that this has been coming because they can't possibly have been unaware of the efforts going on around the country and of the endless meetings that have been carried forth by well-meaning but frankly inactionable people. So now this body has been brought forth an idea by our city manager's office to do this, paralleling somewhat what has been working in San Antonio. But it is a step forward, and it is one that has to be taken by somebody. We are the leaders. We are elected to lead. It is expected that people will criticize us for what we do in any respect. But since 1995, more than $100 million has been invested in this homeless care corridor. It was selected by the homeless many years ago. They weren't told to go there. That's just where they went. There was blood plasma that you could sell. There were other things you could get. It was a good place to bum, and it was near downtown where you could always shake people down for some money. Well, now they're shaking our neighborhoods down, and it's got to stop. We got to get them out of there. But we can't just hassle people. In our agreement through the Ninth Circuit, we have said we will not hassle people, even though some of them are criminals. Many of them are veterans, mentally ill for other reasons, congenitally in many cases, and all others who fit into the area of jobless, hopeless, and now we have a place for them to go. But we have to make this first step by encumbering some money in this budget. Make no mistake, we will spend some money with this vote. This is not somehow, we're not going to try to sugarcoat this and say, this isn't taking money. It's going to take a lot of money. This is just the beginning. But we have spent a fortune down there, and I frankly do not think we have seen nearly the results we should have seen. The capital investments were not utilized. It was simply spent and spent and spent as quickly as it could be given to the providers to take care of the immediate need, with very little capital investment. And now we propose to make capital investment so that instead of sleeping in my house, or next to my house, or in my yard, as has happened, they're going to have a place that they'll be required to sleep. You see, our police cannot hassle. Our police and our marshals cannot tell somebody, move on, just keep moving on. If they're in the right of way and so on, so they duck around the back of a building, they're not in the right of way, our police can't do anything about it. Why would we want to arrest them? We can't do that because they're citizens. As slovenly and as dirty and as smelly as they can be, they're just like any one of us in a bad month. So therefore, we treat them fairly. But now it is time to have a place for us to say, this is where you go. You have to go here, or you have to go to jail if you have broken a law. And many of them, most of them, frankly, are breaking the law every day. So I think we give them a chance to survive and move, but we have to instill some discipline into that horde of thousands of people out there who have absolutely no parental guidance anymore, and they need their mothers and fathers even if they're 30, 40, and 50 years old. So the city fathers and mothers are saying this, it's time for the sign. The sign is the usual thing. Well, I have to make a speech. I'm a senator. You know, that's what happened. You learned how to do this stuff. You get on the record for what you're doing because it's just the first step. One person, a doctor here, has said, we'll help, but boy, give us a business license or we won't sell our land to you. There's a major national corporation that owns a big chunk of land right in that area that could sell to us, but they don't want to sell either. They'd like to maybe take advantage of us. So when that was a nice locally owned corporation, that was nice. So we have to make sure that we're okay, and we will be, for sure, treated well by the people we do business with. Let's treat our residents first, the best, because they are the ones we're trying to please here, not the homeless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Mayor, there's a
very
motion on
much.
the floor.
But there is, but unfortunately.
Oh, my.
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure he's alive. He may be lying there comatose, but.
No, Your
Yes,
Honor,
Councilman
I
Beers.
just seek with my brevity to return the average verbosity level of a former state senator to average.
He always was a quiet man.
That was awesome.
Okay, now, everybody but Councilman Beers has signified by a vote.
And I do
Councilman Beers?
I need briefly to explain why I'll be voting no on this, Your Honor.
Okay.
First of all, I will be supporting our budget, and I have been supportive of our budget, and our budget does accommodate this. But at this time, based on a apparent complete lack of planning, based on this being the first week that we've had stakeholder meetings, based on the concept that we, as a small government representing approximately 25% of the people in this valley, can emulate a $100 million public-private partnership in San Antonio that started with a really rich individual offering up millions of dollars, of private dollars, to get the ball rolling. Instead, we're going to try to recreate this with $6 million today and another $6, we think, over the next 2 budgets, if we can pull it off. We're not a regional government. The San Antonio project was done by a regional government. I don't think you start a public-private partnership with only public money. I will have to vote no on this today in hopes that it does come back with enough detail for us to be able to figure out what we're voting on. What we're voting on here is not a list of projects that totals an amount of money that we need to spend. What we're voting on here is an amount of money that we now need to get a list of projects for. If this had been any private development, as we're going to start seeing in our afternoon agenda shortly, we would simply tell the city to go back and hold those meetings with neighbors and gain some consensus and define their plan before we approve it. So confident that we'll have this inside of our budget and we'll be able to accommodate when a plan is developed, I will withhold my approval until that time. Thank you.
Okay. Will you post, please? Everybody's voted. But the whole thing went dead. There it is. Motion passes. Now, what I'm going to do, because thank you very much, all of you, and for everyone that's here, our afternoon session starts at 1, but I'd like to go ahead. I think any of the city staff reports we can hold till after our recess for lunch. But I think we should move ahead with 37.
Can we, and do you want to go ahead with the budget? It should be brief because there's virtually, very few changes since tentative.
Okay. Okay. So let's go with agenda item 37. What I would do is, for those of you who need to take a quick recess, please go ahead and do so, as long as we can keep 4 here. You're exhausted, I know, Councilman Cotter. That was a long talk, and I wiped you out.
I have to go lay on the fainting couch. We reserved for you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
Your Honor.
please. Hi.
And members of the council. My name is John Curtis. I'm a deputy city attorney.
John, hang on, John. Your Honor, I think you have to read the item into the record first.
Do what?
You have to read the item.
Oh, I do have to read. Agenda item
Oh, I'm sorry.
37, hearing and discussion for possible action. I was just absolutely, all the air has been sucked out of me. Hearing and discussion for possible action on complaint seeking disciplinary action against DDMV LLC, a Nevada Limited Liability Company, DBA Venus Beauty Spa, and Kevin K. Quatch individually as a managing member of DDMV LLC, whose place of business is located at 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard, number 120, Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, 89104, as holders of cosmetology license number G64-07028 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. So now, please, if you'll announce
Good
yourself.
afternoon, Your Honor, and members of the council. My name is John Curtis. I'm deputy city attorney. With me is Mary McElhone with Business Licensing Department of the City of Las Vegas. This item is on for approval, for council approval, for us to file a complaint for disciplinary action against the holder of the license and the managing member, Kevin Quatch, of DDMV LLC, a Nevada limited liability company doing business as the Venus Beauty Spa at 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard South. Quickly, the allegations involve the licensee obtaining a cosmetology license at that location for basically a hair and nail salon, but the almost immediately after this license was received in, I believe, October, November of last year, the business quickly became came to operate as a massage parlor and housing up to 6 young women who were providing sexual services instead of nail polishing and hair and manicuring. So we've got a complaint for disciplinary action seeking to revoke that license and to assess certain penalties against both the licensee and the managing member of that company. Ms. McElhone is here to answer any questions, should the council have any.
We also need to set a date.
We also need to set a date for the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Well, be happy to make a motion on anything you want for this, because this is another beautiful Ward 3 business just down the street from my house. What would you prefer we do? Do we need chains, or do we need a gallows? What do we need for our next meeting?
Well, it should be noted that as soon as there was an arrest, a sting operation that took place here, and there were arrests made for prostitution, and Metro did close down the business, it has remained closed since that time. And I'm in contact with the attorney for the licensee, and he assures me it will stay closed. I don't believe they're going to contest these allegations. So I think we need to go forward with a hearing.
Let's set a hearing date then, Your Honor, and
I think it should proceed.
They need to give us a
rather quickly.
recommendation. You may not even need a motion for that, do you?
We need 30 days in order to, 30
You need
days.
a recommendation from us to follow his motion to set a hearing date.
Thank you. At least 30 days out.
Well, then I move to set this hearing for the second meeting in July. So that gives you 2 months to prepare.
That's fine. What was it again?
Now, there may be a first.
No, it can't be later than 60 days. It has to be between 30 and 60 days.
Give us a date so that we can set it.
So the second meeting in June would be the one
Okay.
next before.
Which will be June 19th? or
June
thereabouts?
21st.
June 21st? Thank you. That is my motion for the hearing date.
Okay, there's a motion. No, we did 38. We're doing 39. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Okay, and Councilman Barlow is not here.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move on now to agenda item 39, discussion for possible action regarding the restated amended purchase and sale agreement between the City Parkway 5 Inc., CPV, and Nevada H&C Distilling Company, LLC, and VH&C to amend terms and conditions for the development of approximately 3.11 acres of vacant land located along West Mesquite Avenue, which is part of 301 West Mesquite Avenue, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. This item is related to council. Item 42, R-242017. Hello.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
would you please open item 42 also?
Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item 42, R242017, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding that the restated amended purchase and sale agreement between City Parkway 5 Inc., CPV, and Nevada H&C Distilling Company, LLC, and VH&C concerning proposed sale of 135,253 square feet of vacant land that is a part of 301 West Mesquite Avenue, portion APM 139-27-401-035 is for the purposes of economic development and redevelopment. Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. This item, as I just mentioned, is related to council item number 39. So you have both of them.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. I'd like to thank Rich Atkins from my team who worked on this transaction, and also Jonathan Hensley, who is our business partner here and is with us today. I do have a PowerPoint, but I'm going to skip it and just jump to the bottom line. This is really revising what was already a good deal, but making it even better. There was a little bit of confusion over the pricing of the property, which included a billboard. So we've gone through a new appraisal process, and our partner has agreed to pay the higher of our two appraisals, which is a new purchase price of $1,044,000 and $44,004, which includes both the property, which is just over 3 acres, and the billboard itself. That's the reason for item 42. It is a resolution to sell property, not through an auction process, but we believe it's great for economic development. The distillery will pay the full purchase price at the close of escrow. We were looking on carrying some of the purchase price as financing, but instead we're getting paid in full. And in consideration of that, we have, as the city, have agreed to go ahead and install sanitary sewer for the site. There's a new main that needs to come down Mesquite and a lateral into the property, and we're going to get reimbursed at closing through the sale proceeds. The distillery wants to purchase the property by December 15th of this year, and construction would start within 120 days thereafter. We're recommending approval, and again, I'd like to thank our partner who's here if you have any questions about the business itself.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
You going to open for the public, Mayor, for motion?
Is this public hearing? No.
No?
But
Okay.
we do have a gentleman. Do you wish
Yeah,
to hear from
this is one of the partners here.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Hi.
Your name first.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jonathan Hensley, and I'm half the partnership. My partner, Aaron Chepnick, is up in Reno right now selling some of our bourbon. I've got really exciting news. The last time I was here, I talked about us getting the results from the San Francisco World Spirits competition. It was 2016. We had no expectation that we were even going to make it into the competition, but Wirtz Distribution, now Breakthrough Distribution, put us up for the competition, and to our great surprise, we won a gold medal last year, which I announced here the last time we were here. Anybody will tell you that in the spirits world, the San Francisco competition is the end-all, be-all. It's the Academy Awards, if you will. There's a couple of other competitions worldwide, but they really are quite insignificant compared to San Francisco. This year, the results were just announced. There were 2,300 spirits that were put up for awards. Of virtually every single distilling company in the world had a brand up for competition. So if you win a gold medal, it's a big deal, and that's why it was so significant for our company last year. There's one designation above gold medal status, and that's where every single judge, all 30 judges, award a brand a gold medal. And in other words, it's a unanimous choice, and in those rare circumstances, those brands are awarded a double gold medal. So it's extremely rare, and we never had an expectation of beyond our wildest dreams. This year, it was just announced on Monday, our company won 2 double gold medals.
Oh, hi.
And anyone now in the city of Las Vegas can say, truthfully, that there's a company here, a distillery, that's producing some of the finest bourbon in the world.
Isn't that incredible?
So we are just over the moon about this. I still can't believe.
Move over Kentucky. Here comes Vegas.
Well, cheers. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
Steve.
much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And already it's really filled our sales, So Breakthrough is pushing us now into national distribution in an expedited way. We'll be out in Arizona, Colorado in June, and then all of the state of California, with an emphasis on Southern California because the nexus with Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, probably sometime around September, October. So I just wanted everyone to know that all of our business projections are going forward. You're going to see we're national partners with Total Wine and Spirits. So we're going to be in all of their venues throughout the Southwest by Christmas time. It's happening. It's, this little dream that we had 6 years ago is really happening. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
with that, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor.
On number 39.
Yes, on item number 39, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions, and congratulations again for the double gold.
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
There's a motion. Please vote on agenda item 39. Congratulations to you. And now on agenda item 42, please.
Yes, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much.
And please vote. There's a motion, and please post. And Mr. Arndt, thank you and your staff. Great
Thank
job.
you.
Wonderful. I hope they gave you a sample. Okay, and now we move on to agenda item 40, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding fiscal year 2018 City of Las Vegas tentative budget and fiscal year 2018 City of Las Vegas final budget, including the 5-year capital improvement plan, all wards.
Hey, Renata, hey, you got the changer?
I do. That's right.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. This is my final budget that I'll be presenting to you, which is kind of an interesting moment in my career. So as I was thinking about this, I thought it might be kind of interesting to talk about some of the things that have happened over the last 8 to 9 years, just to kind of put some things in perspective. I mean, one thing that's really important is we weathered that recession, and we weathered it well, and it was hard, but we made it through. And while our general fund budget over those ensuing years declined $59 million, in fiscal year 17, we will surpass those 2008 numbers 9 years later. So we're back, which is kind of cool. And I'm glad to have been a part of that resurgence. One thing that I will tell you, and I'm sure Vanetta will hit on this a little bit later, but I think it's kind of interesting to think about the depths of that recession that we all weathered. We actually declined in real position numbers 531 full-time equivalent positions. We did that over the course of 5 years, from 2009 through 2013, before we started adding back positions. And to this day, we're still 264 positions less than we were. Most of those are in non-public safety areas, as you all know, because we talk about that quite a bit. But, you know, we're back to about 2012, 2013 staffing levels. I'd like to think that we rebuilt this city a little bit smarter. You know, we're much more focused on technology and innovation. We're much more focused on responding to our citizen survey, not just our gut. We don't stay focused on things that we did just because we always did it that way. We've attempted to turn over every rock and every process and everything that we feel we are supposed to be doing for this community, mandated and directed and prioritized to the best of our possible abilities. And it's because we've got an incredible team of people. I mean, we simply have an incredible team of people. We've got a great leadership board that has really made some very tough decisions along this road, both as we were cutting back and as we were rebuilding. As I sat there and I listened to that conversation about the homeless courtyard, that is the beauty of a public dialogue and talking about what kinds of programs need to be enhanced, where and to what end. The same thing about the circulator. And you guys do that. Every 2 weeks, you're willing to take on those hard conversations and move them forward. And then we've got this incredible team of executives, the finance department who puts together an incredible budget, all of these directors and department heads over here, and their key team members that put together these budgets, and then year after year perform, but also they don't spend every dollar you give them, because they're very conscious of making sure that they're fiscal stewards, making sure that they're taking good care of those resources that you give them. And I think we're really lucky that way, that we've got such a professional team, a dedicated group of employees, headed up by very strong union leadership in partnership with management. It's an incredible city that we have here, and I just feel blessed to have had a chance to be a part of this. And so today, you know, we bring to you, I think, a very robust budget, one that's responsible and responsive, and I think that's very important for us to kind of hit on today, that we've tried to build a budget that's based on these key things: your priorities, you all took the time in several work sessions to identify what you feel is most important to the constituents you represent and the citizens we serve. That's reinforced by the citizen survey, which we get great accolades for each year. I know sometimes it seems like we get a little complacent about it, but that sea of blue is nothing to take for granted. And by listening to the things that aren't quite blue in that survey, help us stay in the blue the next year. So I think it's important for us to continue that effort. Our employees are more engaged than most other major corporations in this country, as we're benchmarked. That's incredible. And we haven't sat back and rested on our laurels. We've done some great things. We've put together a downtown master plan. We have a comprehensive plan that integrates all of your priorities in the City by Design document. And we've set a future foundation for this city based on all of that work. And meanwhile, we're still able to meet some of the needs. You know, we've had some recent tragedies in town as it relates to animal care and animal control kinds of issues. In this budget, we're asking to add 4 more animal control officers. It's pretty significant that we're able to do that we've reached a point where we can say we've pretty much restored most of the services that needed to be restored because we cut them when we didn't want to, and there was still demand for them. To be able to stand here and say those are pretty much built back is excellent. And to say that in this budget we're able to expand into areas where we know that there are high priorities, like things like adding additional marshals to our force to be able to improve the safety in our parks, is very significant. And expanding Metro's budget and providing additional law enforcement over and above the Crime Prevention Act individuals. These things are critically important, and we're able to do many of them in this budget. Now, I'm sure there's some things that are left unfunded. Jorge probably has a list a mile long of capital projects we'd all like to see happen. And I'm sure there's a few departments who say, you know, it'd be nice if we could have. But I'd rather be in the situation where we're talking about what would be nice to have versus we have to have this and we can't afford it. We can't make it happen. So this is a really strong budget, and I'm really proud to present it to you today. I know Vanetta is going to talk through many more of the details, followed by Jorge in his presentation. But this kind of gives you a snapshot. These are the kinds of things that we share with the public, and it kind of puts things in perspective. You can see that our staffing levels have grown over the last couple of years. Our total budget is now up to $1.4 billion, and moving close to 1.5, Hungary. And our city population is around 640,000 people, so we have a lot of people to serve. Over around 140 square miles, with a general fund budget of around $550 million. So we have a lot to do, a lot of people to serve, and a big area to take care of. And we've tried to present a budget here today that will accomplish all those things. So I know I was supposed to be brief, Mayor, but I couldn't help myself. I just had to put some of that perspective on this final presentation on your budget for next year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Vanetta.
Good afternoon, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance, and thank you for the great introduction to this budget. As Betsy said, the budget highlights, we were really able to we had program restorations and expansions. We were able to meet all of our contractual obligations related to our collective bargaining units. We do always budget with that vacancy factor, but Metro, we were able to handle an increase of 2.6%. That was slightly different than what we presented to you in tentative. As you know, Metro was able to identify some additional property tax revenue, so it did reduce our contribution by about $700,000. And with that, Metro is going to be able to fund 47 civilian positions, as well as 67 additional officers, and get their 2 to 1,000 ratio. In this budget, we are restoring and adding 61.5 new positions. 47 of those are in the general fund, and 14.5 are in the other funds. And on the non-public safety side, that represents 41.5 positions, and public safety, we're adding 20. So on the positions in the general fund, again, as Betsy reiterated, this is where we were able to restore. We were able to focus on your priorities. You can see that all of those listed, they have not changed from tentative. And in this plan, we were able to add the marshals, the 14 marshals for the park security services and the animal control officers that she said. So again, nothing has changed here, and we're able to sustain that with the revenues. On the other funds, the 14.5 positions that were added, we know that when we add funds to these other funds, they have their own funding sources. So we were able to also shore up our sanitation fund. It's expanding, it's growing, so we needed help there. And in the building and safety side, we had some restoration there with the inspectors and the auditors and the full-time plans examiners. Parking support because of what she's doing there, and expanding that program with the parking lots and the 7 days a week monitoring of meters. She needed some additional support. And as Betsy mentioned, we put a lot into technology, so we needed to add the 3 information technology support people, and that's going to spirit that through as you know, when you have that kind of stuff, you need care and feeding. So
Could I ask a question, please? On the, before this one, the one before this, are you adding to code enforcement at all?
We added 3 people in code enforcement last year, Councilwoman, so we've added about 5 people over the last several years. So we don't have any new code enforcement people contemplated in this budget.
All right, thank you.
So this shows the full-time history that Betsy was speaking to, and we are down the 264 positions, but in that you can see that the red represents the public safety, the blue represents the non-public safety. We know that the non-public safety, we're about 17% below where we were in 2008, and we're just about 6% higher, and that's kind of incredible when you consider how many new citizens are here and how much has expanded since 2008, that our public safety has been only 6% increased. On the general fund performance, we had $4.4 million greater than our budget that we had filed at the beginning of the year. That was attributable to C-Tax. We had about $2.7 million in excess C-Tax than what we had budgeted. In addition, we had some other revenues, and one of great note was we had a settlement with Cox that produced $1.3 million to us from an audit finding. The overall, our growth in revenue was 2.8% to actual, and the C-Tax, we budgeted at 3.2%. We wanted to reiterate that that came in at 4.2%, so that was our saving grace over our budget. On the project underrun side, we had 7.8 million savings in salary and benefits. When I say savings, as you know, when we budget at the beginning of the year for all of the position, it takes a while to get all of those positions in place. So some of that vacancy is due to trying to fill the positions. In addition, we have a lot of people retiring. So our overall vacancy, when you compared it to the budget, was about 3% in the dollars. And then on the non-labor side, we saved $3.1 million. And we had a growth of 2.8% when we compared ourselves to 16, and the labor growth was the 2%, and non-labor we grew at that 5.8%. With this budget, we were able to use excess beginning fund balance of $9 million. We're going to use $2.5 million of that for one-time requests that are related to operations, and we were able to transfer 6.5 to capital so that Jorge could use that for his capital improvement plan. The general fund highlights as far as budgeted revenues and expenses, we were able to budget revenues equal to our expenditures, and that reflects a 3.3% increase on the revenue side from budget to budget, and a 2.4% from projected revenues in FY17. On the expenditure side, that represents a 3.3% increase in expenses. And when you looked at our actual expenditures, this budget is 5.3% over what we're anticipating. The general fund assumptions, these are pretty much consistent with what you saw before, other than the C-tax. What happened in the C-tax area, because of the increase in FY17, we were able to trail that into FY18. So that gave us a 4.3% increase. I believe in our tentative we had 4.2. The property tax was level from what we had projected in tentative. And our license and franchise is up 1.3%. We had a little growth there. And on the other revenue side, we're actually going to see a decrease of 7.5%. And that's largely due because we don't have those one-time revenues for the $2 million in the SAFER grant. We won't see the historical tax credit. As you recall, we got our last payment this year. And the Cox audit finding, of course, we might not see something like that again. With this budget, the redevelopment agency will be contributing $1.7 million to operations, and we will be transferring in about $400,000 from other funds. As you may recall, we had given $1.5 million to the clerk's office to work through the election process with the county last year. Once we were able to come to fruition with that, Luann was able to save about $400,000, so we'll be bringing that into the general fund. So when you look at the general fund, as we like to show you the pie, consolidated tax represents the majority of our revenue, and that's followed by property tax. Those are our two major resources, so that's 73% of our revenues. License and franchise behind that, and other. On the expenditure side, we had a growth rate of the budget 3.3%, and then compared to projected, the 5.3%. The salaries and benefits will be increasing 4% over FY17 budget. But when you look at our projected actuals, it looks like 6.9%. But remember, we had that significant savings from all this attrition that we're experiencing. And again, this also reflects that 47 new positions in the general fund that we were able to add. The non-labor increase was 2.3% over budget and 6.3% over projected. And again, that was those savings that you saw. Again, it's in the projected actuals. It's making it look artificially, but we're really only growing that line item 2.3 from budget to budget. And the Metro increase, again, is the 2.6. And again, they will be able to add 47 civilians and 67 officers. And so this is what our pie looks like when we look at ourselves by function. As you can see, public safety accounts for about 67% of our budget, and that's followed by general government at 11%, and parks and rec, or cultural and rec, at 8.7%. In another way, we look at this, we want to see our salary, and we show it to you by our component parts, which is salary and benefits at that 55%. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department contribution accounts for 26%. Our non-labor is at 16%, and our debt service is at that 3% level. So this is the budget we will file. Actuals for FY16. As you can see, the FY17 estimate, it shows that we will be using that $9 million in one-time funding, and we'll be at a fund balance of $106 million, which is about 19, almost is still 20%, which is what our budget policy requires. And in FY18, with those changes that we made, we have a balanced budget at the bottom, and we will have a fund balance of $106.9 million. And again, that is 19.5, but with our fiscal stabilization, we are at the 21.9 or 22%. So we are within our budget policies. This is the general fund expenditure that we show that from trending, and it shows where we were in FY18. That's what Betsy mentioned. You can see that the expenditures are the red, with the revenue being the green line. We are finally in FY17, you can see we're over where we were in 2008. So we are finally in the recovery side. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jorge.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director, Community Development. As we put together your capital improvement plan, we used multiple funding sources, and here's a listing of those funding sources now. These sources do come with some restrictions, so there's restrictions on the availability of use of it. For example, the ad valorem can only be used for facility maintenance, room tax can only be used for transportation type projects. But these are your major funding sources as we put this program together. In addition, we reallocate funds within existing projects as projects close out. We reallocate those funds, and as Vanetta mentioned earlier, we transfer in whatever savings there are from the previous operational budget into capital for the following year. For fiscal year 18, we're looking at an allocation of those previous funding sources of about $69 million. Now, what this doesn't take into account is those funding sources that we get from outside funding agencies. Some of the funding we get in our capital program comes from our regional partners, such as the Regional Transportation Commission, Regional Flood Control, of which you all sit on those boards and provide direction. Those boards really prioritize the projects and then transfer the money into the jurisdictions for implementation. If we look at the allocation of the capital program for this year, out of that $16 million, you can see by category where some of that money is going. Some into parking garages, a portion to public safety, city facilities, technology. This is kind of a breakdown of where that money is going for that year. Our 5-year capital program is actually a $1.1 billion program over the next 5 years. If we look at some of the significant projects that are being funded this year, we see that we are able to replace Fire Station 3, which is really one of our oldest fire stations, which is on Washington and Rancho. It's been in need of replacement for some time, so we're able to move forward with this year. We're also looking at allocating funding for a parking garage downtown at a site to be determined yet. We're looking at whether it's the courtyard, the courthouse area, the medical district, Fremont East, where it makes most sense to provide that parking garage. We're also setting money aside for the Cashman in case some development occurs, so we have the ability to mobilize and clear that site and make it available, as well as acquisition of land for capital projects. And then earlier there was conversation on the courtyard, so this is just a placeholder for that funding source. In the Innovation District, putting some money aside as we need to continue to instrument and set up the areas downtown for technology, such as the autonomous vehicles. The corridors need to have the instrumentation to allow it to happen. And we continue moving forward with putting money into information technology, whether it's software, hardware that needs to be replaced and kept updated. Earlier we talked about the agreement on Huckleberry Park. And then several years ago, we started on the replacement of our street light with LED lights, which really gives us about a 60% energy savings. There's still some areas up in the Northwest and in Summerlin that have the decorative lights that we still need to address, and so that's being addressed. And then adding some electrical charging stations through some grants at our city facilities. With the passage of Question 5 last November with the fuel revenue indexing, we're actually able to move forward now with some of the major transportation projects that we've had planned. A big one being the Symphony Park connector over the railroad tracks that will connect Main Street to City Parkway. Also doing Las Vegas Boulevard North, which really is going to be that gateway entry into Cashman. So whatever develops there, we've got a core that's very inviting, bringing folks in there. Adding some lighting to Rafael Riviera soccer field so that programming can be extended late into the evenings. And then continuing our program to address ADA issues and maintain our facilities. So a total of 83 projects that we'll be funding in fiscal 18 under the capital program.
So our key budget takeaways are we are seeing some modest growth in C-Tax. We also know that we have the 2.6 cap, but we are seeing growth in our property tax as well. We were able to do some expansions in the areas that are public safety, youth development, community services, park maintenance, and public works. So we feel that we were able to address a lot of the concerns of the departments as well as yourselves on this budget. And we are filing a balanced budget in the general fund.
Mayor?
Please.
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Please.
On the property tax, you have 2.6% cap on commercial and residential. I thought they were slightly different in percentages as far as the overall cap. 3% and was it 8%?
Right. But remember, it's subject to that secondary calculation where we have to look at the rolling CPI. And so when we look at the CPI, it says it's the lesser of. So right now we're in the lesser of situation where the CPI is below. So we have to have the residential as well as the commercial at the same rate.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Keep going.
We will be filing the budget June 1st, and we will follow that with our 5-year CIP plan on August 1st. So with your approval, we will be moving forward.
How exciting, a balanced budget, again. Ms. Appleyard, let me express what I expressed this morning in redevelopment agency. You make this easy for certainly me to understand this budget process. I've had the fortunate goodwill of being part of this budget for the past 12 years. And I must say this, Ms. Fretwell, as you started your comments and your statements about you know, here we are, we're back, look at those, look at that, just that one graph showing our revenues above our expenses is quite significant. And you and your team, and most of your team, other than Gary, you were all here during this great recession that we had. And we went through the challenges of that recession, and I'm sure, Gary, wherever you were, you went through it as well. But, you know, certainly hit hardest in Ward 6 out in Centennial Hills. But Ms. Fretwell, you've done a fabulous job. Your entire team has. Ms. Appleyard, you have. Mr. Zarantes, you continue to, and it seems like you keep getting all the money, the leftover money anyway. But that's okay. With that, Your Honor, I know you've been paying attention. Oh, it is a public hearing, okay. It is a public hearing. Yes, I will open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to comment on the city's budget? You all liked it too, didn't you? Hearing none, Your Honor, I'll close the public hearing, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go for it.
I would make a motion that we accept and approve this budget, moving forward on agenda item 40.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve this fabulous budget with all the hard work of our favorite, up to this point, city manager. And thank you all very much. And Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Appleyard, thank you, thank you. Okay, we are now on to agenda. What? Oh,
No, we haven't posted yet.
so sorry.
We haven't voted yet.
Do you want them to?
I want you to vote.
And post, please. Sorry. The motion carries. Thank you. And now we will go on. Is it
Your Honor?
41? Yes, please.
I want to thank Betsy and her staff for this budget. I have voted against the tentative budget last time we discussed this issue because of the very problem we faced. We were not adding enough marshals. But staff convinced me you can't arrest yourself out of this problem. So we really, I do appreciate the changes in the budget that were made to make the Corridor of Hope happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you post it? Yes. And it passed. Thank you unanimously. Thank you again. All right, agenda item 41, discussion for possible action regarding the reinstatement of the non-operational nonprofit club general on sale license American Legion Post Number 10, Inc., DBA American Legion Post Number 10, Inc., at 1905 H Street, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager. This is for American Legion Post Number 10, and they're requesting a reinstatement of a non-operational, nonprofit club liquor on sale license. Just to go over the history of the club, back in 1968, the Veterans of Foreign War Post Number 157 were approved to hold a nonprofit club general liquor license. In January 28th of 2008, a disciplinary hearing was held with City Council against the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post Number 157. The complaint for disciplinary action submitted stated that the business activity constituted a public or private nuisance, as it was being conducted in an unlawful, illegal, and impermissible manner. Liquor had been sold and consumed by non-members, some of whom were underage. A large number of individuals had congregated in the parking lot drinking alcohol. Employees had worked without a work card or alcohol awareness card. And a large number of crimes had occurred, including narcotics offenses, fights, assaults, and batteries, some of which were related to weapons, as well as robberies. Responding to these crimes resulted in a disproportionate demand on Las Vegas Metropolitan Police resources. From January 2005 to November 2007, there were 188 Metro calls for service. During that hearing, the City Council did not revoke the license, but the City Council added 8 conditions on to the nonprofit club general liquor license. And that was in January of 2008. In May of 2008, Business License was contacted by the state commander, James Dorsey of the VFW, that they were pulling the charter, that they had done an audit and there was money missing from the club. The control of the club was turned over to 3 trustees. In September of 2008, the club closed, and in December of 2008, the nonprofit club general liquor license officially was placed in non-operational status. So 4 years later, on October 29th of 2012, they submitted an application for a change of ownership to business licensing. So the ownership changed from VFW Post 157 to the American Legion Post 10, which is the club that you have here before you today. The club at that time operated without liquor. On December 18, 2013, American Legion Post number 10 came before City Council for a change of ownership to hold the nonprofit club liquor license. It was approved for a change of ownership to hold the nonprofit club general asset license, but it was not approved to reinstate the liquor license. In May 20th of 2015, the club again came before City Council to reinstate the liquor license. City Council again denied that request. At this point in time, American Legion Post number 10 has been operating their nonprofit activity at this location without an active alcohol liquor license since they have taken over the location. On occasion, they have pulled a few special events permits in which they have gotten permission to serve alcohol. And they are here today to speak before you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McElhone? Okay, would you each, whoever's going to start, each of you, as you are welcome here, we'd love to hear from you. If you would just give us your name, please, for the record.
To the mayor and the council members, this is Robert Swift, incoming commander of the American Legion Post 10. And this, my officers, Wes Atkinson, and Second Vice Commander James Trotman. James McDonald.
Okay, do you want to make your comments, please?
Yes. I would like to read some of the things that we do in the community, if that's possible.
Certainly.
Okay, the American Legion Post 10 was organized in 1980. 35 years ago, we became a vital part of the community and has been ever since. We are veterans to continue to fight for the disabled veterans, wounded warriors, homeless veterans, fallen comrades, and family members to get service, to become service to the great nation. Our purpose for opening the American Legion Post 10 is serve as a safe haven for veterans and families within the community and as they reside. The post will also serve as a gathering hall for comrades and fellow members who made sacrifice for the great good of America. Furthermore, we were rendered the assistance in developing and recruiting the service members and their families. Community outreach. We do voting assistance and assisted transportation to polls. We also do Boys State, sponsor 2 kids. Every year, youth activity sponsors organizes a youth sports team, homeless veterans. We organize stand down, provide food and clothing, and so forth. Also aid veterans in obtaining benefits through the military service. Annual programs, we sponsor Boys and Girls Camp, Boys State, scholarship program, Easter egg hunts, Christmas parties, Halloween parties, Christmas basket for needy families, and Thanksgiving dinner. In response to some of the things the other lady said, it seemed like we getting punished for the previous organization, which was the VFW. But I want to let the council members and the mayor know we're a brand new organization. We got all new officers, all new members, and we also have security. We have a security in place, and we're going to implement a non-tolerance for loitering and drinking outside. We don't have any of that anymore. We got new officers, and we got security in place, and we have contracts to show that we have security in place, and we would like to make our license operable again so we can do various things for the community. So we cannot keep operating with our license because we have a lot of obligations, bills, and other things we're trying to implement and help the homeless. And we'd like to implement some things like a lighter bike for kids and help veterans. In other words, we need a place for veterans to come, not only to have a drink, to come and have communication with their fellow veterans and share their ideas and stories, and also give them meals and things like that to make them worthy of the community and the service they have given to us. In other words, we want to make our place for veterans a home away from home. And another thing I'd like to add, we want to let the community know we are being active in working with school programs, scholarships for kids, orientation, things of that nature, and we'd like to have opportunity to operate on a full scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Yes,
And your
Honorable
first,
Mayor,
if you'd repeat your full name for our record, please.
Honorable Mayor and Councilman, James McDonald, Second Vice Commander. I'm also the bar manager. I have a degree in restaurant management and 35 years serving in the industry in San Francisco. Like the commander, incoming commander said, we've cleaned up the parking lot. We have security in the parking lot. We've had events that we got licenses for that we had no problems with. We need to reopen so we can, we've been supporting these programs, but we'd like to do more. We have a new member who's a PhD in psychiatry, so he works with veterans, so we would like to install that also.
Thank you. And thank you for your service, all of you. And Mr. Atkinson?
Yes, good evening. My name is Horace Atkinson. I'm the finance officer of Peter Gunn Post number 10. I've been a member for some 34 years. I resident in Las Vegas for almost 60 years. And I come before you asking for a reinstatement of our liquor license. We have owned our building for some 7 years. In all the 7 years, we have been in compliance with everything the city have asked of us. We never had any trouble at our place. We never had any trouble with the law enforcement and so forth. We represent the zip code 89106, 89108. We are the only veteran home in that area. So our motto is for the community, state, and nation. And we try to live up to that code, creed and code. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the Legion? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I want to thank the American Legion Post 10 for being here today. This is not a new conversation to the neighborhood. This is not a new conversation to you all as well. And I agree with you, Mr. Swift, that American Legion should not be painted with the brush of the former VFW Post.
Exactly.
But Ms. McElhorn, she was basically, her job is to basically lay out the entire history of the property. But I want to make clear for the listening audience that that has absolutely nothing to do with American Legion 10 as far as who you all are as an agency, although some of your members were former members of the VFW Post. You all have applied for change of ownership, I believe approximately 2015, Mary? Or was it 2008?
It was first time was December 18, 2013, and the second time was May 20th, 2015.
I'm saying the change of ownership.
Oh, the change of ownership, they initially came to the city of Las Vegas just for a general license, and that was October 29th of 2012. And then their application for the liquor license, the change in ownership of the liquor license, was December 18th of 2013.
Correct. Okay, so thank you for that clarifying point. Now, as I stated to you all before, this specific area, as it relates to liquor in this corridor, is something that I cannot support. Because of the residents in this area, each time that I've run for re-election in this area, the community have asked me to continue to hold true to their want and need not to have liquor in this corridor. So on behalf of my constituency in this area, and you two are my constituency, however, the angst comes for the residents in relation to what they had to live with in previous years. And today, specifically those residents that face you, have had a comfortable life since the element of what was there previously has gone. And all they fear for is if in fact we replace what was there once before, then the opportunity to rehatch what previously happened could potentially happen in the future. And so I have to stand behind the residents' position in relation to no liquor in the middle of the neighborhood. And so my motion would be to deny this application, this request today before the council, and that would be my motion.
Yes,
Can I
please.
speak? This is Commander
Commander.
speaking to the mayor and the council members. We don't have any problem with people against it in the residence because we got several hundred signatures in the neighborhood to support the having a bar open. So the residents is in compliance with that because we, without all through the neighborhood, we got probably 500 or 600 petitions turned in that people really agree with that. They don't have nowhere to go to socialize, to have a drink in the community, you know. And I assure you, our security, we got a security firm, not a security guard, we got a security firm that's going to comply with our rules and regulations. Because we got the application to show that we have a security in place already.
Thank you. Any other comment, Councilman, or you just? Okay. Any other questions? The councilman has moved to deny on agenda item 41. So please vote and please post. And the motion carries. For the denial, you just keep working with councilman and bring in more neighborhoods on lists. That's the best thing, because he's responding to the residents of the area. So if you can get out there and get all those residents that will speak in support of what you're trying to do, that sounds very different. Even though you say you already have some.
We do have
he's
security.
Hearing, yeah.
Right, we do. We
But
do
it's
have,
not, I mean, those are the other pieces, but looking to the future, that he is talking to the residents of the area who continue to speak to him to deny not have liquor. And so if in fact you want to continue on this path and not to override what the councilman says in his ward, it is going to every single neighbor and getting their permission on a signed sheet with their address, and then getting it over to Councilman Barlow. And you have your hand pregnantly on there.
Yes, I just wanted to say I made a mistake. It should have been a yes for the motion. I pressed the wrong button.
Did you want to make a comment?
Sure, I did not make a mistake. I voted in favor of you guys because I think it is under new management. I would take the mayor's and Councilman Barlow's thoughts to heart as well. Anyway, if you've got signatures from the neighborhood, make sure you present those for your case next time you make application. I think to the city attorney's office, since it's been denied, you have a year to make application again. But you have to go knock on those doors, and I'd suggest meeting with the councilman prior to coming to city council to have that discussion with him. So those are my only comments, Mayor.
Now, if in fact the list you already have with addresses speak to the exact neighborhood surrounding, definitely make an appointment with Harry or Joe Williams back there in the corner to submit to him the list that you have so it can be checked, so that list can be given to the councilman. Because that may change something, but otherwise it's a full year wait. But just to give you every window that's there, the names that you have and the addresses have to be cross-referenced so the councilman can see clearly that this is support of the residents in the neighborhood that he is addressing, that he is listening to.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, if I might add, they did give us in the application process a list
Yes, we
of
did.
addresses.
Right.
But one of the
We did.
concerns with those addresses, if you were just now listening to what the mayor had to say about them being cross-referenced, we noticed that some of those addresses were in Clark County, a lot of them were in North Las Vegas. There was a lot of addresses that were not in the neighborhood directly surrounding where the club is located. So, it does speak to the neighborhood and the people who live there. And when we see addresses in Clark County and outside the area, it doesn't have as much validity as to what you would need to present to Councilman Barlow.
So it is whether you have members of the Legion that live somewhere else and come to the district to have whatever, a party, whatever, and enjoy each other. It's different from what Councilman Barlow is saying. He's talking about the immediate residents to that location at 1905 H Street. So were I in your position, I would certainly get a map of all the houses in the residencies there and get them to sign. Then you might have some ability. But at this point, because as Ms. McElhone just said, you have people signing in from Clark County. They don't live in the neighborhood, which is what he's addressing. So at this point, that's an avenue, or otherwise wait the year.
Excuse me, Mayor.
So that's it.
On the sign, it said that the
Your
motion-
name, please.
My name is Robert Patillo. The motion said that it passed.
It did.
When you,
What?
It sure did. Said it passed.
Your Honor,
Said it passed.
if I may, Your Honor, with your
Please,
permission.
please.
Gentlemen, the motion did pass, but Councilman Barlow's motion was for denial of the application, and that passed.
well, we'd like to meet with him very soon then.
Okay, he has just
Mayor-
said he'd look forward to it. Yes,
Mayor,
please.
Joe is in the back of the room, and I'll be happy to set up an opportunity to meet with the gentleman. Thank you.
Okay,
And Mayor,
thank you.
the city clerk's office will make a note to Councilwoman Tarkanian's comments that she wished to vote in the affirmative.
Okay, oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, why do I have a check against number 42? We did it, that's why. Okay, we're on agenda item 43, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2017-10. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. This is Bill number 2017-10, Second Amendment, an ordinance to amend the city's medical marijuana regulations in various respects, including adjusting limits on hours of operation, deleting certain product limitations, modifying disposal procedures, creating a license for support businesses, revising dispensary fees, and providing for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Hold on one sec. Okay. Abstain from this one?
Yes, it's medical marijuana, Mayor.
And I would like to make a comment, Mayor, if I could.
Okay, first of all, I am going to notify everyone that I am abstaining on this because I have a son that's in the industry, the medical marijuana business. So, and Councilwoman?
I just wanted to note why I will be voting no on this bill. I have concerns relating to children, and that we are removing some safeguards. I don't know if we've had this for 1 year and already we're making changes in it, but when we began this, we tried to protect children more than we are in the way this bill has been changed. For example, We are going to remove that no infused water or beverages may be produced or bottled for drinking as a beverage. We now will say that we can have that infused water or beverage. When I brought my concern up that if it looks like a soda to drink, the children might drink it, I've been told that, well, they'll have those caps, you know, that are supposed to be where you can't open it. And I will tell you, I go to younger children to help me open those caps. They're very adept at it. So I don't think that's the right way to go. It removes the prepackaging and serving size requirements. It allows the giving away now of free samples of free products. I think these are things which, and it also removes the allowance for the city to create a logo for packaging, which might have been a warning on the marijuana. And because I have, as I said, as a speech pathologist, and as someone who's gone over the research from Stanford, I'm very concerned about any possibility of anybody, particularly junior high, high school age, particularly males, in using this. So that's why I'm voting no. And I can't understand why we can't let these things go for longer than a year so we get a good idea before we make the changes. And if one child, even one child, gets terribly sick or is injured in some way from this, I think it puts the responsibility on us. So that's why I am voting no on item number 43.
Okay, there's a motion. Councilman Anthony, you want to make a motion on agenda item 43, please?
Move for approval.
That's a Second Amendment?
What's Second Amendment?
Second Amendment.
And please vote, and please post. Motion carries.
I'm sorry, I pushed the button too quickly. Councilman Barlow, did you want to be shown voting on that? Yes. It didn't register. In the affirmative? In the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill number 44, bill number 2017-12. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2017-12, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District 1485, Alta Drive Landscape Maintenance FY 2018, providing for the payment and costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying and approving and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 44. That motion carries. Agenda item 45, bill number 2017-13. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council. Bill number 2017-13, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District FY 2018, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment and cost and expenses of a neighborhood improvement project, assessing the cost of the project against the assessable lots, tracts, parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. I want everybody to know Mr. Pavelka standing there in case we have questions.
Just here to answer
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you. So motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 46, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption in a later meeting. Items number 46 to 49, bills number 2017-14, 2017-17 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I wanted to make a comment on item number 48. Due to the level of interest in this item at the recommending committee, the fact that some of the people who wanted to speak, there was not enough time for them to do so, except to myself and not the full board. I'd like to recommend that when the council considers this bill on June 7th, that the bill be referred to recommending June 19th. Is that June 19th? To finish the public hearing we began this week. It's my hope the council will consider this bill for final action on June 21st at a time certain of 11:30 a.m. to afford interested individuals ample opportunity to attend the council meeting. I'd also like to ask that communications put this information out to the public. I don't think you need to vote on that.
No, as a matter of
I just want to ask that, please. Will
If
that
I-
be able to be done, time certain and date?
Inject, we're not allowed to take any action on it or even discuss it. We're not even agended for discussion. So we'll just take that as a comment, Councilwoman, and we'll make it part of the record.
All right, so then next time I have to get the time certain?
Correct. When it comes up on June 7th, that's the time for the discussion and the motion to move it back to recommending.
Okay.
All right, I hope that happens.
All right, thank you very much. New bills. Items 50 through 54, bills number 2017-18 through 2017-22 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Monday, June 5th, 2017. City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2017-18, in order to update the code provision pertaining to the city's registration and maintenance program for vacant properties that are under the subject of foreclosure and related proceedings and for other matters. Bill number 2017-19, in order to amend the municipal code to add provisions requiring the installation of an automatic sprinkler system and all new residential occupancies and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2017-20, in order to amend the supplemental document pertaining to the city's adoption of the International Fire Code 2012 edition to remove the automated sprinkler requirement that specifically pertains to buildings exceeding 10,000 square feet in size or 2 stories in height, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2017-21, in order to revise and broaden the current zoning regulations pertaining to medical marijuana cultivation facilities, dispensaries, and production facilities to include similar facilities engaged in retail operations pursuant to NRS 453D, and to provide for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2017-22, in order to authorize the issuance of limited duration licenses by which holders of medical marijuana establishments, medical marijuana establishment licenses may operate as dual-use businesses under NRS chapters 453A, medical marijuana, and 453D, retail marijuana, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. We will, since I've been hopeful that everybody would take their turns, taking a quick break. I just want to make sure technology can roll over. Are you ready? We need, okay.
54. She did that already?
2017, new bills?
I did that. Did you read through
She included 54, didn't she, Bob?
Which two parts? Okay. New bills, all right. To recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes necessary at my direction. So sorry. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to then Agenda 55?
55, we're going to work right through.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yep, I am. Okay.
1 minute. Okay. Recess.
I don't want to get
I
it.
know.
Just sit.
So, Your Honor, we'll just take a
Breathing time.
a
Stand up.
deep breath.
Take a deep breath. We're going to have a minute breathing time, deep breathing, to keep going.
We need to reset the Betamax. Mayor?
Yes.
Don't mention it, but I'm going to stretch out.
Okay. Can we help you and pull on
Jason,
anything?
I'm surprised you knew that word was.
You can pull on your leg.
Whatever you do for
We
Oscar.
can- Okay. All right, so we're going to go on to Agenda Item 55 for possible action. Any items council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
We're not having lunch?
Anything, Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't,
Do we have anything?
I don't have the list, Your Honor. We didn't give the clerks enough time.
Are we
She's gonna
writing
give
one
you-
as we go? Because I have some abeyance items.
Well, I saw we had abeyance items on 63 through 68. And then 69 to 72.
We're good, Mayor. I got it.
Okay. Do you want to read them in, please? And then it's 89.
All right. Yes, Your Honor. The applicant has requested agenda item 56, public hearing and discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $13,696.50 in out-of-pocket costs and $39,000 in civil penalties for a total of $52,696.50 recorded against the property located at 1025 Bedford Road. Property owner Goldie C. Moderelli in Ward 1, Tarkanian's Ward, has requested that be abated to the June 7th meeting. And then the applicant has also requested abeyance to the June 7th meeting, agenda item 57, which is a public hearing and discussion of possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,817.50 in out-of-pocket costs and $19,500 in civil penalties for a total of $22,317.50 recorded against the property located at 3004 Merritt Avenue. Property owner Paul DeFour in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward. The applicant has requested an abeyance of agenda items 63 through 68 to the July 19th, 2017 meeting. That is SUP 68411, SUP 68413, SUP 68414, SUP 68415, SUP 68416, and SDR 68410. Abeyance items. These are public hearings. Applicant Terrible Herbst Incorporated, owner CS 4015 LLC at the southwest corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cliff Shadows Parkway. The applicant has requested agenda items 69 through 72 be abated to the June 21st meeting. They are GPA 68385, WVR 68480, SDR 68481, and TMP 68482. These are abeyance items. Applicant owner is 180 Land Company, LLC at the southeast corner of Alta Drive and Hualapai. The applicant has requested an abeyance to June 7th, agenda item 82, which is VAR 69167, public hearing. Applicant owner Angelo Attilio and Kara Sanchez on .017 acres located at 6104 Kimberly Circle. The applicant has requested an abeyance to June 21st, agenda item 87, which is VAR 69229, public hearing. Applicant owner Nathaniel Levitt on 0.21 acres located at 3004 Burton Avenue. The applicant has requested an abeyance of agenda item 89 to the June 7th meeting. That is RQR 68803, required review, public hearing. Applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner YW Sang LLC at 3101 West Sahara Avenue, and that is my motion.
Okay, well
Is there more?
done. There is a motion on abeyance items.
Could Mayor Pro Tem repeat that motion, please?
Yes, I can.
Please vote and please post. There's a motion on the abeyance items. If you'll vote, please. Now we are on agenda item 58.
Through 62.
Okay, items 58, let me just double check, make sure I'm okay. Yep. Through 62 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions to the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 58, GPA 68787, applicant Clark County School District, owner USA, and a request for a general plan amendment from PR-OS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, to PF Public Facilities and related item. Agenda item 59, ZON 68788, request for rezoning from U undeveloped PR-OS Parks, Recreation, Open Space, General Plan designation to CV, Civic, and related item. 60, SDR 68790, a request for a site development plan review for 93,473 square foot public or private school, primarily with a waiver to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer along a portion of east property line where 15 feet is required on 14.92 acres northwest corner of Farm and Jensen Street. U undeveloped zone, PR-OS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, General Plan designation proposed, C-V, Civic, Ward 6, And number 61, GPA 69188, applicant owner, Ocalo LLC, in a request for a general plan amendment from L low-density residential to MXU mixed use on .08 acres north side of Providence Lane at the terminus of Portsmouth Way, and related item 62 TMP 69190, applicant Ocalo LLC, owner Ocalo LLC et al., on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision on 3.66 acres southeast corner of Meadows Lane and Decatur Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by staff. The Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority vote on items 58 and 61, which is tantamount to a recommendation of denial. The Planning Commission recommended approval on 59, 60, and 62. All items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
You may go ahead.
I'm jumping again.
Go.
I just want to point out 58, 59, and 60 are a new school in Ward 6, so it's a sign of the times. I would make a motion to approve all of these agenda items, 58 through 62.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion's carry. Agenda items 63 through 68 are obeyed to July 17th? To July 19th. So we will now move on to agenda items 69 through 72 are obeyed till June 21st, right? We're doing well. So now we're on to number 73, SUP 69230, public hearing. Applicant Star Loan Centers, owner 432 East Sahara LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,312 square foot auto title loan use with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required, and to allow 959-foot distance separation from similar use where 1,000 feet is required at 432 East Sahara, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Both Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Here you go.
Yep.
All right, hitting that buzzer.
No, it's great.
How you doing? My name is Dale Amos.
Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Not Mr. Perigo, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein, Section Planning Section Manager, for the record. The applicant proposed to add an auto title loan use to an existing financial institute specified use. The auto title loan will occupy the same shared floor area as the financial institute specified, and the applicant's justification letter states there's no outside storage of vehicles will be permitted on site, nor does the C1 zoning district where it's located would allow outdoor storage. As such, staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember. I think I did not open the public hearing. Closing the public hearing. Okay. Anyone wishing to be heard? Anybody else? Any comments from council? Nope. Nope. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. This passed the test of the Planning Commission because it's only 41 feet outside or inside the distance separation of 1,000 feet. And so really I think they're going to be okay. There was some opposition, but it was nearly all out of state with the exception of one company, and there were a number of in-state companies, in-city companies supporting it, so I don't see any reason to delay this any further. I now move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 73. Please vote. And please post. Motion carried very briefly. There it is. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 74, BAC 69194, public hearing, applicant owner, HV Apartments LLC, for possible action request for a petition to vacate 20-foot wide public alley south of Alta Drive between Desert Lane, Martin Luther King Boulevard, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? Okay, Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, the subject public alleys, which are proposed to be vacated, are adjacent to Highland Villas apartment complex. Commercial uses that abutted the existing alleys will be demolished in order to allow a realignment of Martin Luther King Boulevard. Therefore, the alleys will no longer be needed, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Anyone else chance to speak? Closing the public hearing, and Councilwoman.
Could you put on the first picture that you had for this, the very first one? It showed the alley. It was a diagram that showed the alley, and it wasn't this one. It was a big, no. Okay, could you go through them again, one by one? Okay, that's the first. Oh, that's the one right here. This is my concern. Alta is going to have a lot more traffic on it. I'm concerned about some of the businesses that are going to come up around there. Would they need another exit out? So is there a way that we can move to approve this with the condition that it's left open in case there's traffic problems in that area, which are not there now at all? But I just know the way things are increasing, I have a concern. I have no concern about having it go to the applicant. My concern is leaving this open for additional means to get out to Alta.
Bart Anderson, Public Works.
Should be as
Pardon me. You could certainly recommend that we retain some sort of public access easement across the alley so that we could enforce it to remain open. That is an unusual thing in this case. The access to Alta at that point would be a forced right out. But I believe this alley may be one way, or at least the way it's presented to function for this constituent, the way that the parking stalls are aligned. It looks like this is intended to be a one-way alley access from Alta and then exiting out onto Desert Lane. So I don't know if that would accomplish what you're hoping to do, but you certainly could direct us to look into that.
Oh, yeah, I do. I went through there.
Councilman, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I guess it may be nice to have the applicant here so that the applicant can tell us exactly what it is he or she is planning to do with the property, because if they plan on building on it, that the solution the councilman wants won't be possible. So I'm not sure if they're planning on leaving it open, building on it, or...
Well, really, I'll tell you what, I just don't want crash gates there in case some problem develops. It may never develop, but the way they're building and they want to build there, there's a possibility.
We may want to have the applicant here, Councilwoman, just so that they can explain to you exactly what they plan on doing with the vacated property, because if they build over top of it, once they get it, then the access won't be possible. So it may be necessary to hold this, maybe, until the applicant's here and able to tell you exactly what they plan on doing with it?
Or we could meet with the applicant, yes, because even if I put the condition about the crash gates, it doesn't matter. If they build on it, the crash gates aren't going to do a thing. So I agree, I would like to obey this until our next meeting.
That's a motion?
That's my motion, and then I'll meet with the applicant. Thank you.
So what's the date, please? June 7th, obey?
That's fine.
Okay, there's a motion to obey this agenda item till the 7th of June.
See, they may be building a lot of student housing in there.
I'm waiting.
Take your time, Stacy.
And Councilwoman, planning can let the applicant know to show up the next time.
I could not hear you.
I'm sorry. Planning will let the applicant, or Public Works will let the
Yes,
applicant
you'll let them know.
to show
Right.
up for the next
Thank
meeting.
you.
Okay, Councilwoman, Councilman Barlow, and Councilman Beers. Bingo. Councilwoman, your vote. Councilwoman, your vote.
Thanks.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we're on to agenda items 75 through 79. 75. WVR 69171, a request for a waiver to allow no interior street lights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. WVR, this is agenda item 76, 69172, and a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate. 77 VAR 69170, and a request for variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0, 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 78 VAC 69173, and a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on property located northwest corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridgeway, and agenda item 79 TMP 69174, and a request for a tentative map for 29-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant owner is D.R. Horton, Inc., on 10.36 acres located in the northwest corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way. RD single-family residential restricted zone. On items 75, 76, 77, and 79, staff recommend denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. On item 78, staff and Planning recommend approval. These items are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant D.R. Horton. As was mentioned, this property is located at the northwest corner of El Campo Grande and Alpine Ridge. These exact applications were actually previously approved. The only change to this plan is the driveway locations. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. The driveway location was originally approved with an exit point at El Campo Grande. It has since been moved to Alpine Ridge so that it's adjacent and across from the other existing driveways. So the applications are identical otherwise, from the unit count to the layout for the most part. We just had to come back through to relocate that entrance. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, the site was before you in 2016 for approval for a similar residential development. The applicant is requesting to keep the approved RD zoning for the property, but change the configuration of the streets and lots. Staff recommends that the complete street standards be implemented along Alpine Ridge Way, that the development provide adequate connectivity, that interior streetlights be provided, and that private streets be developed to public street standards, as there are no physical characteristics to the land preventing these standards from being met. Staff recommends denial of all applications with the exception of the vacation of the existing government patent easements. The easements are no longer needed, and staff therefore recommends approval of the vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so anyone who wishes to speak on any one of these items, please come forward. I will close the public hearing, and Councilman Ross. Yes, comment down there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wallenstein, just for my education, what is a federal
easement?
Patent easement?
The easements were recorded against the property for future access for roadways, and they just wrap around the entire parcel for whichever configuration they would have been used in the future. But with the existing roadway system, they're no longer needed in that configuration.
So the easement was sought by the federal government once upon a time?
These, I believe, were remnant easements from the placed on by the BLM when they were owned by the BLM for future roadway. Mr. Anderson might help me out.
Yeah, Bart Anderson, Public Works. A patent reservation, much of the land in the state of Nevada was previously owned by the federal government and administered by the Bureau of Land Management. When they sell that land or otherwise dispose of that land to private use, they typically reserve patent reservations. When they give the land to somebody or sell it, they call that a patent. They're patenting the land to somebody. And in that patent, they will reserve the outer edges, usually 33 feet on each side of a government lot, for possible future roadway, drainage, or sewer uses for any government or utility entity who may want them. And so what happens is, we, the local jurisdictions, have the opportunity to say, hey, we're going to plan a road or a drainage ditch or something down this way, and they can't say no. We have that pre-existing right, unless we give up that right. And so what a subdivider will do is say, okay, I don't want sometime in the future somebody to come down and put a drainage ditch through my parcel, so they'll ask to vacate the city's interests in those reservations. And if we don't have any plans for doing something like that, we'll agree, and that's what's happening in this case.
Thank you. Okay, closing public hearings then. And Councilman Ross, should we start with 75?
Move to approve agenda item 75, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. 76.
Move to approve agenda item 76.
On agenda item 76 is motion to approve. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 77.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Number 78.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 78. Please vote. Please post. Carries. And agenda item 79.
Also move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 79. Please vote and please post that one. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Agenda item 80 and 81. 80, VAR 69410, and a request for variance to allow 9 parking spaces where 30 are required. 81, SDR 69411, a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a single-family residence to a 5,461 square foot office, medical, or dental building with waivers, the Las Vegas Medical District parking lot screening and street state requirements, and to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the south and east property lines where 8 feet is required. The applicant owner is David Huntington on .31 acres at 517 South Tonopah, PD Planned Development Zone, MD1, medical support, Las Vegas Medical District Special Land Use Designation. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items. These items are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian in our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Afternoon.
You're here. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and City Council. My name is Melvin Green with KMU Architects, 5588 South Fort Apache, Suite 110, 89148. On behalf of the applicant, and also Devin Brooks on behalf of Brooks Behavioral Health Center.
How you doing? Madam Chair and City Council, I'm Devin Brooks, and I am the person found the applicant to try to be part of the city.
Thank you very much. Shall we start then with Mr. Lowenstein?
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to overbuild the subject site as evidenced by the intensity of the requested parking variance. Staff finds the proposed conversion of and addition to the existing residence for the purpose of medical office space to be too intense for the subject site and therefore recommends denial of both applications. Thank you.
With no recommendation of how much space is needed, but just...
Well, Madam Mayor, they're converting the existing building as well as adding on to the existing building, and the corresponding parking requirement for there cannot be met on site. And therefore, staff has recommended denial on the intensity of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this agenda item or these agenda items? Councilwoman, I'm going to close public hearing then, and Councilwoman?
Yes, Mayor, if you will, through you, I do have a comment. because I know firsthand what business Mr. Brooks is in. He operates in North Las Vegas, and I've had an opportunity to visit his campuses, and the individuals that he served, he's doing a wonderful job in that respect. Each time that I've visited both of his campuses, I'm glad to see that you finally made it to the city of Las Vegas, by the way. They transport their clients to the locations. They pick them up in vans, 15-passenger vans, adults and families and children, and basically bring, and I don't want to use the inappropriate description of the type of
you're pretty
programs that
accurate.
he offer,
yes.
but he bring them in and host counseling sessions and other wraparound services, and then take them back home. And so when I looked at this yesterday, the question that I was going to have is, will you be transporting your patients to this site? And if so, then I see why there's a justification as to why you won't need the established parking, of course, due to zoning at this location, because this isn't a location that people drive to. His clients, he actually picks them up and brings them to the site.
Absolutely.
And if I said anything inappropriate, incorrectly, please correct me.
Councilman Barlow is absolutely correct. We actually provide several healthcare services, one of those being outpatient mental health. We also provide primary care, which is where we want, that's the reason why we want to purchase this property in the medical district. Along with the process of us working with some of those clients in the city of Las Vegas, we will provide transportation to those patients. The primary care services that we're providing is not going to be as intensive as the ones that we have in North Las Vegas, so we don't expect a lot of traffic or the same amount of traffic. And as far as us providing traffic, I think it will resolve a lot of those parking issues that we were coming up against. So,
Do you own the facility, the building, and the property?
Yes, we're in contracts right now. You're talking about the specific building in the city?
That particular site,
Yes.
You own it?
I'm trying to own it. I have contingencies in place that if we don't get approved, then I won't purchase it.
The only reason I'm asking is if in fact, and I don't know what Councilwoman's going to be recommending here, but if in fact you were to sell the building after you buy it, certainly you don't want that limited number of parking spaces,
Right.
just only because of the uniqueness of the service you're providing, that if she decides to go ahead and allow it to happen, so the restriction has to remain on the property if it's sold, to go back to the whatever number of spaces.
That's correct. And what we tried to do was, the property is long and narrow, but what we tried to do is meet all of the requirements of the medical district. We had to provide an additional 5 feet because we have a type B street. And so we had to take away another 5 feet from the property, as well as provide a 10-foot-6 walkway between driveway and the property. So it's further narrative. What we tried to do was accommodate as many parking spaces as we could, and we actually converted the garage into parking spaces. So we still kept the character of the building, so you only have 7 parking spaces that you actually see, and the other 4 are within the parking structure.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Also to comment to that, Madam Chair, we hoping by establishing a relationship with this property that we can potentially buy additional property in that medical district center as well.
Wonderful. Sounds like wonderful service you do. Anyone that wishes to be heard on these 2 agenda items? I'll close the public hearing then and turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to ask planning, you do have, I asked you before, but I wanted it on the record, you have a new site plan that he gave you, right?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we have updated site plan and landscape plan from April 27th, I believe.
Okay, so we have the current plans, and that added, the garage adds parking. They've turned it into a parking area, and we also have parking on the street.
Yeah.
But I do know that you have the bus. You told me that.
Correct.
And I think that's very important, and I can understand it with the needs that you're working with. And because this is in the medical district, and because we need a behavioral center, we don't have one there, and it's very important, I move to approve.
Thank you. And can we be guaranteed, though, if there's something in the covenants or wherever you put it, that if they should sell it, it reverts back to the requirements on the property?
Madam Mayor, the variance would run with the use and stay with the property. If another medical office was to establish that didn't have the unique nature as this medical office does, they would have the benefit of that variance. If a more intense use came in, they would have to make up the difference of that parking.
Let me jump in real quick, Mayor, because I represented this area during the transition of the medical district when it all began. And I can share with you that the size of each one of the homes that we voted for parking variances in this area, specifically as we transition these residential properties to commercial. So the majority of the homes that we voted on would never meet the parking requirement as they convert from residential to commercial. And so we have to basically take it on a case-by-case basis, specifically when we're talking about a number of homes in that area that are closed and now being converted from residential to commercial. A lot of them, the setbacks, the variances, the parking, all of those we took into consideration, but I can guarantee you that 80% of them we voted for, and as you can see, a lot of them are attorneys' offices today, as well as other smaller medical use facilities. And the councilwoman is absolutely correct that we don't have a behavioral health in the medical district, and this is ripe for it, specifically being that the applicant is busing his clients in versus adding to the traffic in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so agenda item 80.
I move to approve.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 80. Please vote and please post. How say you, aye? Aye. Aye, Councilman Ross. And on agenda item 81, please. That motion carried. And on agenda item 81, Councilwoman?
Move to approve. Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 81. Please vote and please post. And that motion also carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. Okay, agenda item 82. VAR 69167 variance, public hearing, applicant owner, Angel Attila.
82 is a
Sorry, is obeyed to 6-7. Okay. I didn't know why that was. Agenda item 83, VAR 69168, public hearing, applicant owner Levert Vincent Pompey Benefield, Revocable Living Trust, for possible action or request for variance to allow a 7-foot-tall wall fence in the front yard area where a maximum 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is allowed on .27 acres at 1720 Villa de Conde Way, R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Hi, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Levert Pompey Benefield, and I reside at 1720 Villa de Conde Way.
Wonderful. Mr. Lowenstein?
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to create a front yard courtyard that would be surrounded by a 7-foot wall. The wall located within the front yard setback area are limited to an overall height of 5 feet, of which 2 feet may be a solid wall. As no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances has been presented to substantiate the request, staff has recommended denial as the hardship is preferential in nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this agenda item 83? I'll close that. Is there any particular reason why you're having a tall wall since?
The description of it sounds a little ominous. It's actually not going to be a 7-foot wall. What we're looking to do is to enclose our patio by removing the bars that are in front. If there's an overhead, we have bars currently in front of the home. We want to remove those bars, and this enclosure is actually set back from the sidewalk anywhere from 9 feet at different areas to 7 feet. So it's not directly on top of the sidewalk. So with that enclosure, that would give us that sense of security that we currently have with our home, but also allow us to be able to use the exterior part of the property as well.
Sounds interesting. All right, Councilwoman, I closed the public hearing, Councilwoman.
Yes, do you have the picture that shows what you plan to do with the flowers in front, the landscaping?
Correct.
You showed me that before. Do you have
Correct.
that with you?
I may have that information.
I
didn't
just
wanna-
thought I might show it to the mayor. It's sort of a modernistic new way, and it doesn't look like a wall because the bottom 2 feet are utilized as a planter with flowers.
Is this anywhere near Spanish Oaks? Where's Philip?
Correct. We are near Spanish Oaks. If you're
But we
walking-
also, I just want to say, we have also, you've had contact with neighbors.
We have
and
had contact with neighbors.
approval
We've had
from all his
support.
neighbors.
Mhm.
We went
Both-
to all the neighbors.
Good.
Correct, both to the right and to the left of us. We have letters of approval, and we do have a few other letters of approval as well. And just like Councilwoman Tarkanian was saying, the first part of that setback is going to be a 2-foot wall, but that will sit back about 9 feet, and then on top of that 2 feet, there will be a 5-foot wall. So it's not a complete 7-foot wall, it's a total of 7 feet
Okay.
from the ground up.
Sounds attractive.
Correct.
It is. His picture
Sounds
was
very attractive.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
It did look good. And the neighbors thought it would look good, too.
And Council, Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
Councilwoman, it's really interesting how more often and frequent we're seeing people really invest in the older homes in the older neighborhoods.
Yes.
And making them look modern and bringing them up nice.
Yes.
And I say that because I just went through Twin Lakes the other day, an area where I grew up as a child, and a lot of people are pumping a lot of money into these older homes, and it's good to see that, because they're taking pride in those older neighborhoods. So
Yeah.
it's good to see that. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we lived in the Summerlin area for 13 years, and I definitely was attracted to get to the downtown area. And I agree with you 100%. It's such a beautiful area, much more larger lots, so much more going on as far as the arts and everything else in that area, and we were drawn to that. And we just want to basically help beautify the area.
Come home. Okay, Cal.
So I understand planning and the committee's recommendation, but I also understand how the neighbors feel and how this would look, so I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 83. Please vote and please post. Wonderful. Motion carries. Have a good time.
Excellent.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Looking
sir.
good. All right, agenda item 84, VAR 69204, public hearing, applicant owner Marjorie A. Poly Living Trust for a possible action request for variance to allow a 40-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed addition to an existing single-family dwelling on .75 acres located at 3210 Ashby, RE Residence Estate Zone 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present? Okay. Hello, Mr. Lowenstein. That is pretty.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to convert a portion of livable space of the residence into a garage, which would also be extended into the front yard setback area to provide additional space for vehicle storage. As no evidence, unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented to substantiate the request, the staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship.
Okay. And anyone again from the public who wishes to be heard on this item? Close the public hearing, Councilwoman. Boy, it's a nice piece of property.
It is a nice piece of property, as is all property on Ashby. Really nice. In the past, when we have had somebody requesting to use some of the front lawn area, and everybody has the same amount of footage, I have moved for denial. But in this case, on Ashby, you have some that are 40, some that are 50. Most are 50, but you have some 40 integrated in there. And I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 84. Councilwoman, were those in the old days at the top of the screen there, are those formerly stables?
Some of them were, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
We have lots of, in fact, I believe you can still have horses there if you
it's
want.
grandfathered in.
It's grandfathered in, so if you wanted to have, even in Rancho Circle, it's grandfathered in for horses, where they have some stables too, yeah.
And do we know whose property way back?
No, I do not know way back.
Because we have great old families that lived in all these houses.
Right.
All right, there was a motion, and please vote and please post. brief second, there was a light in Camelot. There it is, it passes. Okay, on the next two items, I'm going to turn to my friendly Mayor Pro Tem with the bad knee because they're related to medical marijuana, and as you know, one of my sons involved in that industry, so I'll take a nap.
Okay, take a nap, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We are on agenda item 85. This is SUP 69210. This is a public hearing. The applicant is Canopy Cannabis Dispensary, owner 2113 Investors LLC, for possible action on a request for major amendment to an approved special use permit, SUP 55264, for a waiver to allow two proposed wall signs on one street frontage, which exceed the 30 square foot maximum allowed at 1324 South 3rd Street. This is general commercial C2 zone in Councilman Coffin's ward. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I do declare open, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Lowenstein first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Summerfield.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, the applicant is requesting additional signage for an approved medical marijuana dispensary. Dispensaries are limited by a standard special use requirement to just a single wall sign, not to exceed 2 feet in height and 30 square feet in total area per street frontage. Approval of the waiver is required in order to allow the second sign. The Downtown Design Review Committee reviewed the proposed signage at their March 21st meeting and denied it. Staff supports that decision as well as the standard requirement and is recommending denial of this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Appreciate it. And I see the applicant's representative is here. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. If I can just direct your attention to the overhead. You can see I have an aerial here. The property is located on 3rd Street, just north of Imperial. You can see it's right where Las Vegas Boulevard, 3rd Street, 4th Street, all kind of converge. Just a little brief history on this property. This used to have 2 apartment buildings on it. On the north side, the original plan was for the north side to graze that apartment building, and then on the south side to retrofit that into the dispensary use. During the retrofitting process, unfortunately, you can see showing here, that building, the apartment building, collapsed in on itself. So the applicant had to start from scratch and build a new, brand new building and dispensary operation. They've put close to about $1 million into this, and now they're coming in and asking for some signage. The signage basically is to capture the traffic that is coming down 3rd Street facing north and then east as well, because you have 4th Street and Las Vegas Boulevard there. Here's a copy of what the signage would look like. It is basically uniform to the size of the building, first class. We had a lot of positive comments actually at Planning Commission. There was a comment made that Las Vegas is known for its great signs. This sign is keeping within that theme, and we appreciate Planning Commission's recommendation of approval and respectfully request yours today.
Thank you, Mr. Celeste. It is a public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Richard Shade, 3900 West Dewey Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'd just like to say I'm supporting of this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else want to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn the time over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The confusion arises, I think, because of a mistake we made 3 years ago in setting up rules for these businesses, and that is allowing the Downtown Design Review Committee to be involved in stuff that was outside its charter, previous charter, and purpose. So they denied, and staff, of course, followed because there are technical issues because of the way we drew the original bill, and of course that's one of the things we're trying to fix in these new bills. So, but PC, the Planning Commission found that it to be okay. I think it's a good sign. It's very tasteful, and it fits in with the purpose, the spirit of what we did approve. So, for that reason, I am going to move for approval.
All right, there's a motion for approval of agenda item 85. Please vote, and please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Guys, have a good afternoon.
And we're moving on to agenda item 86. This is ARC 69209. This is a public hearing. The applicant, Clark NMSD LLC, owner 2113 Investors LLC for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Downtown Design Review Committee on a request for a major amendment on an approved building and sign elevation review, SUP 55264, for proposed signage on an approved medical marijuana dispensary at 1324 South 3rd Street. This is C2 General Commercial Zone and in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Downtown Design Review Committee and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I now declare open, and I don't see Mr. Celeste anymore. Mr. Lowenstein or Mr. Summerfield?
It would be the similar staff report as for the previous item.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Same motion of approval. I suspect that they thought that the original motion was for 2 items, but it cannot be. Therefore, I now move for approval of item 86.
All right, there's a motion for approval of agenda item 86. Please vote and please post.
We could send a marshal out there to tell them that they have reconsidered on all these things since they left.
We're good. Motion passes, and the mayor, the agenda item 87 has been abated to June 21st. You're on agenda item 88.
Thank you. RQR 68801, public hearing, applicant Reagan National Advertising in Nevada, owner Gateway Motel, Inc. Possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U-0028-01 for a 40-foot tall, 28-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 928 Las Vegas Boulevard South, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Laura
Hi.
Ryan, 520 South 4th Street.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
Good afternoon, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here with Jay Brown's office. We're representing Reagan Advertising.
And any comments? Because I see that there was, I read it, staff recommends denial,
Sure.
but whatever.
This RQR appears before the board every 3 years. The standard consideration for approval has been whether the area of approximately 3 blocks has been sufficiently revitalized to make this billboard no longer appropriate. As of right now, within the last few years, there have been little change with the exception of a nuisance building being raised and 1 new building started construction. So that said, we think it's appropriate that this be reconsidered once again in 3 years. I hope you agree.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'm going to close public hearing and turn it over to you, to be turned over to, because it's, I know.
Thank you very
Mr.
much, Your
Somerville.
Honor.
Well,
No
I'm
signs.
going to Mr. Somerville.
Oh, I'm sorry, because it's just a reaction.
I know.
You don't have to show the sign, though.
No, I mean, we usually have different people in different seats, and he gets this.
Covering for Director Perigo today.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, although the subject off-premise sign was constructed prior to the adoption of the corridor management plan for the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway, this plan does call for the removal or relocation of any existing off-premise signs within the scenic byway in order to preserve the cultural and historic heritage of neon signage along the byway. And I just lost my thing. The sign also does not comply with the current requirements for the 18B Arts District, and so for that reason, staff has determined that it's no longer harmonious and therefore has recommended denial.
Interesting. Councilman Coffin.
May I ask Robert to repeat the last sentence you just said? No longer, what did you say? there?
Through you, Mayor, the immediate area has changed from the time the sign was constructed, and so for those reasons, the sign is no longer harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses, and therefore staff has recommended denial.
Oh, thank you. That statement is aspirational. I would like to think that it's really changed, and it's about to, I think. I think we're going to see a change. The Gateway Hotel is still there, and that is right where that sign is. But it still survives. I don't think it's going to be here in 3 years. But I think this would have to be taken to your client to be told this will be the last renewal. I certainly would not recommend to anybody else that it be renewed beyond this time, because things are changing. But again, they're aspirational, and we haven't seen the hard money and the hole in the ground. So for that reason, I think we should go ahead and approve it and let it stay up there.
Therefore, your move to approve? Therefore, you move to approve? Yes, ma'am. Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 88, please. And please vote and post. Didn't it go? How many times? Thank you. We're looking for harmony in the future. Well, it's non-harmonious with the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Agenda item 89 has been obeyed to the 7th of June. And this is Nevada Wellness Center, so I can't vote on this one either.
And with your permission, Your Honor, on agenda
Please.
item 90, which is RQR 68804, required review, public hearing, it's public hearing, applicant Nevada Wellness Center LLC, owner Shoshone Cattle Land and Development Company, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 66331, for a waiver to allow the use of an existing freestanding sign that exceeds 30 square feet in area and 2 feet in height for an existing medical marijuana dispensary at 3200 South Valley View Boulevard. It is C1 limited commercial zone in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff has recommended approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and I see the applicant is present or representative is present. Turn the time over to Mr. Summerfield first, I guess.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, there have been no adverse impacts regarding the continued use of this sign since it's, and there's been no significant changes in the development or land use patterns since the initial approval of the special use permit, so staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, and please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Winston Henderson, architect, 8689 West Sahara, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you for joining
On
us.
behalf of the applicant.
Would you like to give your presentation?
I would. If you will recall, in November, the sign itself was actually approved, and that's for usage of an existing sign. And if you recall, Mr. Frank Hawkins came forward and objected, was not in agreement with one of the conditions, which was his request to be able to use the existing reader board immediately below the modified sign. And our agreement was that we would come back after a 6-month period to confirm that there's been no detrimental effect after the sign has been modified, and at that time look to add usage of the reader board. And that is what we request along with staff's recommendations.
Okay, thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. It is open. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
I move to deny this. There's nothing to show that it's necessary there to put more advertising on that part of it. We did grant the reader board for weather and for timely news, but not for advertising the product, because basically giving this sign was sort of an extra thing to do. So I move to deny.
There's a motion to deny agenda item number 90.
Question on the motion.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
Just point of clarification, and I see Karen is here. The new bill that we have coming, is that a part of our new bill in the signage package?
The signage package that was adopted today, I believe removes, or is the one that's coming would remove the Downtown Design Review Committee for retail.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Repeat that again. I don't understand.
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem. The land use bill for retail marijuana will eliminate the Downtown Design Review Committee review. It still maintains the signage requirement, but you can still ask for a waiver of that requirement in it. It does not eliminate altogether the 2-foot high by 15-foot long signage requirement in it. So at the core of it regarding signage, you still can ask for the waiver through either an amendment or as part of a new SUP, but the DDRC review will be eliminated from that process.
Okay. So in essence, if the sign is already in place and the digital component is a part of the retail, then I don't see why one could not have an opportunity to utilize that space.
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem, the original major amendment to the use permit to allow for the freestanding sign to be used was conditioned specifically that the electric reader board be not part of that approval. To allow that to be part of it, the applicant would have to apply for a review of condition, which I believe they are in the process of doing so. Currently, this required review is solely for the freestanding sign excluding the reader board. The previous determination was just to limit it to the freestanding excluding the reader board.
Yeah, well, I personally, whether it be this location or other locations, if in fact the sign was previously there with a bank and the bank had an opportunity to utilize the reader board to advertise their products and services, I don't see this being any different. I see what we're doing here will change what the previous operator had an opportunity to utilize, and so for that, I would like to keep it in the same vein of having the owner of the sign have the ability to, in fact, utilize it to advertise just as the bank did. And so, unfortunately, I won't be able to support the motion at this time.
All right, there's a motion to deny. Agenda item number 90.
Pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem, may I comment for one moment? I want to be certain that we are separating the two items, that the motion is not to deny the sign, which has been previously approved, but is only the use of the
That's not the
board.
agenda item. It's just the required review, the RQRs, was what
Understood.
Councilwoman has motioned to deny.
Yes, and I make this motion on the fact that I have moved for several things for this area and for you. And at the time, I said, there's no other way that anybody else that has marijuana could do this, even this sign. And I gave it, at that time, I moved to accept it, but when I did, I said about the reader board, no. So it's not that I'm coming from first base or around something or other, you knew that. And it is something that goes with the marijuana situation, but some of us may just want to forget marijuana exists and go all the way, I don't know. But I still move for denial, whatever. And you know I love you guys, I've helped you a lot, I will continue to help you, but that was one thing that was understood right at the beginning.
Well, Councilwoman, we are appreciative of your consideration of the issue, and we appreciate the approval of the use of the sign. And even if it doesn't include the reader board, we still, again, appreciate your consideration of it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, Councilwoman.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just clarify? This is the required review of the use of the freestanding sign excluding the reader board. So this motion of denial would eliminate the applicant's ability to use the sign.
The freestanding sign.
The sign, all together?
That's correct.
Yeah,
It's the entire
The
sign.
freestanding sign, I move to approve, but not have the reader board, because that was not part of what we voted for originally.
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's correct. The approval of the required review would approve, as said, the required review of just the freestanding sign because the previous major amendment to the use permit excluded the reader board to begin with.
So, Mr. Lowenstein, let me get this correct for all of our benefit. The motion to deny this RQR would deny them the use of the sign, period. Is
I
that
take
correct?
back my motion. I'm not running on a full gas tank today. I have to tell you, I'm not feeling well at all. I move to approve the freestanding sign as it stands without the reader board.
Mr. Lowenstein, do you
That's
want
my
to,
move.
do you need to
So it's
restate
approval.
that for the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, the motion would just be approve the required review. The exclusion of the reader board is inherent in the motion.
Is already in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it'll be covered. Thank you.
Okay, so,
Well, you should-
yes,
you should have
please.
said to me whatever you-
Councilman Anthony.
So, sir?
Yes.
So are you in agreement with that motion?
We will accept that motion. I think Mr. Hawkins indicated he is not in agreement with that condition, but given the comments here today, we will certainly accept that motion, which keeps the approval of the sign, but also retains the condition that the reader board cannot be used
You're
for
okay with that?
marijuana.
Okay, then, and then after Councilman Anthony's question, and Mr. Lowenstein, didn't you state that they already have processed a review of condition to use the reader board?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, they have applied for a review of condition that will be heard on the June 21st City Council meeting in regards to the use of the reader board.
Okay, so you'll accept the approval today for the sign, subject to the condition that's in there that you can't use the reader board until, since you've already filed a review of condition on that condition, which will be here June 21st.
We will.
All right?
Yes.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, can I withdraw my vote, please?
Actually, we're starting all over, Councilman.
Excellent.
So, Councilwoman, your motion would be to approve the RQR, agenda item 90,
Yes.
correct?
That is my
There's a motion
motion.
to approve, please vote. Mr. Summerfield, did you want to add anything to that? Okay. And please post. All right, and the motion passes with the mayor's abstention.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 91, SDR 69225, public hearing. Applicant owner Avanti LV 6th Street LLC for possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed 20-story mixed-use development containing 295 multifamily residential units, 24,800 square feet of commercial space with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design standards on .48 acres at the northwest corner of Hoover and 6th, C1 limited commercial zone in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor and council members. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, representing the application.
Do you want to say anything at this point, or shall I go through the whole litany?
Well, I didn't know there was a whole litany. Would you like me to go through the whole
Yeah,
presentation?
well, I mean, in a brief manner, yes, please.
Okay. Well, the hour being late, I didn't want to pursue it unnecessarily.
Wait a minute. Your Honor, this is a really big deal, so
No, it's
our last
huge.
item of the day, and it is huge for
Okay,
downtown.
so he's
So
giving
we
you
must
enough-
have some.
If you'll, okay, we'll
Yeah.
give you the license to take up Councilman Coffin's time.
I surrender
Which
it.
is another 15 minutes, so please go
Thank you, Your
ahead,
Honor.
Mr. Moore.
First, if we could go to the overheads, we have exhibits that I think are more, that one would have been good. There we go. This is the site plan of the property. Hoover on the south, 6th Street on the east. And I guess the principal point to bring out in the site plan is that the developer is proposing the excess sidewalk width and the landscaping that is your current desire for the area, and which frankly doesn't exist on many of the parcels that are nearby. So this is a sharp upgrade in terms of sidewalk development, landscaping, and general appearance.
I wish it
and-
were built right now.
Pardon me?
We need the apartments right now.
Well,
Build
and
quickly.
they would love to build them right now if we can put everything together. First of all, we appreciate the staff's favorable comments throughout the staff report that that many of the objectives of the downtown plan are included. It's appropriate in the area, consistent with the general plan, and meets the standards. The hurdle we ran in with staff on the original submission was they didn't feel that the west and north elevations shown here as presented to staff and then later to the Planning Commission was, for lack of a better term, sufficiently dressed up because of the policies that you have that the rears and sides should look much like the fronts, and I'll step at that point to what the full front view looks like. And in fact, because the frontage has the windows and the doors, et cetera, it is not as much elaborated, or was not, as on the north and west elevations. We kept working on that, and in conjunction with, and by the way, this elaboration of it was the one that was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. So we felt we had done a good job there, still think we had done a good job there, and the Planning Commission agreed unanimously. Nonetheless, we kept working on the issue that was raised originally in the staff report, and no significant changes were made to the front elevations, the two front elevations, 6th and Hoover, but we did come up with an elaboration for the two elevations which were more intensely discussed. This would be the west elevation, which faces the alley to the west, but would be visible, at least in part, from Las Vegas Boulevard, and so we took advantage of that under the guidance of Councilman Coffin and his staff to elaborate that frontage and take advantage of it with identifying the facility, as well as making it look somewhat more like a front, which is one of the things that staff wanted. This is the north elevation, which is interior, faces no streets, but would be visible because of the size of the building from various points on 6th Street. And what was suggested, again through Councilman Coffin and his staff, was that this large block area here could be elaborated with something artistic. We've shown something there which you might or might not agree is artistic, but what the councilman really suggested and what we've agreed to is that we would conduct a contest, a arts district participation to design an art piece that would go in here, bring that to staff and the councilman for their review and selection, and we would hope for our input as well. Hopefully select something from the local arts community that would fit in there, appropriate to the area, appropriate to the building, consistent with the architecture, and make that the art piece that would further elaborate the north elevation. Failing that, in other words, if we have a contest and perhaps the local arts community has rather stronger ideas than we have as to what would be appropriate, we would bring forward our own second proposal for that the councilman could look at. We otherwise accept all the conditions suggested by staff on the item, and we believe that Councilman Coffin is probably going to impose a new condition to use this elevation and to proceed with a contest among the local arts community to see if we can come up with an appropriate decorative face for that area on the building, and if he does that, we will accept that as well.
Thank you very much. How about we hear from staff?
Well, before you do hear from staff, Your Honor,
Yes?
I'd love to see, the Las Vegas logo on the side of that building. Just suggesting that, Councilman.
I would love to see it. It's all right. It's an inside joke
Sorry,
there.
Mr. Borghill.
Madam Mayor, the proposed use is appropriate for the area. However, the design of the building does not meet the requirements of the current Downtown Centennial Plan architectural standards which do govern the area. Staff does not support, excuse me, staff does not support the requested waiver and is recommending denial. To the applicant's point, if this is approved, staff would like to amend Condition 2 to read as follows. Condition 2 would read, all development shall be in conformance with the site plan date stamped 03/29/17, landscape plan dated date stamped 02/23/17, and building elevations date stamped 05/16/17, except as amended by conditions herein.
And do you agree with those?
Yes, that reaches to the point we were bringing. What those last referred elevations were delivered to staff, and they are what I'm showing you now, and it would be our intention to include those.
Wonderful. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman, this is very exciting to have.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry it was the last, and we're also tired, so we can't elaborate much, but a new 20-story building going downtown is news, and particularly, I think Mr. Borghill and the developers give me too much credit. I wasn't that specific about bringing the Arts District people involved into the discussion. However, it's very creative, and I think it makes a lot of sense. If it's newsworthy back there, Jamie, wake up. And so I think we have a chance to have some spectacular discussion about what's going to happen downtown. So even though it is on 6th, the buildings on the boulevard are quite low, so that you will be able to see this art on the north elevation for quite some distance, depending on what it is. But I think people will be looking forward to this competition. Thank you, the developers. Thank you very much to Vivasti. All right, are we going to go? I move for approval with the condition as stated and agreed to, and also the secondary condition about the involvement of the local arts community and plugging that up, of course, with the council final approval.
Our city clerk is shaking her head no.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is that a recommendation?
Yes.
On the second portion?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's okay? Okay. All right, there's a motion with a recommendation. Please vote, and please post. And while we're looking and waiting for Councilman Barlow, who's not here, or is he there? He is. You vote A?
Yes.
Aye?
Yes, for Councilman Barlow.
What is the timeline here?
As always, it's a case of signing financing documents to get it done, and we're waiting for FAA. We will be waiting for FAA approval, so with any luck, it would be sometime this year started, but we don't know what the luck would be, and the FAA has been a little bit slow.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that was posted, and it passed, so thank you.
Okay, and
yes,
thank you,
Councilman.
and despite Councilman Coffin's modesty, it really was the input of him and his staff on this that brought it to this favorable point, and we appreciate your efforts.
Wonderful,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, agenda item 92, set date and appeals filed for required public hearings. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous building and nuisance litter abatements.
Will do.
And now citizen participation, our last citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council. Council's not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? If so, please state your name.
My name is Rolando Larraz. I live on 717 South 9th Street. I'm here on behalf of my sister at 4601 Lilliput Lane, and because she wants to put this on the record, and because she have not had the opportunity after many efforts to communicate with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Nobody is ever in her office, and she don't return calls. I guess it's because it's not Scotch 80. She never be seen in that word. My brother tried to make a, oh, by the way, I got this for every one of you so you can have it, and with pictures and everything. And my brother tried to build a room in the back, and he called the inspectors. They went there and they told him he cannot have it. The guy next door built just recently an apartment, not a room, not a studio, an apartment by himself, no permit, no nothing. And I assume just because the guy is Mexican, he's allowed to do that. And I don't appreciate that. So my sister's gonna come here to ask for a higher wall, raise the wall in her, because people live in a house because they want privacy. They don't want to have, I don't understand why Chris Knight insulted my intelligence when he said that every house has a different rule. No house should be different than the other one. If my brothers, rest in peace, cannot build the room because it was not enough room close to the wall, or whatever the reason was, why this guy now can do that? It gotta be a reason for that. You guys need, and this is because I only got 3 minutes, I am lucky enough, I have a newspaper with 32 pages, then I'm gonna fill with this thing, and I'm gonna have the opportunity to tell Chris Knight and Tom, whatever his name is, that they insulted my intelligence by telling me that every house has a different rules. It's not supposed to be that way. We should all be equal, supposedly, in the United States of America. I believe that she's gonna have the right to raise that wall, because I tell you, going back to the Jones administration, when I tried to build a mailbox on 709 East Fremont Street, where the container is now, I built the wall for the mailboxes because I was told then people don't need permit to do repairs inside the building. And
What I'm going to suggest you do, I don't see anyone from Councilwoman's office here, but they may be in the back. Would you please? And then we will have someone from Councilwoman's office so you can make an appointment and follow up. That's the appropriate way, because public hearing is not the time that we are in a position to get into dialogue. So she has your report.
Oh, yeah, that's all I wanted. I wanted to put him on the record, that's all. Because I don't think it's fair. The guy behind my brother's house has some repairs over there, and they make him take it down.
Okay. Yes.
And perhaps the gentleman, if he has the address of the gentleman who built the house by himself, if you have that address, we can give it to code enforcement. The address of the gentleman who built the apartment. If you have that address, we can submit that to code enforcement.
Yeah, it's right next to my sister, 4605 Lilliput Lane.
Okay. We'll take a look at it, Mayor.
We will have someone coming from council. If you'll just wait, here she comes. There she is. You are so fast. Ms. Reed, right here, will be happy to talk with you and set up an appointment. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to make comment? We will now move on to Agenda 94, item 94, and we will take you first. I was going to take you first because you're ill. I'm not going to take her first. I'm going to take the wounded first. Okay. The wounded man first, Mayor Pro Tem.
My bag of ice up here.
That's okay.
We'll start on March 6th then. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
All right. Well, I want to express my appreciation
I love you with
to
the red, pink
and I
hat.
wanted to point that out. First, let me thank Christy Garnis and her tech crew for putting on the movie, helping me do the movie Trolls. I just want to point out to Councilman Anthony, that's how you do it.
Cute hat.
And Mr. Scott and Councilman Beers. Also, those are the talented young ladies from Musicology that came out and entertained us as the sun went down before we started the movie. So had a wonderful time out there. Next movie is also going to be fun. It is going to be Moana at the Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater, and that is going to be Friday, June 9th. As soon as the sun goes down, we have a special guest appearance from the Las Vegas Hawaiian Civic Club. And I understand I'll be wearing a grass skirt, so don't all of you be jealous all at the same time. And I'm not wearing the coconut bra, Christine.
Wow.
I'm drawing the line with the coconut bra.
But announce it with your cast.
And then with my cast too. And then the next morning is our annual fishing derby day out at Floydland Park at Tule Springs. Starts at 7:30. It's on June 10th. This is where we partner with Nevada Department of Wildlife, and they bring out a whole bunch of fishing poles. And I run around the lake helping kids fish and teaching them how to do it. I won't be running on this Saturday, yeah. But that little girl last year was so excited to catch that little fish. It was a great opportunity.
I thought it was the bait.
No, that's a good sized fish for Tule Springs out of Floydland Park at Tule Springs.
I know
so
she
come on
probably
out.
kept it though.
And it is free. Then we are going to be spoiled too, because the Girl Scouts of Southern Nevada will be doing the pancake breakfasts for $5, and we're going to have some women in the community that are leaders that are going to come out and help the girls and be mentors to them for a little while and help flip pancakes. Am I correct, Luann? Yes, the city clerk will be there to fish or flip pancakes, either one. All right. And in our continued partnership, a little more serious note, our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young man. His name is Michael Thurman. He is 17 years old, 5'6", 125 pounds, hazel eyes, tan. He is a Caucasian Filipino. He was last seen in Councilman Barlow's ward in the area of Rancho and Washington. Last seen wearing black sweatpants, black hooded sweatshirt, tank top with a green alien and white low-top sneakers. Those are called Chucks, I think, with the black marker design. He may be carrying a blue backpack and personal belongings. Please, if you've seen this young man, let's get him to the folks that will help him. Contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111, or of course Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. And as always, if you need to reach me or my office, it's easy to do. Pick up the old phone, dial 702-229-6154. I'm available on social media, or you can always email me. And I love that logo. Did I point that out to you earlier today? I love the magenta logo. Just saying. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
I'm coming as a rabbit to the movie in the park about The Secret Life of Pets.
Really?
But yes, I need to keep up with you, my gosh. You've been everything. Since we've been on this council together, I've seen you do the hula, I've seen you be a Viking, I've seen the little Scotch thing. My goodness, so I have to do something. Friday, May 26, 2017, at dusk, we'll have popcorn and water while the supplies last. Bring blankets or low chairs for sitting on the grass. And the movie is The Secret Lives of Pets. I hope we find out a lot in that one. Our 14th annual Float Like a Duck will be at the Bill and Lily Hendrick YMCA, 4141 Meadows Lane, Saturday, May 27th. It starts at noon and it goes to 4 p.m. And every year we have a nice crowd and every year we have a lot of fun. Lastly, on that same day, which starts at noon, we have the Garside Pool summer opening. That pool is so loved by the community. I want everybody to know it is open on noon, Saturday, May 27th, 250 South Torrey Pines. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. And I gather Councilman Coffin has left. Councilman Beers, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good news for Mayor Pro Tem. I read in the paper today that the governor has signed the conversion therapy prohibition bill. So he may continue with his grass skirts, coconut pieces, pink hair. We're going to have Beers with Beers Tuesday, May 23rd from 5:30 to 7:30. We'll be out at Calico Jack's, which is at the corner of Charleston Boulevard and Cimarron. Hope to see neighbors out there with some input on city business. And then shortly thereafter, about 4 days, we're going to have a movie in the park. We'll be out at the Bruce Trent Park at the corner of Rampart and Vegas Drive showing the now famous movie Trolls. I don't know if Councilman Ross will be induced to attend or not. Bring blankets or a low-backed chair, please. No high-backed chairs. We will have free popcorn and water while supplies last. After that, you'll have to hike to the drinking fountain. We'll have coffee with the councilman on Friday, June 9th. That'll be from 7:30 to 9 o'clock. We'll be out in Summerlin at Rachel's Kitchen. It's kind of behind the Fabulous Freddy's, which is sort of next to the Summerlin Library out there. The address, 9691 Trailwood Drive, if you want to plug it into your Waze app to find it. I hope to see you out there 7:30 to 9, and we'll be there to talk city business or anything else. Remind everyone that the business kiosk at the Sahara West Library is open to all, not just Las Vegas residents, but those of Clark County, Henderson, and North Las Vegas as well, although you can only transact City of Las Vegas business. There you'll find about a good 10 miles, 9 anyway, from City Hall, the ability to actually transact some basic business with the city and save yourself a trip downtown, if that makes sense for where you live. It was on this day in music history, 1969, 48 years ago today, The Who released the album Tommy, probably, maybe, arguably the first rock opera, and kind of a landmark, their fourth album, and it really put them on the map. Interestingly enough, we have 2 of these gents who are still alive, and they will be doing a mini residency here in Las Vegas at Caesars this summer.
Wow.
That is something that we thought we'd never see, huh? The Who doing a residency in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Townsend and Daltrey, the 2 survivors, they're joined by
Which 2?
Townsend's little brother, who's
Do we know?
also a guitar player. And that's all we have, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items in Ward 4. Let's see which one comes up first. Okay, looks like the trolls are making their way around the western part of the valley.
Same blue hair.
They're gonna stop in at for a movie in the park on Friday, May 19th, at the Gerheim Park, which is right across the street from Gerheim Elementary School at 3901 North Campbell Drive. Again, this is a free event, movie in the park. The movie will begin at dusk. It's a really nice park. We'll have the movie screen there. You can bring your blankets, and we'll have popcorn and water, and bring something to eat, and it's a great way for the family to spend the evening. Friday, May 19th, the trolls will show up. And then second event is who doesn't like bluegrass music? So we're going to have our second Bluegrass Festival in Ward 4 at Police Memorial Park, right behind the Northwest Area Command. It's a beautiful park. We'll have the stage there. We're going to have some great bluegrass professional musicians. It's Saturday, May 20th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. It'll be continual bluegrass music, so come on out and again bring a blanket or some chairs, and we'll have some vendors out there. You can walk around, talk to some folks, talk to your neighbors, and listen to some great bluegrass music. Saturday, May 20th from 11 to 6 p.m. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. And let's get down here to our left. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. On Saturday, May 20th, movie in the park, and it will be none other than, drum roll please, Trolls. Making its way to the central portion of the city of Las Vegas. And I understand that we may have a special guest from one of my colleagues who wears pink hair, who reigns from the far northwest on one leg, none other than our friend, dear Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ross. So folks, come on out. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy the entertainment. But movie in the park, please come on out. Bring the entire family. We're going to have a great time at Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater, right inside of the middle of Lorenzi Park, located near the corner of Washington and Rancho. The movie will start right as the sun goes down. There will be lots of refreshments while supplies last, so please bring low-back lawn chairs and blankets for the entire family to enjoy. On Thursday, June 1st, Coffee with the Councilman back at Starbucks. So please come on out June 1st, the first Thursday of every month. I have open my office open hours inside of Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Drive on the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. And that will be from approximately 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. And it's always a joy to have the residents come out and speak to me during this open government process at Starbucks. Next, we will have Hoops for Hope. Please join me and NBA player C.J. Watson of the Orlando Magic for the annual Hoops for Hope basketball camp, taking place July 13th through the 15th from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the Doolittle Community Center. The camp is designed to empower youth to eat healthy, exercise daily, and to be good citizens. Participants will learn techniques and fundamentals of the game of basketball. For more information, please contact 778-3315 to register. And it's for all youth, 4th grade to 8th grade. So please come out for Hoops for Hope. In addition to that, Vegas Roots Community Garden presents Marketplace at the Roots. This event will take place on the 2nd and 4th Saturday of each month from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Vendors' booth space are available. Handmade arts and crafts, live music, food, and much, much more at the garden located at 715 North Tonopah Drive. So for more information, please call 379-1889, 379-1889. And of course, the historic West Side School, the newly renovated historic site located at Washington and D Street, has professional office space and retail as well as cafe space available. So if you're looking to move your business or establish your business at this location, please contact Julie Quisenberry at 229-6551 for more information. And of course, the Project Neon update, there are road closures to include Martin Luther King Boulevard, on-ramp to US 95, and the Charleston Boulevard. So please pay attention while traveling through the construction area as you commute through the Neon, the Project Neon, and we'll continue to provide you updates, or you may go online to Project Team at n.projectneon.com to stay informed about upcoming road changes and planned closures. And finally, of course, you may continue to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and of course, email and contacting my office, 229-5443. Thank you, Mayor.
Boy, those pictures are pretty. Okay, closing this out, we have, of course, Memorial Day coming for all those who have served and moved on to peaceful times. Our Memorial Day service is Monday, May 29th. If you haven't had a chance to visit yet, I hope you'll take time to stop by our beautiful Veterans Memorial garden outside the Grant Sawyer State Building, and it's located in downtown Las Vegas across from the Cashman Complex. It's a wonderful tribute which honors our Southern Nevada veterans for their outstanding dedication, commitment, and service. The community is welcome to join me in paying respects during the Memorial Day services to be held at 8 a.m. at Bunker Memorial, 9 a.m. at Palm Mortuary, and 9:30 at Woodland Memorial Cemetery. Our next City Council meeting is Wednesday, June 7th, beginning at 9 here in Council Chambers. And again, once again, our thanks to staff, our city marshals, and our entire team of Las Vegas, and our decorated and wonderfully ready to go outdoor council members here. Really looking good, and all the support staff, all of us are so lucky to have here in Las Vegas. At City Council, thank you all. We are adjourned.